Wait, you guys can actually hear me, right? Oh, yeah. So our community goal is finally live. And as I said before, you can put a total of 2,000 channel points per stream. I have no control over that. That's just how it is. Hello, Lily, Liz, Ren, Kuri, Mivi, Kuni, Nan, JV, Amber, Sophie, Ortelia. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone. How's everybody doing? Oh. Oh, I was muted. There we go. Oh, I know why. Because last time I was muted when I was in voice chat with Eggy and Axel and Lily last night because I was going to sleep. Yeah, reading creepypastas, so put some creepy music in the background because it wouldn't really be that it wouldn't really go that well if we play regular music or yeah, I'm doing okay. Hope you guys are all doing well on this Saturday or probably now Sunday for Asia. I'm over here just drinking my Rogue. Hi, Castle. How are you? Hello, War Owl. I'm glad it's nighttime here. Yeah. So today's Saturday, and you know what that means. Saturday is usually a day where we chill, quote unquote chill, I suppose. I don't know how chill it is considered to read like scary stories, but yeah. Should play the creepiest song of all spooky, scary skeletons. You just woke up. Oh, wow. Good morning. Hi, Iana. Yeah, so we have a community go for it's been a long time since we had a community goal, and this is what people voted out of the 5 that we had. So the other 4 will be part of subathon goals. Yes, so I am planning to do a subathon in the 3rd or 4th week of September. So keep that in mind. We're gonna come together and have fun and whatnot. So I'm streaming today, tomorrow, and Monday, all around the same starting time. I was supposed to start 2 hours ago, but most people know I'm just a little out of it and tired and stuff. So I'm starting a little late today, but it doesn't really matter. So I'll be here today, tomorrow, which is Sunday, and then Monday. And then I will probably take a week off. I've not been taking very good care of myself, and I need more than 2 days in a row off to actually like rejuvenate and things like that. You just woke up because of the notif. Aw. Thanks for stopping by, Kuni. Take care. Get some more sleep. Don't be like me. I just found out I can stand up at 5 a.m. every day because public transport sucks. What? I just woke up. I gotta go to the wedding in an hour, so I won't be around long. Oh, have fun at the wedding, Artelia. Yeah, I have really poor eating and sleeping habits, unfortunately. And that is something that is just deeply rooted in my core at this point that I can't really fully control, but yeah. I'm gonna try to take a week off after Monday. So I probably won't put up a schedule for this upcoming week. But yeah, I'll be here today for 6 to 8 hours and then tomorrow. So today we are reading creepypastas and just watching memes and talking like always. Oh my gosh, Seren, how are you? Relatable. But yeah, we as you can see, people are contributing their channel points to this goal that they voted for. So this goal is for me to play a horror game that I currently own in my library because I'm broke, so I can't afford to buy more games. And most of them seem to want to watch me play Five Nights at Freddy's, but we will let chat vote on which scary game if you guys manage to hit the goal in time. So there's 2 weeks for this goal. I will probably extend it if it's not like doable because I know I am probably taking a week off. So that 1 week might not even count, but it's okay. For the next 3 days, you can put 2,000 points max. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. It's been so long, Seren. Well, I mean, I guess I can't really say I'm good, but I'm okay. But as good or okay as most people can be, you know? Nivi, that's actually not as scary as you think it is. Most people that are regulars have well over 2,000 points. All they need to do is put 2,000 points like pretty much all the time. If we have like over 10 people putting in 2,000 points all the time, then we should be fine. But either way, I will probably have to extend it because I am most likely taking a week off. So one of those weeks will not even really count. So that's not fair. It's been so long. I've barely been on Twitch these days. To be honest, I've been so busy. I hope you've been taking good care of yourself. Far better than me. And hello, Natsuki. How are you? Yeah, imagine. Well, you can always ask mods to run random predictions if you want, even though it doesn't really make any sense and you don't really win a lot of money. I mean, a lot of channel points anyway, since they're not. It has, it's all based on how many points are people putting in the pool. I hope you've been taking care of yourself too. We don't talk about that, Seren. Well, not actually. We technically kind of talk about that all the time, where I don't. But yeah, hello, Neon. Okay, so today, agenda. Reading creepypastas, watching memes, because Saturdays we don't play games. Saturdays we just kind of chill and watch YouTube like the whole day. But today, we're gonna read some creepypasta because we like reading scary stories or quote unquote scary, but these are probably actually scary. I don't know. I get to just sit here and just kind of like relax a bit. Uh, and then tomorrow we're gonna play Genshin and then some more Cult of the Lamb. It was really fun yesterday when we played for the first time. Hopefully Twitch is not as scuffed tomorrow with the extension. What a nice way of starting a paragraph. My wife's pregnancy with him wasn't easy. Oh god. Hello, Ace. Story time before bed. Not you guys raving when it's gonna be a scary story. And then Monday, I don't really know. I will probably maybe the same thing. Maybe more Genshin and Cult of the Lamb. It's my latest obsessions now. I'm gonna watch a Kame play Lamb and go spam contribute. Okay, take care, Yokai. I'm still I'm still trying to finish up my rogue right here. Like I don't have that much. Oh, there's nothing to look at, Nivi. It's literally just the story in front of us, which I'm thankful for because I don't want a creepy picture just in my peripherals or like just in my face while I'm reading. Like that is so unnerving, you know? At least like when you're watching something scary, it's not something scary like constantly in your face, but that's why it's so much scarier because well, I don't know. Actually, maybe both are just as bad. But yeah, so yeah, the community goal is me playing a horror game that I already own in my library because I'm a broke bitch, so I can't afford to buy new stuff. So we will go through my library unless it's just like a unanimous decision that they want me to play Five Nights at Freddy's because that's like the only name that's come up so far by multiple people already. Whew, it's kind of hot. What else is there? Yeah, once again, I am having a subathon in about. Okay, let's calculate. So about maybe 4 to 5 weeks. Pretty much the well, it depends on how you look at it, because September starts on a Thursday. So technically the first week has about 4 days. Yeah, I want to say like somewhere I don't know. S- Not exactly the last like weekend, but yeah, cuz we try to start with subathons on like at least like a Friday night. So it starts on weekends, so it's more fun at first. Do you have Outlast? I probably do. But I will if you guys hit the goal, I will tell you what games I own in my library. I will post names of all the horror games and stuff. All right, I don't know what to do in Genshin already. Have all the Dendroculus. Damn. What if I get scammed and it's not scary? I don't know. Why not play the creepiest game of all? Staying home at night with your own thoughts. Luckily for you, that's what I do every single day and night, which is why I'm already in a living nightmare. I get scared easily since one stalker photo from Killstagram makes my body shudder. Oh, I've heard of that. I subscribed to it so that I would read it one day, but I haven't gone around to doing that. The current webtoons I'm reading are Mage and Demon Queen, True Beauty, Sub Zero, and Everything is Fine. I finished reading what's that one called? It's Mine and Age Matters. Crap, do I donate for horror game or keep points for 30-second planks? I disabled exercises for the next couple of days, Ace, because my health is really in bad condition right now. So I haven't been exercising. So I've paused those redemptions for now, but you could save them for like the next week when I come back from like my week off. Yeah, in case you guys are a little late, I will stream today, tomorrow, and the day after. Finish up my quota for the month, and then probably take a week off. At best, 4 to 5 days, if not the whole week, because my health is very bad right now. Hi, Dryad. How are you today? I'm hoarding points. I believe in the regulars. My little bro's blasting Jiggle Jiggle while playing a music game. Well, you can only put 2K per stream, so. And I know 2 weeks seems like a little time, and one of those weeks I'm not even gonna be here, so don't worry. I will extend that when I come back. Horror game. Hello, Kitty Cat Lucy. I'm good. How are you? I could be better. All right. Are we ready to dive into this first story? So this is called 99 apparently. So I went to the top ranked ones. So this is the very first one. It's ranked a 9.2 out of 10. How's the music? Is it loud enough? I don't know. I'm just playing some random video in the background that just says 3 hours of scary, ominous, and creepy horror music. It's probably not the best one, but whatever. It's 3 hours long. Let's just leave it there. Let me turn off the lights. Imagine having lights. If you heard that siren, my bad. My window's open a little bit. Okay, let me clear my throat. This is apparently an estimated reading time of 19 minutes. So, yeah. Sorry if I can't get into any messages because I'm reading, but you guys can feel free to talk amongst each other. And now let's begin. Oh my god, Ian. For the past 5 years, it's just been Ian and me. My wife's pregnancy with him wasn't easy. There were a number of scares and close calls due to health issues that she had experienced all her life. Every doctor she had ever been to had told her that she would never be able to get pregnant in the first place. She put on a brave face and joked that she would just get an entire litter of puppies instead. But when she was thinking about it and didn't know I was watching, her real feelings were etched all over her face. She loved kids, and the thought of not being able to have one herself was heartbreaking for her. We discussed other options, of course: adoption, fostering, you name it, and we looked into it. We even had a meeting scheduled with an adoption agency when a miracle happened. That miracle was Ian. Against all the odds, Ellen became pregnant. Her doctors were at a complete loss. It should have been impossible, but suddenly there we were, talking about converting our second bedroom into a nursery and planning out how to shuffle around our work schedules to make sure that one of us was always home with the baby. So was it comfy? I'm sorry, I can't help it if my voice is soothing. Sanji, thank you so much for the 10 months. Wow. I'll be lurking. Sorry, I'm too busy hanging often. That's okay. You don't have to apologize for anything, cutie. That goes to all of you. You don't need to apologize for anything. Just take care of yourselves. That is the best thing you can do for me. I hope you are doing well, though. Miss you. Please go give Sanji a follow. I don't know how often Sanji can stream or whatnot, but yes. Never trust innocent faces. I think I'm gonna turn the music up just a little bit on your end. Okay, where did I start? Right here. The complications began about 4 months into the pregnancy. It seemed like every few weeks we were at the hospital while the staff ran tests or performed procedures. Ellen was amazing during all of it. I was acting like a complete lunatic, worried out of my mind about every little thing, but she would just lay there in the uncomfortable hospital bed, stroking her increasingly large belly and smiling to herself. She would tell me that she just knew that everything would work out in the end and that all of the issues were just bumps in the road. She went to labor early, just a few days after the 31-week mark. She waddled into the kitchen and told me in a very calm and very matter of fact tone that the baby was coming. This is more better than imagining a guy staring at you sleeping. Why would you imagine someone staring at you while sleeping? Excuse me? I had been getting ready for bed, so in that same collected manner, she retrieved the bag we had packed weeks earlier and the car keys while I frantically got dressed and grabbed the few necessary items that hadn't gone into the bag yet. You know what's funny? Axel and Eggy are not awake yet. Or at least they're not here. 6 hours later, Ian was born. He was so small, and I could feel my heart sink as he emerged. The doctor immediately took him over to a radiant, warmer table where he and a nurse began working with him. A second nurse kept me from getting too close to ensure that I didn't get in the way. The activity suddenly stopped, and the most wonderful sound filled the room. Our son started to cry. The doctor informed me that due to Ian's size, he would need to spend a couple of weeks in the newborn intensive care unit, but that, from what he could see, the child would be fine. I remember feeling so relieved that I had to put a hand on the bed's footboard to steady myself. My fingers had just touched the plastic when the alarm on Ellen's monitor went off. Ian and I lost her in less than an hour. Why does this say advertisements? Is this like a caption for like the next chapter? Is this supposed to be an advertisement here? What does that mean? Rip Ellen. It wasn't anything that the hospital staff did wrong, and it wasn't anything that could have been prevented. The stress of the labor and birth had been too much for her, and she had suffered massive hemorrhaging. The staff did their absolute best to save her. It just wasn't possible. She never even got to hold Ian before she was gone. I never got a chance to mourn her. I was now a single parent, and all that mattered was that tiny little baby in the NICU. The next few weeks were spent going to work, getting through my shift, and immediately returning to the hospital to sit with Ian all night before doing it all over again. Shortly before he was released, I secured a position with a new company. It paid less, but it allowed me to work from home. Without much of a family support system, I needed to be there for him at all times. After all, it was just me and him now. I wish so much that Ellen could see this incredible child that we made together. He's loving, energetic, frustrating, confounding, and so much more. He's everything that we could have hoped for and so much more. He also has a very vivid imagination for his age, which is partly why I didn't believe him when he first told me that he was being visited by something during the night. Hi, Frozen. Thank you for the lurk. It took a while to get to this point, but we settled into a routine each evening. We have dinner together, spend about an hour running around outside if the weather is nice or playing inside if it isn't. Ian gets his bath, and then he lays down to sleep for the night. This routine is supposed to be finished around 8 o'clock each night. But if you have kids, you know that no routine is foolproof. On the first night that he was visited, I didn't manage to get him wrangled into bed until almost 9. Oh, yeah, definitely, Nibby. I mean, remember, she wasn't able to get pregnant in the first place, so it's kind of sus. I was catching up on work at my desk when I heard Ian yell for me. I'm ashamed to admit that my first reaction was to feel irritated. Normally, when he called out like that, it was to try to get one last drink of water or to tell me that he isn't tired and can't go to sleep. So, wait, I'm confused. So, the dad is saying that Ian is talking to him, but it's a baby. You shouldn't be talking. Well, unless we haven't, I don't know. Kind of sus. That would happen at least twice a week. I said that I have an incredible child, not one that wasn't prone to the usual 4-year-old tendencies. Wait, are we like fast forward or something? I don't even know like how old the child is anymore now. I'm assuming it's still in the beginning, but mm, we Family Guy. When he immediately cried out a second time, though, I stood up and pushed my chair back so hard that it tipped over. Baby pause. Yeah, it's probably a time skip. There was panic in his voice. I hurried up the short flight of stairs to the second floor and flung his door open, my hand immediately going for the light switch. Ian was sitting in his bed with tears streaming down his face. The left leg of his pajama pants was pulled up and his hands were pressed down on the skin. The sheets and comforter from his bed were laying on the floor. His pillow was hanging halfway off the mattress. I hurried over to him and knelt down next to this bed, putting down the safety rail as I did so. He immediately flung his arms around my neck and started crying harder. The sobbing was so intense that he started to cough uncontrollably. I pried him off of me and held him in my lap to allow him to catch his breath. We sat there for a long time, him crying and sniffing loudly with me, gently stroking his hair and telling him that everything was all right. When he finally calmed down, I sat him on the edge of his bed and took his hands away from his leg. There were 3 long scratches running down it. They weren't deep, but there were a few tiny beads of blood. I gently asked him what had happened. He remained silent. I asked him again, and this time he lifted his head to look me in the eyes. Nighty night hurt me, he told me in a tiny voice. I looked back at him in confusion. I don't know what I had expected him to say, but it certainly hadn't been that. Nighty night? I asked softly. Like what I tell you at night before you go to sleep? Nighty night, Ian repeated, more forcefully this time. He scratched me like the bad cat did. Just after his 3rd birthday, he had been scratched by a neighbor's kitten while trying to play with it. The claws had even punctured the skin, but the incident had stuck with him. I'm sorry, big guy, I don't understand. Are you saying that Nighty Night is a cat? No cat. Nighty Night is a monster, Daddy. He hurt me. I looked back down at the scratches. They were obviously real, but just as obviously they hadn't been caused by any monster. Something else had happened. I want to make it clear that I never thought for a second that Ian was lying to me. Sure, he was prone to the occasional fib, just like any young child was, but he never lied to me about important things. Besides, he was too scared to be making up a story. Scooping Ian into my arms, I carried him into the bathroom and got the first aid kit out of the cabinet. As I sat down on the toilet and maneuvered him into my lap, I mentally slapped my forehead. The past few nights I had forgotten to trim his fingernails when I had given him his bath. He must have scratched himself in his sleep. It had woken him up, and his still half asleep mind must have interpreted the whole thing as a monster attacking him. I quickly bandaged the scratches before trimming his nails with a small silver clipper. He had calmed down by that point, and I gave him a hug before carrying him back to his room. Hey, Oz, how are you? Whew. When I went to put him down in bed, however, he held on to me so tightly that I nearly tipped forward. He absolutely refused to sleep in his bedroom that night. We ended up falling asleep together on the couch downstairs, and by the time the sun was up, he was back to his usual self. The events of the previous night seemed to be forgotten. It was Saturday, and because I didn't have to work on the weekends, I took Ian to a local state park. Hey, Zoruken. We spent the entire day playing on the playground and splashing around in the lake. By the time we left the park and headed home, we were both exhausted. He fell asleep in his car seat just a few minutes away from the house. I carried him inside and up to his bed. He remained passed out through the entire process. I planned to let him sleep for an hour or so. He still needed to eat dinner, and I knew that if he napped for too long, it would be almost impossible to get him down that night. Yes, it is. Yes, Iana, you are the main star of the show right now. Yeah, we're reading Creepypastas from the actual site. I kicked off my shoes and flopped down in a chair to enjoy the momentary silence. Imagine getting snacked on the head with a tablet. Oh my god. I can totally imagine that. That silence didn't last long. It was shattered by Ian screaming. It wasn't a yelp or crying out like it had been the previous night. This was a full on scream, one filled with pain and terror. I yelled his name as I leaped up the stairs and burst into his room. Ian was seated on the floor, his thumb in his mouth and his eyes watery. He was rocking back and forth slowly. He looked up at me with a blank expression, as if he knew that I was there, but my presence didn't mean anything to him. I picked him up, and as I did so, I felt something warm and wet on my hand. I pulled it away from his back and saw that there was blood on my fingers. Just as I had the night before, I carried him into the bathroom and turned on the light. I immediately saw his back reflecting off the mirror over the sink, and I felt like ice was poured into my veins. Pieces of his shirt were torn away, and the shreds that remained were red with blood. I set Ian on the counter and lifted the shirt up over his head. He was unresponsive during the entire process, and the part of me that was still thinking clearly wondered if he was in shock. On his back were 3 cuts, each of them spaced roughly the same distance as the scratches on his leg. These were much deeper than those, though, and they were bleeding freely. I bandaged him as fast as I could before taking him downstairs and back out to the car. The cuts were too much for my basic first aid skills. He needed a doctor. The drive to the hospital was torture. I patted his car seat as much as I could with a blanket to try to take pressure off of his back, but he started screaming in pain before we got very far. Knowing full well that it was illegal, I pulled over, unstrapped him, and set him down in the passenger seat with him sitting sideways before getting back in and continuing to drive. Maybe that was the wrong call. I honestly don't know. All that I know is that I couldn't stand for him to be in agony like that. The nurse behind the emergency room desk immediately waved us through the door. When she saw Ian's back through the window, she ran off to get a doctor while I carefully set him down on a nearby gurney. I hugged him as best as I could without touching his back and told him that everything was going to be okay. I know it hurts, little man, but I have to ask you something, I told him, giving him a reassuring smile. What happened? Nighty night, he replied immediately in a matter of fact voice. Nighty night hurt me. I didn't have time to question him further. The doctor arrived and she took one look at Ian's back before telling a nurse to wheel him into a nearby examination room. I went to follow, but the doctor told me that she thought it was best if I waited outside. Her eyes were looking past me as she spoke, and when I glanced over my shoulder, I saw that she was looking at a security guard standing at the far end of the hallway. If I had been thinking straight, I would have understood what was happening, but at the time, I was too worried about Ian to figure out what that look meant. The doctor went into the examination room as the nurse came back out. She put her hand on my arm and gently led me away from the door. I protested, of course, but she made it clear that I had to come with her and answer some questions before I would be able to see Ian. She started by asking me if there were any pets or animals in the house, to which I replied that there weren't. She then asked if we had been with anyone else when his injuries had occurred. When I told her that we hadn't, she followed up by inquiring if I had been drinking that day. That was the moment that I started catching on. The hospital staff was trying to determine if I had been the one that hurt my son. At some point during the conversation, a man in a gray suit entered the hallway and came to a stop next to us. He introduced himself as a social worker and he stated that it was his job to make sure that Ian was safe and got the best care possible. He asked his own set of questions and I answered them as best as I could, but I was sure that he wasn't really believing me. It didn't help that I couldn't tell him what had happened because I had no idea myself. Sometime later, the doctor came back out of the room and informed me that while one of the cuts had been shallow enough to bandage, the other two had required stitches. To say that I was irate was an understatement. I wasn't upset that she had done what was medically necessary. I was angry that I had been kept out of the room the entire time instead of being in there to comfort him during the process. She stood there calmly as I yelled, and once I had said my piece and was winding down, she told me that she was recommending that Ian stay at the hospital overnight for observation. After taking a deep breath, I asked as calmly as I could if I would be able to stay with him. She didn't answer, but the social worker did. He told me in a clearly practiced tone that due to the nature of the injuries, he was going to take Ian into in his custody for the night while he worked to determine the nature of the injuries. His tone might have been pleasant and measured, but the implication behind his words was very clear. You think that I hurt Ian, I said, fighting back a second wave of anger. I would never hurt my son. If you think for 1 second that I'm going to let you, that's enough. The social worker snapped, cutting me off. You need to stop right there. I haven't made a determination one way or another on if I think you did this. I will say that I've met a lot of abusive fathers in my time, and you don't strike me as one of them. I have policies and protocols that I have to follow, though. What's best for everyone involved is if you go home for the night, get some sleep, and let me do my job so that we can get this put behind us. He had caught me off guard. I stared at him for a long moment before nodding once. Anything I did other than what he told me to would only jeopardize my situation. And even though the thought of being apart from Ian for a night made me sick, the thought of him being taken away permanently was much worse. I nodded again and he patted me on the arm. My God, Natsuki. He told me to come back in the morning and to ask for him at the desk before turning to go into the examination room. As he opened the door, I clearly heard Ian call out for me. I left the hospital feeling as if my entire world was burning before my eyes. All right, finished with my rogue. I went home and immediately marched up to Ian's room. I was determined to figure out what had happened to him. The scratches on his leg could have been explained away by him causing them in his sleep, but the cuts on his back were another matter. He couldn't have reached that area of his body. Even if he could have, there was no way that he could have made markings that deep. Something else had happened. I tore apart his room looking for answers. A loose screw or nail that he had leaned up against? A broken piece of bed that I hadn't noticed? A toy with something protruding? Anything. I examined every inch of the room from top to bottom. I came up empty. There was nothing that I could find that could have caused his injuries. Defeated, I leaned up against the wall and slid down the floor. Something caught my eye, and I reached over to pick up a small stuffed duck. Its yellow cloth had faded, and overall it looked a bit worse for wear, but I could still easily identify it as the first toy that Ellen had bought for Ian. It had been right after we had found out that she was pregnant. She had named it Mr. Quackers, an absurd name for an absurd looking duck. The events of the day caught up with me, and I started to nod off. I felt my eyelids growing heavier with each heartbeat. This was good, I reasoned. I would get some sleep, then be at the hospital the moment the sun began to rise. That was when I saw the creature standing in the corner of the room. One moment, there was nothing there. And the next, it was. Its extremely tall, gray body bent over as it pushed up against the ceiling. Its limbs were extremely long and thin for the creature's size. The two arms ended in three needle like fingers that had to have extended at least 3 feet from the hands. Stretched out on its elongated neck was his face, its lips, dry and cracked and missing entire chunks in some places, were pulled back in an eternal grin that exposed its oversized white teeth. The lidless eyes were black in the center, and the areas that on a person would have been white were the dried yellow color of oat parchment. Dark ichor that had pulled in its jaws slowly dripped onto the floor as it watched me. Nighty night, the creature rasped out. My entire body jumped as I snapped back to full consciousness. The creature was gone again, with no trace that had even been there in the first place. The spots where the ichor had splattered onto the floor had vanished. I sat there on the floor, alone in the room, with my pulse racing and my breath coming in short rasps. I could have attempted to rationalize what I had seen. It probably would have been easy enough to convince myself that I had imagined it, that it was a trick of the light that my nearly unconscious mind had twisted into a horrifying vision. That was a perfectly rational explanation. The problem was that I had seen it. I knew that it had been real. There was no question about it in my mind. It was impossible, but I was sure that it had been occupying the corner of the room across from me seconds earlier. My breathing slowed, and my panic was slowly replaced by nausea as a realization came to me. Ian had also seen this creature. It had stood over my 4-year-old son with that nightmarish face. It had then proceeded to hurt him not once, but twice. If I was this scared, I couldn't fathom how frightened he had been. Hi, Nightshade. No concha greeting? This dude be comfy. I'm getting sleepy. Imagine falling asleep to scary stories. Nighty night. Ian had called it nighty night. It must have said the same thing to him that it had said to me. I got up off the floor and left the bedroom, closing the door behind me. I stood in the hall for a moment before rushing into the bathroom and throwing up in the toilet. It went on for quite some time, so long that I started to wonder if it would ever stop. When it finally did, I collapsed against the bathtub, lightheaded and close to passing out. I'm falling asleep to your voice. I can tell. Nighty night sounds so cute, right? But then I could totally imagine it being really creepy coming from like a creature. Nighty night. Imagine that's the last thing you hear. There was a thud from inside of Ian's room. I lifted my head as best as I could and looked out through the bathroom doorway. I managed to focus my eyes just in time to see the knob on the bedroom door start to turn. There was an audible click, and the door slowly swung open. Nighty Night's face took up much of the bedroom doorway as it grinned at me. I tried to stand up, but I was too weak from throwing up to manage it. My God, Nightshade. I could only watch as Nighty Night pressed its head against the wood frame. You wouldn't mind? What the? It was too large to make it through the opening. My feeling of relief was only momentary. Nighty Night started to push its head harder. Its face stretched back as the head slowly began to force its way through. It was like watching rubber being forced through a hole. Nighty night, it rasped, the voice coming out distorted through the stretched lips. I had to leave, and I had to do so quickly. More of the monster's head was making it through the doorway every second, and it wouldn't be long before it was free of the room's confines. Ignoring my aches and pains, I forced myself into a standing position. Thanks for the hydrate, Nibby. Only in the very package. My head swam, and once again I was sure that I was going to pass out. But somehow I was barely able to barely remain conscious. Nighty Night's face was almost all the way through the doorway now. I stumbled into the hallway and pressed myself up against the wall opposite from the creature. Being as careful as I could, I moved past it, feeling its hot breath on me as I did so. Its teeth were mere inches away from my body. I made it through the thin opening and hurried down the stairs. My foot caught on the last step. It wasn't enough to make me lose my balance entirely, but it did trip me up, and I stumbled forward before falling over the side of the couch. My head struck one of the armrests. I must have blacked out. I don't remember doing so, but the next thing I knew, I was being awoken by the sound of knocking. I sat up on the couch and immediately regretted doing so as the worst headache I'd ever had greeted me. Hey, Exciter. The knocking continued. It took me a few seconds to figure out that someone was banging on the front door. Nighty night of mouth breather. Imagine. I stood up and took 2 steps towards the door before I remember what had happened. I looked up the stairs, expecting to see Nighty Night squeezing its way down the hallway towards me, but the creature was gone. Still a bit dazed and not sure what else to do, I continued over to the front door and opened it. Standing on the other side was a large man in a police uniform. He was holding a clipboard under his arm and a pen in one hand. He nodded at me but didn't smile. He asked me my name and I gave it to him. He informed me that he was here at the request of the social worker from the hospital and that he would like to inspect my son's room. I moved aside and let him into the house. I closed the door behind him and led him up the stairs. I didn't want to go anywhere near the second floor after what I had experienced, but if I didn't comply with his request, it would undoubtedly impact my chances of getting Ian back as soon as possible. I took him to the still open bedroom door and we went inside. Nighty Night wasn't there, of course. The officer took the clipboard out from under his arm and asked me a few questions, and I answered them as best as I could. He scribbled some notes on the paper as I spoke, seemingly satisfied with my responses. He then got down on one knee and examined the safety rail that ran along the sides of Ian's bed. Have you done anything in this room since you brought your son into the hospital? The officer asked. I looked around to try to figure out what happened. I told him. Okay, but did you change the bed sheets or anything like that? What? No, I just moved things around and put them back. I didn't change the seats. The officer nodded. Well, it looks like Mr. Eaton was right. Mr. Eaton? The social worker assigned to your son. See here, there's no blood on the sheets, but there are 3 streaks along the safety rail. They match up to where the poles are on the rail. Mr. Eaton thinks that your son tried to get out of bed while he was still out of it and slid over the rail. He must have caught the poles just right through the fabric and they dug into him. Cute kid, by the way. He said that when he was going nighty night and that his back started feeling ouchy when he got out of bed. Eaton put things together from there. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The theory was wrong, and Ian's words had been completely misinterpreted. The blood trails and the spacing of the rail poles were pure coincidence. It was all working completely in my favor, though. Good thing, too, he continued. If he hadn't figured it out, or if I had found anything to prove him wrong here, we'd be having a very different conversation right now. Seemingly satisfied with everything, the officer left and went back to his car. I watched him through the window as he pulled out and headed down the street. The sun was starting to come up over the trees, and I could hear the family of robins in the front yard tree chirping. I decided that it was close enough to morning to go to the hospital and get my son back. It went smoother than I had expected. The social worker had me fill out some quick paperwork so that they had my statements for the record, and after that, he led me to a patient room on the opposite side of the hospital. He had barely opened the door for me when Ian came running up to me, barefooted with his little hospital gown waving behind him. and practically jumped into my arms. He hugged me tightly, and being careful to avoid the white bandages covering his stitched cuts, I hugged him back. We stood there for what seemed like an eternity, me crying and him telling me all about his stay in the hospital. That was 2 months ago. The house that I raised Ian in is currently for sale, and my realtor tells me that there are a number of people interested, even though it hasn't been listed very long. A seller's market, she calls it. I've only been back twice since that night, once to pick up our clothes and other necessary items, and once to pack the remainder of our belongings and put them into storage. Both times were during the middle of the day, and each time I made arrangements for Ian to stay with someone instead of accompanying me. We've been living at a hotel on the other side of town. My long term plan is for us to move far away, possibly all the way to the coast. I want to put as much distance between us and this place as possible. Last week, I read a newspaper article in the local paper about an officer that killed his wife. According to the report, he had said that he had just started to doze off one night when a giant monster appeared in his room. He had grabbed the gun that he kept in his nightstand and fired off 5 shots at it. The monster disappeared, but his wife had been walking into the room at the time, and 2 of the bullets struck her, killing her almost instantly. No one believed him, of course. How could they possibly have? It was a ludicrous story. He seemed so convinced that he was telling the truth that a psychological evaluation was ordered before formal charges were filed. 3 days later, he was found dead in his cell. Not just dead, but damn near decapitated. The police are baffled. He was alone in his cell, and there was nothing he could have used to do that to himself. The guards think that one of the other prisoners got in and did the job. 4 more cops don't have a lot of friends in jail after all. They're at a loss to explain just how a prisoner could have gotten into the cell and caused so much damage without alerting anyone. This was the same officer that had come to my house. I know what happened to him. It was the same thing that almost happened to both myself and my son. It was nighty night. I think that I've got the creature's appearing and disappearing act figured out. I was on the verge of becoming unconscious both times that I saw it. The first time I was almost asleep, and the second time I was trying not to pass out. When I actually did black out, it didn't harm me. The officer said in his statement that he was falling asleep when he saw the monster in his room. I think nighty night exists in that ever so brief moment between awake and asleep. When you enter into that moment, you can see it, and it can look right back at you. Or maybe I'm wrong and it's always there, watching and waiting until it can come for you in that short time where your world and its are connected. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I doubt that I ever will. Knowing exactly what Ian had gone through might provide more insight, but it doesn't matter. I refuse to ask him about it. He's sleeping through the night now that his wounds have mostly healed, and I'm not going to dredge up bad memories that could only hurt him. He deserves to be safe and protected from things both natural and unnatural. He's been through enough already. I'm afraid that he's going to be through more before this is all over. Last night, as I watched him sleeping on the bed in our hotel room, I started to drift off in the uncomfortable chair in the corner of the room. I was just about out when I heard something through the glass window to my right. It was faint, as if coming from quite a distance away, but I recognized it immediately. Night, the raspy voice called out in the darkness. I jerked awake and immediately stood up to start packing our things, being careful not to wake Ian up as I did so. He needed his rest. We were going to be on the road for a long, long time. Bro, that's it? I thought there was going to be something about the kid itself because, like, they really built up the whole thing about how his wife, like, couldn't have kids and just, died of childbirth or something. That was not expected, but it really is just some random creature in the night. Okay. Dope up on ambient. Me not listening to Kasara and chatting with the chat and hears I think Nina exists. How anticlimactic. I know. I didn't expect that at all. I was expecting a different ending, but good story. I enjoyed it though. Yeah. Given a chance to readers to predict the origin of Nighty Night Monster, funny thing is that I thought of trying to put myself to sleep by reading something. Now I'm not so sure whether I should sleep or not. Yeah, this person, I thought there would be more tie between the monster and the wife. Yeah, exactly. Because they talked about the wife like so much. There was like so much emphasis on her and how she couldn't have a baby and then she dies. Oh, is this the author? I kept it purposely vague because the father wouldn't have had any way of knowing what had happened. In my mind, and it's certainly up to the reader to interpret, he was going into the opening about the mother because he was showing just how much his son meant to him and how the boy was his connection to this woman that meant so much to him. The second part of it, he couldn't possibly know, but was unknowingly bringing up. Well, let's put it this way: exhausted woman with medical conditions has just given birth, is most likely being given painkillers, which tends to make women in labor even more tired. She suffers massive bleeding while in the state. The monsters show that it attaches to people near it when it followed the officer home. That creature had to have had a reason to go into that house and into that bedroom in the first place. Oh. Oh. So the wife is implied to have died to that monster, which is why that monster is even there. Oh, but this is like 4 years later though. Wow. That's interesting. Why is this site formatted like this? It must be so old. Yeah, it is kind of old actually. Well, that was interesting. Oh god, that picture. Oh my god, why am I so far down? Uh If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Okay, let's pick something. Yeah, so I guess the person was saying that the father doesn't realize like why, because when the officer comes to their house, Nighty Night basically follows the officer to their own house and stuff, right? But how did Nighty Night end up in the house in the first place? So I guess Nighty Night was the one that killed the wife. It's formatted like this to scare web developer. Room sitting. That sounds scary. He Who Wanders, The Spider and the Orange. Ew. Journal of a Psychopath University. I investigate disturbing cases. Here on my story, The Woman. Journey of a Psychopath. High school. The girl the universe forgot. Ben drowned. And that one has a freaky picture. I'm fine with this. I mean, I'm in love with Hal Halfbird. What? Let's do room sitting. This one sounds interesting. Room sitting is usually kind of creepy. In the corner of my eye, go play. I investigate disturbing cases. Oh, so some of them are like kind of together. Cheesy's World. Maybe we should read Cheesy's World. There's like multiple parts to it. Madge. Nani. Where's part one though? The hell's room sitting? Well, it sounds scary. Gotta bounce. See ya. All right, take care, Artelia. Thanks for hanging out. Have fun at that wedding. Ben drowned is kind of bland, but a really good story. Oh, you've actually read some of these? Oh yeah, don't forget to put points into the community goal, guys. It sounds like you sit in the room. This soundtrack ain't very scary. Room sitting is what I do all day. Okay. Yeah, honestly, true. Oh god, I'm so happy. I spent like $5 on a back scratcher for this moment where my back is itchy. Oh, perfect. Oh, let me sit. Okay. Found them on TikTok, but I'll read the real story in the morning when I wake up after my sleep. Okay. Yeah, don't forget to put your points into the community goal, guys. Okay, take care, Natsuki. Maybe the wife always saw Nighty Night as a child and when she grew up and then when she had her baby, and since she died, Nighty Night couldn't haunt her anymore, so went for Ian, then it goes on. Yeah, that's very possible. But it makes me wonder, how and when Nighty Night decides to attack, because the kid was like 4 years old by the time Nighty Night decided to attack. So that's really interesting in itself, right? Isn't that interesting that it didn't like attack earlier? I don't know. I kind of have like a sneeze, but it's not really there anymore. Take care, everybody. Going. I was referred by a temp agency. I had no idea who I would be working for or what the job would entail. I only knew that the pay was good. A week long excursion at $725 a night. More than enough to pay off a couple of credit card bills and a good chunk of next month's rent. Sheesh. Imagine getting $700 a day. For that price, I would have done almost anything. I only wish I knew at the time what I was getting myself into. When I arrived at the address, I was surprised. It was a large facility at the end of a dirt road in the woods, 2 towns over. The large sign outside read Synthetic Corp. Maybe the person needs to be aware. It was a plain, white, 3-story building, void of identifying markings. Its appearance gave me no clues to its purpose. Its location was even more baffling. Going off of the name alone, I had to assume it was some sort of biotech company. I was probably needed to clean up radioactive waste or something to that end. For what they were paying me, I would happily risk my health. Upon entering the building and meeting with the receptionist, I was directed to room 371 on the second floor, where I would wait for Al, my new boss. It was your standard office setting, albeit more quaint than usual. Red carpet, white walls, and no windows. Only 6 desks in 3 rows of 2, each with their own computer. At the back of the room was a large wall covered by a one-way mirror, an opening with steps on either side of it. Inside was a single chair, desk, and landline phone, probably a place for supervisors to oversee productivity. Other than that, the room harbored no points of interest unless you fancied the waste bin and fern in the corner. An older gentleman opened the door to the room and came over to shake my hand, introducing himself as Al. He seemed to be in a rush, wasting no time in describing the task at hand. I was to stay in that very room from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. the following day, every night for a week. He left me his cell number and a laminated list of rules to be followed. Oh, this sounds very familiar. It sounds like that other story we read. He told me he could not overstate enough the importance of following each and every one, exactly as they were outlined. Once he was sure I understood the gravity of the situation, he left me to my first shift in peace, closing the door behind him. That was it? Really? Just stay in the room for 10 hours a night? I had no clue as to why I was being paid over $5,000 to room sit, but I learned some time ago to never look a gift horse in the mouth. I simply sat down in the overseer's room with a smile on my face and went over the list of rules. There were 10 in total, all of which left me more than a little confused. Rule number 1: once 8 o'clock rolls around, lock the door and do not leave the room for any reason until 6 a.m. Plan your bathroom usage and meal periods accordingly. No food or drink items within the room. Number 2, do not use Hank's computer. It's the closest to the exit. No one is ever to touch it under any circumstances, not even Hank. Number 3, if the phone rings, answer it, but do not talk. No matter what the voice on the other end says, you are not to respond. Hang up after 2 minutes have passed. Hi, Milos. How are you? Yeah, I think this is exactly like that other story we read. It's the same thing where a girl had to just go to a house and she was getting paid like a lot of money for it and she had to follow rules. What if they ask me what I want to order? Oh, this black back scratcher coming in clutch. You sleep clicked on this? Nani? You just waking up? Number 4, do not let the janitor in. We don't have one. Number 5, if anyone else comes to the door, let them in, but ignore them. Do not react whatsoever. When they leave, shut the door and lock it behind them. Oh, thanks for the follow, kitty cat. Did you just unfollow by accident? I just woke up and this was on. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't start streaming that long ago. It's only been like an hour. Maybe you woke up to a notif, I guess. Not the no, you guys are gonna lose out your follow age. Be careful with the clicking on your phone or anything. I almost unfollowed Foxy recently because I always watch on the phone and then my phone slips in my fingers. The background music. Number 6. If the waste bin changes locations, place it back in the corner as soon as you notice. Okay, yeah, I think this is exactly the same as that other story we read. If you guys remember that, you guys that were here last time, we read scary stories. Holy shit, 4 months. How does time pass so fast? I still find Liz is funny. What are these rules for living in a student apartment? Number 7. If I stop by, only let me in if I know the password. I think this is just another variation of that one story we read. Yeah. Number 8. At 9:30 precisely, set each of the computer's home screens to different URLs, except Hank's. Do not react to the images. Act normal. Number 9. If you see Harvey, feed him one of the treats from Lisa's desk, the one opposite Hank's. Number 10. If there's an emergency, call my cell, but not after 10:05 p.m. Below the last rule was a final statement. You sleep talk? Oh, so you do sleep actions too? Scribbled over the laminate and pen. No one has made it past night 3. Good luck. The trash gets taken out on Mondays. We have a wheel to dictate who takes. I was perplexed, wondering for a moment if Al was a lunatic and if that was the reason no one else had lasted. I'm definitely not late. I finally got that first. Everyone saw me here an hour ago too. Hi, D. Perhaps his quirks were too much for the previous candidates, and they backed out, fearing for their safety at the hands of his fragile mind. I would not be swayed so easily. Even if Al was crazy, I would happily take his money for what was shaping up to be a very simple job. At least that's what I thought. These aren't nearly as scary as I thought they would be. I mean, okay, here's the truth. Everything is scary if it's IRL. If all of this existed and happened to you, of course it's scary because you're in danger. But reading it as a story doesn't like give me like the frights that I expected. You don't remember pressing on any notif? That's interesting. Well, then again, you did it in your sleep, so yeah. Okay. Day 1 was utterly boring. Nothing remarkable happened. Definitely not to the extent of what Al's list would have me expect. At 9:30, I even changed the URLs on the computers, if for no other reason than to feel somewhat useful. The next night, however, was a little different. Hi, Spark. Good thing there's no people on Earth called Hank. Day 2 started as it normally did. I settled in for another long night, making sure to eat and empty my bladder before locking myself in. At 9:25, just as I was about to ready myself to change the home screens again, I saw it. The waste bin was right there, at the top of the steps to the overseer's room. I certainly hadn't placed it there. I felt a small spike in my adrenaline before calming down with a smile. The waste bin, the list. It was all a joke at my expense. Al would be in the next room, waiting anxiously to see the look on my face. I raced out to the office floor. There was no one there. I walked over to the exit and shook the knob. It was still locked. Confused and a tinge scared, I swiftly picked up the waste bin and walked it back over to the corner of the room. I checked the time, 9:30. The fact that Axel and Eggy are still sleeping is so funny to me because I don't think they went to bed that late. I know that they were all playing Apex for a hot minute, but I don't think it was that late. So they're probably like sleeping in hella more. Knowing Eggy, she probably did not even fall asleep until way later. Axel is probably sleeping for 10 plus hours. Hi, Sam. How are you? I started changing the URLs on all of the computers, hoping desperately that I had imagined what just occurred. After skipping Hank's desk, I typed in the last website on PC number 6. I was about to pull away when some strange imagery manifested on the screen. What is sleep? I'm gonna go pee real quick, guys. I do have a tiny bladder, and I should not really make a habit of like not taking care of it because that's probably why my bladder's so small in the first place because I held it so much. Sleep is overrated. In the meantime, do the thing, mods. Just let everybody know like where to follow me, what things I have, and remind them of like what's coming up, like subathon, things like that. Just tell them what's going on. Okay, yeah. Everybody go stretch and go pee or whatever. I will go pee. Be right back. Boo. On the Discord, please. Oh, okay. Hello. It was surveillance footage of the room, the very room I was in. I saw me looking at the computer. I turned and looked up, but there was no camera. Upon looking back at the screen, I saw something terrifying. I watched as a copy of me stepped out from the overseer's room. Wait, really, D? Thank you, everybody. It walked up behind me, grabbed a hard drive from one of the desks, and wound up to strike me in the back of the head. I quickly turned to shield myself. There was no one there. I turned back and the screen changed, displaying the website I had entered as normal. I raced back to the overseer's room and sat down, more than a bit frazzled. I contemplated walking out, but I steeled myself to continue. I was fine after all. Maybe Al wasn't a lunatic, but he didn't seem the type to wish me any harm. Not that I knew him all that well. Still, I hadn't sustained any damage. I was questioning my sanity, yes, but no bodily injuries had befallen me. Whatever was at play here seemed harmless so far. There was a loud banging, having just had the most horrifying experience of my life. I nearly jumped out of my skin. A voice then penetrated the door. It's the janitor, just here to clean up. Can you open the door? I recalled rule number 4 and denied him entry. You did good not letting him in. You followed the rule. Now you're fine. So long as you follow the rules, you'll be safe. It's as simple as that. You can see this through. Knock, knock. I jumped again. I really need to get in there and clean up. Open the door. I took a deep breath and peeled back my anxiety, successfully ignoring the janitor until he left. This was an accomplishment for me, and it actually felt pretty good. A challenge that I was able to best. Imagine questioning your sanity. Of course I'm insane. Was there? Though I remained on the edge of me seat, the next few hours were uneventful. I even dozed off for a moment at one point. It wasn't until 2:30 a.m. that my next challenge would come. Man, you really have to actually stay awake from 8 to 6? That's crazy. A multicolored cat jumped up on the desk in front of me, complete with beautiful splotches of black and orange. I was startled, but it seemed to be friendly, brushing up against my arm, the name on its collar, Harvey. I knew what I had to do. I rummaged through Lisa's desk, found the jar of treats, and fed Harvey one, to which he purred in delight. To my astonishment, he then charged at the door, phasing right through it. My mouth was agape in awe. Once my initial bewilderment dissipated, it was replaced with satisfaction over another small victory. As strange as it may sound, I was beginning to like the job. Ring, ring. It was the landline. Remembering the rules, I removed it from the receiver and held it to my ear, making sure to keep an eye on the time. Hey, it's Al. I'm gonna be stopping by pretty soon to do a little work. How's the job treating you so far? I remained silent. Hello? You know you can talk if it's me, right? I picked up the set of rules and looked them over again. There was nothing about Al calling. I didn't respond. This is no way to treat your employer. If you don't say anything, I'll have no choice but to fire you. Do you really want that? I stood my ground, only 20 seconds to go. Fine. I'll see you soon to relieve you of your duty. I guess you couldn't even make it past night 2. The 2-minute mark came and I hung up on him. I felt safe as another hour went by. Reflecting on the trials I had faced thus far, I was bewildered but determined. I wasn't gonna let the room cloud my judgment. I was in control. Knock, knock. It's Lisa. Can I come in? Though hesitant, I had to abide by Rule 5. I opened the door and a woman entered. You must be the new guy. What do you think of the place? I went back to my desk in the overseer's room and sat down, trying my best to act casual. Lisa walked up to the glass, knowing I could see through it. Not very talkative, are you? Her eyes unnaturally darted around all directions, and her skin drooped a bit, almost as if it was falling off the bone. I didn't answer. So the main character is had a job to basically go take care of this room from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. And there's a whole bunch of rules they need to follow. And I've read a story just like this. She didn't speak again. Instead, she stared at the glass for a long time, long enough to leave me feeling truly unsettled. I hoped she wouldn't. She then waltzed in and stopped at my side, raising her arm. I hoped she wouldn't notice that my breathing had become sporadic and labored. She then violently swung down on the desk, creating a thunderous clap. I almost winced, but held my composure. After another awkward 5 minutes or so, she left. I ran to the door and locked it behind her. A few moments later, there was yet another knock. This time, it was a boy, claiming to be searching for his father. I let him in and sat back down. He tried many times to ask for my help, but I was careful to ignore him, just as I had with Lisa. At one point, however, I made the mistake of meeting his gaze. For an instant, in between blinks, his eyes became pitch black, void of all color. Startled, I nearly jolted back, but was able to restrain myself. Like Lisa before him, the boy eventually left, and I quickly locked the door behind him. Another rule followed. Other than the waste bin moving around a few more times, nothing else happened that night. Before I knew it, it was time to go home. I heavily considered calling it quits, and may have even had a nightmare or two upon sleeping that day, but I found myself excited to continue, wondering what obstacles the room would throw at me next. Curiosity shouldn't have been enough to bring me back, but all rational trains of thoughts escaped me. The room had this pull that beckoned me to it. I was hopelessly compelled to return, powerless to its call. Any excuse would have sufficed. As such, I resumed my post the following night. Upon starting my shift, I was confident. I had dealt with quite a few absurdities up to this point, and waited patiently for my next opportunity. A couple of hours went by with no trouble, no cat, no images on the computers, no phone calls, and no waste bin antics. Boredom was beginning to set in when a loud knocking broke the silence. This is just a new FNAF game? Knock, knock. There was no voice. I yelled out from the overseer's room. Who is it? I asked. There was a brief pause. It's me, Al. I picked up the list and reread rule number 7. What's the password? I heard him chuckle to himself. I never wrote down a password. He was right. There was no password written with the rule. It must have been him. I cautiously made my way to the door and opened it. Al was there to greet me with a smile. I sighed in relief. Let me guess. Scared of the things that go bump in the night? He laughed at my clear, nervous disposition. You have no idea. He shut the door and set up some things at one of the computers. Say, why didn't you write down a password? I asked. He smiled again. It's a ploy. Anyone posing as me might try to come up with one, which would identify them as not being me. Understand? I see. Good thinking. He returned to his work at the computer. I didn't want to bother him, but I just had to know. What is this place anyway? Why do these things happen here? He turned to face me. It's best if you don't ask questions, especially ones that are far above your pay grade. I wasn't happy with my answer, but I knew it was all I would get out of him. I let him work in peace and sat down back in the overseer's room, watching through the one way glass. That's when I realized something. The computer Al was using. It was Hank's. I double checked the list to make sure. Yes, that was definitely Hank's desk, and no one was to touch his computer. Didn't that apply to Al as well? I turned over the list on the off chance I might find some more information. That's when my heart sank. In large, bold print on the back of the laminated sheet was text that read, Password, Diner. Fuck. I grabbed my phone, reached for the scrap of paper with Al's number on it, and dialed it as fast as I could. There were a few tones, but he finally picked up, Hello? Everything all right over there? Al, thank goodness. I made a mistake. I thought he was you. I let him in, and now he's on Hank's computer. He let out a long sigh of disappointment. I watched as Al's copy turned from his computer and then stood up. Listen very carefully. Do not act suspicious in any way. You should be fine if he doesn't suspect anything. If you try to leave or call anyone else, it'll be all over. Understand? Yes, I understand. Al's copy began walking to the overseer's room. My heart was beating faster than it had ever been before. I'll be there soon. Just don't panic. He hung up. I kept the phone to my ear as Al's copy approached, so as to pretend I was talking to my wife. I told you, hun, 6 o'clock. That's when I clock out. You don't have to wait up for me. You worry too much. Please, get some rest. Al's copy was in the room with me now, staring. I held the phone to my chest and looked back at him. Everything okay? I asked. He continued to stare for a few long seconds. Can you help me with something on the computer? I wondered if he could see my chest pounding. Sure, I just need to finish this phone call. I'll be there as soon as I can. He stared for another moment and then walked back to Hank's desk. Though panicked, I kept up appearances by continuing to pretend on the phone. I even acted out an argument to lengthen the phone call. While doing this, I watched with bated breath as the knob gently turned and the door swung open. It was Al. I had never been so relieved in my life. He turned to the glass and put a finger to his mouth, gesturing for me to keep quiet. The clone was not yet privy to his arrival. Al snuck up behind his clone and grabbed him by the throat. The impostor struggled, but eventually succumbed to his vicious grip. He fell to the floor, a lifeless hole, before disintegrating into the carpet. I ran to Al and thanked him. I also apologized profusely. No need to be sorry. This isn't the first thing to make it into the room, and I'm sure it won't be the last either. I'm just glad you're okay. He smiled. Speaking of which, mind shutting the door? I wouldn't want another one of me stopping by. Of course. I walked over to the door and then realized something. I had left it unlocked after the copy came in. That's how Al was able to enter. Remembering the final rule, I slowly pulled out my phone and opened the call log. My most recent call connected at 10:18, 13 minutes past the deadline. I turned around to see Al standing right behind me. Al, what's the password? He grinned. What password? I ran out of there as fast as I could. The room still has a strange hold over me, but I will never go back. At least, I hope I won't. Oh, God. Yeah, we definitely read a story exactly like that. Kind of stupid. Let's see what else is there. He Who Wanders, maybe? Journal of a Psychopath. Hmm. The Girl the Universe Forgot. I kind of like these weird rule stories. They're very common actually in horror narration on YouTube. Yeah. Because we read one last time already. Okay, so let's look at He Who Wonders. Hi, Swaggy. How are you? Good morning. I want one with really silly and satire rules. Nothing really happened with this one, so I guess it was an ambiguous ending. But the last one we read, the girl who like was watching over the room ended up switching places with the last person. I guess you could make YouTube videos just reading copy creepypasta. I want to make YouTube videos where I'm like reading stuff, but I need to have like good looking thumbnails and things like that, and I don't have any graphic designing skills or someone who has time to do that right now. But definitely all in due time. Well, that's why we're here on Twitch.tv. I like how one rule is feed my cat things. I missed the scorching wind of Andalusia. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong because English is my only language and I already pronounce everything in English wrong. So let's just ignore it when if you know I say something wrong. I lost a 50-50 to guess what. Uh is it a little zombie? Yeah, I knew it. It's always the little zombie child. Or D Luke. How it pours sunlight onto your face, toying with eyelashes, flattening dry sand against cheeks and milling around hair. I miss the smell of the valley and that ripening softness of muscat fluff glistening in the afternoon breeze. From up here, I can see the house where I grew up. I see white chapels tucked into grape orchards like pawns scattered on a chessboard. I can see patches of asphalt on El Jardinito Road, hailing from the old town through dappled rocks, then waning behind the horizon with erratic headlights of beat up trucks cruising along. But I would prefer anybody but D Luke at this point. I would definitely want more Jeans or Kachings or Mona, though. And soon Tainari. Where did I go? One of the pit stops along El Jardinito, where truck drivers stop to relieve themselves, marks the starting point to this wavy trail, all covered in blotches of spindly grass stalks and flaxen sand. The trail is barely noticeable at first. Truth is, no one even cares to notice it. Why would truckers taking a blitzly care to check on a mucky trail leading to God knows where? But I do. This is how I got up here, to the top of this hill, where I am standing now. I've climbed all the way up here so I can finally end it all. All these years of vagrancy and fugue, exile and fear. This is where it's all gonna come to an end. Okay, Liz, have a good meal. D Luke, I'll finally get my ganyu again as compensation for last time. Good luck. I like how it just keeps saying advertisements in the breaks. Where's the advertisement? Is it because I have ad block? Anyways. Mamilo, how are you? We're reading some creepy pasta at the moment. It's really not that scary though for anybody that's like kind of like scared or something. I had a fudge brownie today. I'm gonna go eat. Yeah, if you guys haven't eaten yet, go eat. Spooky fart noise. I have like a I have a sound alert that you pay with bits like that. I'm fine, a little bit tired. How about you? Same. Make sure to get plenty of rest, guys. Even though I'm a huge hypocrite, but I don't care. I'm gonna always tell other people to take care of themselves. Yeah, we got Iana here, the baby Ian. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh god. Hey Z, how are you? Thank you for the stretch. Oh god. But for now, I am enjoying the view of the valley unfolding below. I am sipping the air of what could be my final memories. He will show up soon. He always does. Like a shadow, he's been following me right on my footsteps. Always there, behind me. And there he is! His limping figure appears behind the sharp bend of El Jardinito. He looks up and he sees me, then stops for a moment to catch his breath and leans on his cane as if assessing the remaining trajectory for this final stretch, then resumes his walk. Or should I say, resumes his agonizing trudging. I'm good. That's good. Choose a gun for Epigasi. Oh god, that's so long to say. Imagine I'm still sleeping. I'm glad you're doing great though. For all of you. Oh shit. Where am I? We're reading some creepypastas now. So I will be mostly focusing on reading. But you guys are welcome to talk amongst yourselves. Years of endless chase took a toll on his body. No wonder. How long has he been chasing me? 10, 20, 30 years? He is slow, methodically slow, but for once I will not run. I will wait. Right here, behind this rock. I will finally come face to face with him. This sharp Swiss knife blade I am holding in my hand will soon lance right through his neck bone. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. This ends here, at the dead end of this sandy trail atop the hill, overlooking the valley with its white chapels and muscat orchards. Funny, after all these years, I still don't know the real name of my chaser. I always called him what Master Borges called him, he who wanders. He who wanders? Listen, I will kill you. I'm going back home tomorrow and turns out I had a lot of stuff to pack. Oh, good luck with that. Have a safe trip. Borges. I idolized him when I was in college. Many did, but I was different. It was 1961. I was an average lazy learner at the Universidad Laboral de Cordoba, floating around from one semester to another with barely passable grades. I had very few friends and almost no interests. One can say that I had an early form of an identity crisis. Besides chugging anisado, my only other passion was literature, Latin American literature. Borges and Neruda were at the forefront. I feel like I'm butchering everything. I'm so sorry. One could only imagine my excitement when I saw a pamphlet hanging on the wall of the literature faculty. Spaces were limited, but who cared? It was the man himself, Jorge Luis Borges, coming to give us a lecture, followed by an open panel of questions. Like a maniac, I rushed to the auditorium hours before the lecture. I was the first in line, and when the doors opened, I got the front row seat. The auditorium was packed with drooling chins of young, self proclaimed prodigies awaiting the arrival of the great one. And there he was, the blind lord of literature, walking upright onto the stage with a cane and his loyal assistant right by his side. Standing ovation. He nodded and made a "thank you, please be seated" gesture. Then he began. The lecture was dedicated to Spanish writers. I cannot distinctly recall if it was Cervantes or de Vega. It truly made no difference. Somehow, I managed to sit through his entire lecture, which lasted over 3 hours, and remember nothing. He talked slowly and methodically, pouring honey into our ears like Segovia's guitar, with his absent eyesight affixed on the ceiling. And then it happened. Something that caught me completely off guard. Before closing the day, Borges was about to take questions from the audience. Of course, I raised my hand, and so did about hundreds of other students. One of Borges' assistants whispered something into his ear, which made him smile. "It is an honor for me to be in front of an audience of young people, but our time is not infinite," he said with blind eyes still pinned on the far corner of the hall. "For that reason, I will randomly pick questions from five of you. I have never won any prizes or lotteries in my life. When I played poker or blackjack, I lost far more than I won. I knew my limitations, and that turned me into an average, apathetic person, rarely trying to outdo oneself. And so, sitting still with little ambition, I got used to that until that moment when I saw Borges pointing his finger in my direction. That came as nothing short of a shock. Me? Yes, young man, Senor Borges picked you. Step forward and introduce yourself, said his assistant. I did not know what to ask, so I quietly mumbled my full name. Fernandez Augustin Navarro. Borges shifted his gray shaded pupils in my direction, as if reacting to a sudden buzzing of a fruit fly. Fernandez Augustin Navarro. Navarro. Haven't I met you once before, young man? He asked. No, Senor Borges. I never had the honor. But you will. We will meet again, Senor Navarro. You and I will meet again. But for right now, what is your question? The rest of the day was foggy. I don't even remember what question I asked. It must have been about him winning the Prix International. Not sure. And maybe not important. No, not important at all. The greatest writer in the history of mankind called me by name, and then that bizarre, unreal thing he said about us meeting again. When? 9 years later, in 1970. And there I was, a somewhat promising journalist in one of London's somewhat scandalous tabloid newspapers. Every week, my name was featured on the second page alongside with celebrity chronicles and vile rumors. My paycheck was decent enough for a small studio flat by Manchester Square. After years of having been pent up by directionless studies, you could say I became something more than an average, or at least that is what I believed. That day, it was early October, arguably the best season in London, began as usual. I ate my chic breakfast consisting of two scrambled eggs, ham, toast, and dark roast coffee at Barrymore's Diner and was ready for a pleasant walk to the office. It was shortly after 8 a.m., and I was in no hurry. Welcome back, Liz. My route was the same as it was every day. Past the square, right turn on George Street, left turn on Thayer, another right on Marylebone. My thoughts that morning were all preoccupied with the piece I was working on, so I was slowly making my way through the square when something caught my eye. Or rather, someone. At first, I did not pay much attention to him, no more than I did to anybody else who idled at the square that morning. Hippie rascals with soiled hair playing guitar on every corner was a common theme in those days, and London town was certainly no exception. So here was another one of those misunderstood love proclaimers, sitting right behind the gated area of the square. Striped, worn out jacket, heavy cap, sandals with clots of woolen socks sticking out. A common hippie bum, as anyone may have thought. I thought so too, except this one had something that made my intestines churn. I didn't know what it was, but once I saw him, I felt the irresistible urge to instantly walk away and never see him again. The way he looked at me, that gloomy frown that made me think of a line from Oscar Wilde, that fellow's got to swing. There certainly was something outer worldly about that fellow. His eyes, as if carved from a rock below his forehead, were mercilessly drilling thousands of tiny holes through me. I added pace. As I turned back one last time, I noticed him slowly walking towards me, past the gates of the square, onto the street, paying no attention to screeching tires of honking cars, walking right towards me. He's just a bum. No, he is not. Just another one of those unwashed hippies. No, no, run, run, run. George Street was empty like in post war bombed quarters. I could hear my brisk footsteps, or was it the drubbing of my aorta against the chest? He was catching up. Placid as a himija. Run? Don't be silly. Yes, run. First, slowly, as if you're trying to not show your chaser that you're scared. No, not scared, more like in a hurry. Okay, Ian, take your time. Why am I running? I can take him out with one punch. But it really wasn't about that. It was my first experience of that feeling, which I can only describe as some sort of primordial sense of fear, panic. dread, unexplained sense of looming doom arcing above you like a dark figure with a scythe. I ran. I ran faster than my feet could move. As I turned the corner on there, I paused and looked back, fearing to see him right behind. Scrambled eggs, toast, and dark roast coffee were about to make their way back up through my esophagus. Wiping the sweat off my palms onto my pants, I bent forward in a protective position and looked around. Empty windows of George Street were checking me out like a toddler witnessing parent in a cowardly act. Whoever that man was that incensed me into this uncontrollable panic, he was now gone. Shame on you, Fernandez Augustine. I repeated to myself while making futile attempts to enthrall palpitation to subside. Shame on you. I mumbled, repeating that word. Mumbling, turned into whistling that song by Magic Lanterns. Shame, shame. I whistled, acting calm and self composed. I sang without knowing words, only to convert my mind to something else. I sang so others wouldn't notice me shaking. I climbed the stairs of my office building, three at a time, third floor. The familiar smell of typography oils calmed me down. Safe heaven. Shame on you, Fernandez Augustine Navarro. Even now, I question myself whether my journey to madness began on that day or was it underway for many years. Madness that creeps in and recedes in tidal waves. Is that how it usually happens? All I know is that an hour later, I was laughing at my little moment of weaknesses. Preposterous and rubbish. My thick Andalusian's twang spoke to me. The idea of being fully checked out by a specialist did cross my mind, and I immediately thought of Dr. Patel in Camden Town. He'd give me a comfortable medical diagnosis like a panic attack and prescribe some white pills, I thought. Little did I know that the day had more surprises in store. The unnerving script development continued in a more eerie fashion when my boss marched to my desk with a pack of printed paper. No, Navarro, you are not going to see Dr. Patel in Camden Town who will make a judgment call on your insanity. Instead, you are going to do an article on Jorge Luis Borges' new book. He is making his presentation today at London Public Library and blah, blah, blah. I forgot about the panic attack. The thrill of seeing Master Borges again 9 years later was surreal. Moments later, I was sitting in a cab on my way to the London Public Library, scribbling all possible questions I should be asking him. El Informe de Brody, other books, forget it. I knew very well what I would ask. I paid the cab and galloped up the marble stairs leading to the hallway, where the master was about to hold his new book presentation. I elbowed myself through the crowd of journalists to occupy the coveted front row spot. Quick inventory check, wallet, J-sack, along with the omnipresent Swiss knife. Seconds ticked leisurely on my wristwatch. 4 more minutes. Forget this morning's sickness. Forget Dr. Patel. Collect yourself, Fernandez Augustine. Navarro, that's your last name, isn't it? Yes, yes, Senor Borges. But how do you. 9 years ago in Cordoba, I told you we would meet again. Do you remember? I nodded rapidly, completely forgetting he couldn't see me. Stupid. Perhaps, continued Borges, it would be more prudent for us to speak privately after the conference. I invite you to have coffee with me. You like Colombian coffee, Mr. Navarro? I shall see you precisely at 6 o'clock at the address that my assistant will provide. His blind eyes were still affixed at the top far corner of the hallway, far above all the congested, sharp penciled critics and arduous followers of his divine writing. The attention was now all on me, as revealed by hundreds of photo flashes from behind. I thought of all the explaining that I would have to do tomorrow. How does Borges know you? Are you friends? You were raised in Cordova. Are you his illegitimate son? Back then, I did not know. Answers came later. Wow, this is a long one. The scroll is just right here still. Memory is a tricky animal. As I gaze over the valley and satiate my lungs with familiar smells, I cannot think of anything specific, vague, and elusive. Memories of my childhood home, and these orchards, these white chapels, and the old town itself. Nothing but an incomprehensible sensation somewhere down there, below the chest cage. The music stopped. Oh, let's play another one. I close my eyes and let the sun twirl around with tinted specks of mosaic light. I am trying to focus without looking. Alas, nothing comes to mind. I've been robbed of my memory. You. I cast my eyes at the trail again. He is closing in. It's hard for him to walk upward, and yet I see that determination in his eyes, in his tight grip of that wobbly walking stick, in the way he periodically stops to catch his breath and eyeball the remaining distance. I am not going anywhere. 5, 10 more minutes? Come and take me, old man, if you can. I almost see his facial expression under the heavily pronounced frontal lobe. It's a grin. It's an expression that says, "We shall see." Once I read an interview in the Morning Times. In it, Borges was portrayed as extremely humble and minimalistic. That might be a little too loud. His house was depicted as a perfectly organized space with easy access to everything. Books on the shelves. Judging from the admiration of the columnists, there were lots of them, were organized by theme and by title. Dictionaries and encyclopedias were grouped together on the same rack, so he could find them easily. In another article, dated 1966, I read that when Borges travels, and those travels were quite extensive, he carries a whole rack of books along, some of which may not even be read. When I entered his hotel room, that very book rack was the first thing that caught my eye. I stood perplexed at the multitude of titles, most unknown to me, when I heard the door swing wide open, and there he was, entering through the doorway with a leisurely swinging cane. "Ah, Senor Navarro, how kind of you to visit this old man." I took a step towards him and produced some gibberish like, "Pleasure's all but mine." He half smiled and pointed his hand to the chair. "I know you will quite enjoy the taste of Colombian dark roast." God, this is so intense, even though nothing's happening in the story. It's so, like, doesn't match up just yet. Borges sat down and leaned slightly backwards without releasing his cane. "Do you know the biggest advantage of being blind?" he asked, and answered immediately. "Blind don't need light, so my utility bills are way lower." He laughed at his own joke, only to be interrupted by his assistant carrying a tray of aromatic coffee poured in two small porcelain cups. Amazing how the very idea of drinking coffee instantly changes your mood before you even take your first sip. As I was readying to go on a pre-scripted monologue of expressing my gratitude and honor, Borges jumped right into the action. "I will get right to it, Senor Navarro. About you being here and about me remembering you, I know you have many questions. I will attempt to answer some. Some, but not all. When you leave this hotel, there will still be some questions that you will have to find answers to. On your own." He gently picked his cup of coffee and, with hand somewhat shaking, took an artistic sip. Yes, I had questions. So many that my brain membranes were buzzing in bewilderment and disbelief. Here I was, sitting in the room with one of the greatest writers, who happened to mysteriously know my name and. "Have you by any chance read my The Book of Imaginary Beings?" asked Borges. "I have, many times. I read it in Spanish when it just came out. Very recently, I bought the English translation in some shabby bookstore off Oxford Circus. I read that book far too many times, but never in its entirety, mostly starting on a random page, just as Borges had intended it to be consumed by his readers." Axel finally awake. "You see, Senor Navarro, that book was, and perhaps still is, a never ending work in progress as a human imagination has no boundaries. I have included what I had researched over 10 years ago, then recently expanded and republished with more figments of collective human imagination. But the book is merely a small subset. In a way, the book writes itself." Why is my chair like? Excuse me. Whoa, my gosh, what is happening? I got a bit of a problem. It seems that a part of my chair is broken, and I nearly fell over. What happened here? The screws under my chair fell out. Okay. Well, I can't really sit on that anymore because it's basically falling off. What happened here? I don't know. I have no idea. So at the bottom of my chair, where like the bottom half meets like the seat half, there's like four corners that have screws. And for some reason, those screws seem to be falling out. Somehow, three screws are off, and only one is in. That's weird. I see one on the ground, but I don't know what happened to the other two. Well, that could have been dangerous. Thankfully, I didn't actually fall. Well, I'm gonna have to deal with that some other time. I don't have time to deal with this right now. Okay, let me move this chair out of the way. Where's the rest of the screws, though? That's so strange. Ugh. Very strange. How do screws just go missing? This is too much. I'm gonna go get a normal chair. Well, this is gonna be a problem if I can't find the other screws. And I don't see them anywhere. Oh, that what is that luck? Ow. That is no bueno. But good morning, Axel. Welcome in finally. Whew. Okay. Well, thankfully I didn't just fall straight off the chair, but I felt something was off and I leaned back ever so slightly. Oh god, it's hot. I'm out of breath from moving that. Oh man, I really hope I can put it back together, but I don't see the screws. I only see one, so that means there's like one or two missing. Hope you didn't hurt yourself. No, I'm thankfully not. But that's why I'm grateful that I didn't just straight up fall off. Like imagine the chair like just breaking in half on me. Whew. Eh, yeah, good morning, Axel. What time did you end up going to sleep? Where did I stop? Also, hello Kyle and anybody else that just came in. I've included what I had researched over 10 years ago. Okay, like right here, I guess. 2:49 a.m. Cuz I saw you guys in there quite a lot every time I like woke up and stuff. Glad you're okay. Yeah. It's fine. I really hope I can fix the chair though because that is an expensive chair and I don't even know how a screw can come out. Like when I built it, I screw things in like so like tight enough and it's been like over a year, so that's really weird. Well, thankfully I have like a regular dining chair, but I don't want to use the dining chair. So let's pray that I can find that missing screw. Like it doesn't make sense when things get lost here. They like get lost into oblivion. Like maybe the screw is like somehow lost inside part of the chair. It's a gaming chair, so it's not that simple. Well, yeah, things do happen over time usually, but still shouldn't really like break like that easily. I don't know. But that chair is really expensive and I'll be really sad if it broke. I don't like anything breaking on me cuz I can't afford replacements and I wouldn't even know what to do with the old one. Okay. Well, okay. In some form, it's a labyrinth, an endless one, a living one, where every corridor and every room is never the same. What I had always wanted is the book to reflect the labyrinth in our collective subconsciousness, the force that drives our minds to craft. For that reason, all the creatures in my book are strictly fictional, mythical. Am I not boring you? Not at all, I understand, Senor Borges. I nodded and wiped a coffee grind off his nose. Oh, he nodded. What the? That book, as its title implies, is all about imaginary beings, tales, legends, folklore. But one thing that no one knows is that I had originally intended this book to include one more being, a being that goes by its Latin name, Quietus Est. It appeared and disappeared across many cultures, sometimes centuries apart. Very little is known of it, but what I found was indeed astonishing. First, this being is physically no different than an ordinary human. You may say it is human in many ways. As I studied this entity, I became more and more agitated. I could not stop. Like a madman, I was trying to learn more and more. But very soon the excitement turned into another feeling, fear. Fear of what, Senor Borges? Borges' eyesight shifted from the corner of the room straight on me, as if he could perfectly see me. Fear of what I had uncovered. That quietus is not a myth at all. He attempted to take another sip, but his hand started shaking, so he had to put the cup down, spilling some of it on the saucer and around the table. Yeah, so I'll probably finish reading this one and then that second story, and then we move on to videos, and then I'm gonna probably try to look for those screws and see. um Pardon me, young man, I am trying to maintain composure. But you have not tried the coffee, he said, wiping his mouth and forehead with a knitted handkerchief. I raised the small cup and took a sip, disregarding the aromatic fumes of Colombian beans drifting down my internal gorges. Pardon me, sir, but you are saying that the imaginary being called Quieres S was not imaginary? Is that why you decided not to include him in your book of imaginary beings? So I think based on what this screw looks like, I think I actually have one somewhere around my desk. So maybe that's what that screw that I found a long time ago was, because I remember seeing something on the floor and I was like, "Where is this from?" Because it's not from my desk. So I just had this really big screw just randomly on the floor in front of me. So I ended up leaving it on my desk somewhere because I don't know what it goes to. So now I guess I found out because it looks exactly the same as this one. So I guess a screw fell out of my chair a long time ago. Jesus Christ. But the problem is I'm still missing one at least, if that's actually the same screw. So hopefully I find it. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense though. There's literally a rug right under my chair, so I have no idea where the screw is because I only see one. I raised a small cup and took a sip, disregarding the aromatic fumes of Colombian beans drifting down my internal gorges. Pardon me, sir, but you are saying that the imaginary being called the Quietus is not imaginary? Is that why you decided not to include him in your book of imaginary beings? Only in part. Fear came from the realization of what it would mean for mankind to know about its existence. You see, it's no secret that we are all well aware of our eventual demise. We all die. But imagine what would happen if we all stared right into the face of death every single day of our lives and knew the time that was left for us in this world. Death not as a vague concept portrayed by middle aged artists, not as a folklore tale of a grim reaper, but as a real living entity that stalks you and walks around, showing you a ticking clock, counting down minutes and seconds, getting closer to you with every second, trying to grab your hand. Running from death is worse than death itself. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. But I shall talk no more. Allow me to give you my scribbles from years ago. These are unedited in their raw format, so please pardon the poor language. It's right there, in the drawer. You will find a folder with a yellow piece of paper. Read it aloud while my ripe old body attempts to catch a breath. I opened the drawer as he instructed and found a yellow piece of cursive handwritings carved in Spanish with some Latin phrases. The scribbles were short, less than a page long, with marks and scratches, but most of this was very much decipherable. He must have written this himself, half blind, I thought. What caused him to do that and not dictate to his assistant? I unfolded the paper and began reading. Quietus est. It is said that one shall not know about its own ways and times of demise. The imminent passing is only felt by those that are either terminally ill, and even so, they don't possess the knowledge of when and where, or by death row inmates awaiting the exact day and time of their execution. Lack of such knowledge coerces us to exist. Sumerians believed in a certain deity. The word deity was scratched and replaced with demon of death embodied in human flesh and bones, which again was scratched and replaced with entity, whose sole role was to stalk its victims and inform them of how much time they have left to live. Per the ancient Book of Dead, which was discovered as a set of clay tablets typically buried in corpses, only those that are luminous can see the deity, again crossed out twice, replaced with demon, then with entity. The luminous ones are thought to be either people with high spiritual powers or vice versa. The cursed ones, condemned by priests, the reference briefly reappears in some Egyptian manuscripts, but in later writings is replaced by Anubis, or in rare occurrences by Horus. The writings again depict this unnamed being as an eternal human who never sleeps, but always wanders. What's strange is that neither Sumerians nor Egyptians ever gave the entity a discrete name. However, the latter, rare findings during Dark Ages referred to him as Quietus est. The only depiction of Quietus was that of an ordinary human standing next to a sun clock, which was used to measure the time that the chosen one had left to live. From time to time, Quietus stalks the chosen one and, when cornered, moves hands of the clock forward to shorten the lifetime. If the chosen one cannot escape, then his time eventually runs out. The very last reference was found in Enough, Mr. Navarro. You understand the idea. Now on to the main question. Why are you here? He drew closer and a dull shadow from a lamp cut right through his elongated forehead. Quietus is an eternal wanderer who is always with us. The timekeeper who sits at the edge of the stage with a ticking watch on his wrist. The greatest gift given to mankind is its inability to see him. When I lost sight, I thought blindness was a blessing in disguise. But one does not require eyes to see the wanderer. What eyes cannot see, ears can hear, and skin can feel. I hear him. I feel him. You are here, Mr. Navarro, because you and I are the luminous ones. Borges paused and asked me with a trembling voice, Mr. Navarro, you saw him too, didn't you? Something called He Who Wanders. Cold shivers that had been accumulating in my lower back rushed up my spinal cord in millions of explosions. Hello, Manny, how are you? Nausea formed a massive ball of air in my throat, and for a moment I struggled to breathe, desperately trying to cease the thumping inside. I pushed words out. I saw him today. How do you get used to the notion of being a passerby on this earth? Ordinary humans do not have to get used to that. We have that built in protection layer, that safety cork in our brain membranes that separates the realization of being mortal from flooding down upon us. Doing all right. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you. Aside from almost falling off my chair that just kind of broke, I'm okay. It allows us to breathe the air. It lets us exhibit this extraordinary yet sacred carelessness, the mental block that denies the laws of life on a primitive emotional level, even for the keenest scholars. The indecipherable tetragrammaton is shown to us in every step we take, and every cup of Colombian coffee we sip, and every word of wisdom that we collect from books. Every second we bypass the sinister TikTok and hear the name of the God being whispered into our ears, and yet we, humans, turn around and whistle, shame, shame. deceiving our own self cognizance. And that, as Senor Borges called it, is the true blessing. Those who possess the name of the divine being are doomed. Knowledge is madness, knowledge is inexistence. Knowledge of death is worse than death. We sat in his hotel room until early morning, the two luminous and doomed souls. Our casual exchange of words was amplified by the ticking of the clock. It was dawn when I noticed Borges nodding in his sleep. His left hand was still resting on the cane, and his pupils were shuffling behind shut eyelids. Borges was dreaming, so must have I. This is called He Who Wanders. I've just been reading the top ranked ones. As I was exiting the foyer of the hotel, I hid behind the column and looked around the street. Hey, RC. Not the jamming. It was empty. Bleak light of street lamps drew strange cross beams on pavements. Early October leaves were gyring in closed circles like witches around the fire. I was looking around, hoping to not see him. He wasn't there, but he was. I felt his presence not very far from me. This is long. Muscat orchids, they resonate inside the echoes of a guitar string heard from a deep alcove, but nothing particular comes to mind. I am trying to shift focus from one object to another, but my nomad memory is lost in endless labyrinths. You took my memories away from me, didn't you? Wait, mortal. Wait 5 more minutes and you will know the answer, I hear in my brain. He's talking to me now. I can see how the long uphill walk is wearing him out. But what a pain and tiredness when you're crossing the finish line. As Borges warned me, do not ever come close to him. Do not look him straight in the eyes. He will always be near. His watch will be ticking. If he attempts to catch on, run. But he will forever follow. In a way, he will be like a shadow of you. And I ran, and he wandered. I evaded, he followed. He came too close to me in my hotel room on the second day, after my long night in Borges's quarters. The fool in me still thought that escaping from him would be as easy as moving into a new flat or checking into a hotel, so I did just that. It was some shabby hotel, minutes from my work, where I decided to spend a few nights just to think things through. That evening, and I remember every minute of it, was my first face to face encounter with him. My room, B6, was on the basement level. As I stumbled through the dark hotel corridor, trying to find the key to my room, I felt his presence. But my ignorant foolishness dismissed all mental warnings and turned the keys. As the door hinge squeaked, I took my first step into the hotel room. A street level window was casting two thick yellow streaks of light on the floor carpet. I smelled dust and spider webs. He was in my room, sitting on the edge of the bed with a rope in his hand. A thin white blanket was covering his head like a shroud around a statue. I stood in a stupor, like a paralyzed insect. An avalanche of sweat gushed from every pore of my body. With hand twisted behind my back, I was feverishly trying to twist the doorknob. He got up from the bed with a groan. He took a step towards me. Hand too sweaty to turn the knob. Open it. Open! He grabbed my wrist. Open, run! The stretched corridor of the hotel basement flashed like random shots of a silent movie. Run! B5, B2, B1, run! Staircase up, exit, run! Your time is coming, Fernandez Augustine Navarro, a whisper crawled into my ears. Coming, coming, hissed the wind. I ran until my legs gave in. I fell down somewhere in the outskirts of the town, passing out in an alley amidst rubbish until sunup. My madness has begun. In the days following my first face-to-face encounter with Quietus, I've moved out of my London flat. I had some savings, enough to tramp town to town, continent to continent, doing temp jobs here and there, sometimes sleeping on streets. He was right behind me. Even if I didn't see him for a month, I knew he would soon catch on. It would only be a matter of time for him to pop up somewhere on the opposite side of the street, in the next car over on the subway, or madly prying through shutters of windows in the house across. My attempts to speak to Borges were futile. How does the blind master live with this curse, I wondered? How does he manage to evade his sinister follower? I had questions, far more than I had anticipated, but Senor Borges was already on the other side of the globe. I wrote him letters. He never replied. I tried calling hotels where he stayed. Unavailable. The books that he wrote, I bought all of them in attempts to find hidden meanings. What if he had secret messages for me inside his writings? The Book of Sand, Dr. Brody's report. I even searched his earlier writings, analyzed every word. Pointless, futile. until 1983, Shakespeare's Memory, his final book as it turned out to be. I was somewhere in Eastern Europe when I bought the book. Immediately, I began my scrupulous study, letter by letter, page by page, analyzing every space and every punctuation sign, and that's when I found it, the answer. The answer was the story itself, the story that did not require much study or decryption. All I had to do was read it. I knew I had to come face to face with Quietus, like Borges did, but not before having to go through the life of an exile. That's what Borges had intended me to do. Such was his final and only message to me embodied within his last story. A story written for the public, but intended for my eyes only. The story was that the protagonist receives memories of Shakespeare, memories that overwhelm him, overpowering his own. He forgets modern day cars and engines, instead, remembering faces and names from some distant past, memories he has never known, memories that belong to another man. In a way, he will be like a shadow of you, Borges told me that night. Slowly but surely, my shadow was becoming me. That's why I can only vaguely remember you, my childhood home. Him or me, no more running. It ends here. Few more minutes, I say to myself as I look at the watch. There he is. He is out of breath, beaten, tired, and bent by the weight of his own arid body. One last push, old man, and we will meet. I am hiding behind the rock, his footsteps on gravel and sand. I can tell them from any other footsteps in the world. His breathing, wheezing, and crackling. I am counting to 5. He knows where I am, but he is too tired to take that last step. Let me take that step for you. I am staring at his face, wrinkled like leaves of an ancient scroll. Time's up, Quietus, I'm telling him. He is not fighting back, and my Swiss blade finds a comfy spot below his Adam's apple. I am gonna finish him now. Popping sounds are coming out from his flabby throat. What are you trying to tell me, old man? Let me hear your last words. I am easing the pressure to let him talk, but the sounds that come out, not words, but laughter. You. You are confused, he says. You've got it all wrong. Let me help you understand. I am letting him sit up. He is coughing blood. One wrong move and he's dead. He wipes the blood off his lips and nods in understanding. All my life I have followed you, he begins slowly. It's a miracle I've come this far and lived this long. Ever since I left Cordoba, I was a ticking time bomb. I was diagnosed as suicidal. Doctor after doctor, therapies, specialists, prescription, yoga. I have tried them all. Some helped for a while, and the disease subsided, but then trolled back with a new, stronger wave. It's this disease that nests here, and he points to his head, forcing me to look for a way to end my own life. It all began in London. On that morning when I was sitting on the bench in the middle of that square, feeling the disease gnawing on my brain. My first attempt was in that hotel room, B6. I sat on the bed in that dark room for hours with a rope in my hand and a blanket over my head. Death opened the door and stood above me in the darkness of the room. Oh, how I wanted my pain to end, but it was not meant to be. Not then, not there. I had to live on. Ever since that day, it was a cat and a mouse game between us. I chased death, and death would always slip away. Until now. He pauses, rubbing his flabby neck, and then points his finger down the valley and continues. I was born in that house. I remember every moment of my childhood, my parents, my toys, my school. I remember playing hide and seek with my cousins in Muscat Gardens and dozing off to Sunday clergy in that white chapel. I remember Eastern rugs being washed on the street and the smell of grapes. My name is Fernandez August Navarro, and you have no true name, but they call you Quietes, the one who wanders. Filaments of scorching infernals have been ignited all over me. The fire sets off inside my eyelids, spreading over to all facial pores and trickling down my bodies. Lies! Imbecile lies! I roar. Look at me, he says. I am an old man, and you, still young and strong as you will always be. You have not aged. Now think more. What do you remember of your childhood? Shakespearean memories of random sounds and smells are all you have gained from me. Master Borges knew who you were. He cracked you, and then he tricked you. He made you think you were me. That was his way of evading you, by not revealing you the truth until his final breath. Final book, final story. You are the one who wanders, and those memories you have, those are my memories. And now that I have told you who you really are, you must finally finish me. I have heard enough of his fibs. I am throwing my knife away. I shall not require any blades to finish him. With hands clenched around his thin neck, I am strangling him. I hear him squeal as the grip tightens. I feel the crackling of neck bones between my thumbs. I see him gulping the air in warm convulsions. He looks peaceful. I sit on his chest and watch his last breath picked up by the wind, carried down the valley to the gardens, passing by the white chapel and the house where he grew up. Scorching wind of Andalusia is pouring sunlight onto his face, toying with eyelashes, pounding on cheeks and gyring through hair. He must have missed the smell of the valley and the ripening softness of muscat fluff glistening in the air. I am rewinding my wristwatch and walking downhill along the wavy trail, my thumbs still sore from killing. I am taking small steps sideways. Once I reach El Jardinito Road, I will hop on the first bus, and from there I will travel west or north. Destination will never matter. Anywhere is where the roads take me. Me, the one who wanders. Nani, this is my daddy. Isn't he amazing? Bro. Unless we're talking about the person who wrote the story. What an interesting story. Okay. Break before we go to the next one. Yeah. None of these are really scary. I mean, like I said, these would be freaky if they were real, but they're not like, I don't know, they're not like putting you on edge. Yeah, I'll be right back and go pee. Break time. Oh, okay. So I have good news, I guess. So I found all three of the screws, but apparently two of them came off a long time ago because two of them were on my desk already. I moved some stuff out of the way to look for them. So I guess this whole time there was only 2 out of 4 screws in, so that makes a lot of sense to why that eventually fell off. Okay, so I just gotta fix that at some point, and it's fine. At least the kitchen chair is not very uncomfortable. I never knew that these screws were from my chair. I just saw them like at the bottom of my desk, and I was like, "What are these?" I assumed like I don't know, it was like from my desk or like something else. Thank you. It's a little hot. I'm gonna turn my fan on. But thankfully, we actually know where every single screw is. So I just need to screw my chair back on. Wow, this is a long reading time. 32 minutes. The Girl the Universe Forgot. Should we try to read maybe another one that you guys want? Loose Screws by Lee. At least. Yeah. So these definitely fell out like over time. So I guess it was bound to happen. Which one should we read? I mean, this one is like rated high up there, 9.18. Journal of a Psychopath sounds interesting. Yeah. Let me see. 19 minutes. Any particular ones you guys want to look at? In the Corner of My Eye and Go Play sound kind of creepy. Just based off of these first lines. Little boy, child's laughter. Which one shall we read? It'll probably be. Actually, I don't mind reading a few more. I was gonna probably try to look for the screws while watching memes and stuff, but yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep, gonna listen to stream though. Perfect calming voice with calming stories. No need to apologize. You really should be sleeping. It's 2 a.m. I mean, we could really just read all of them. I honestly don't mind if you guys are just chilling anyway. The only reason I was gonna like only read one more is because I wanted to take some time while playing memes to go look for the screws, but now that I found them, I'm okay. So it's really up to you guys. Uh which one would you guys like to look at? You wanna look at Journal of a Psychopath? Okay. Let's do that then. Okay, let's change the music up. Dark Victorian music, dark piano. Let's listen. Let's see what they sound like. I'll listen regardless of what you read. Also, Axel, I actually have Genshin as borderless windowed, but you're gonna have to Google how to do that. This is actually why I play it through Steam in the first place, because when I looked up how to make it so that the game doesn't keep like minimizing, it basically told me to do it through Steam, but I don't think you need to do it through Steam. I think it's a matter of like alt enter and stuff like that. I don't like these. These are not that interesting. I kind of like this. This is kind of nice. All right, yeah, I like this. We're back real quick. All good. But yeah, I'm sure you can look up that exact problem and there's plenty of solutions because my Genshin doesn't minimize anymore. But I think it's as simple as just pressing like alt and enter. But then if you're doing it through the Genshin launcher itself, I think it still has like the window. But when I play it through Steam, it doesn't have that window. So it looks better. I don't know though. Anywho, yeah, we can start off with Journal of a Psychopath. You're gonna use it through Steam. Yeah, just look, Google it. You know, like we always say, just Google the 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 solution. I don't even know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. Okay, hold on. Let me clear out some emails really quick. Already did it without Google. Well, good for you. Oh, Eggy's awake. We understand you, nodders. Oh my god. I am a retired private investigator turned real crime blogger. I have been receiving anonymous manuscripts in the mail detailing heinous acts of appalling psychopathy. For reasons concerning my work in this situation, I don't want to give you my true identity. Giga. Yeah, I know. I know you two slept late. I started stream late and you guys still weren't there. It's okay though. I like I said, you guys. I saw you guys playing like every time I woke up, and I was like, damn. I mean, this is the weekend, so DGen hours. You can refer to me as Mr. S. I started out in my early years as a detective, not to toot my own horn, but I was highly effective at my job, and before too long, I started taking much higher paying jobs as a freelance private investigator. Over the years, I have solved several high profile cold murder cases. Did you guys rank? At least you guys had fun. I want people to hang out more without needing me to be there so they can get comfortable without using me as like a middleman. Unfortunately, in a work related attack, I was seriously injured and retired from my job as a private investigator 5 years ago. Since then, I have started a well known real crime blog and podcast. Recently, I started to receive anonymous handwritten manuscripts in the mail detailing heinous acts of dark psychopathy. No return address. On the outside of the first envelope, there was the following note: as my glorious life nears its end, my only regret is that nobody knows my greatest works and accomplishments. We were clowns in quick play? Oh, yeah. Welcome back, Iana. Oh, wait, never mind. Below is the first manuscript I received. This manuscript was titled High School. Be warned, I believe that what you're about to read is the journal of a psychopath. Oh, I love playing a psychopath! It was my third week at my new high school. I'm used to being the new guy, so it doesn't bother me much. I'm an introvert anyway. I grew up in the foster care system and had never stayed in one place for too long. A little loud. I don't want it to overpower me reading. I wasn't known as a problem child. I just never bonded with any of my foster parents. They could tell, and my lack of attachment always bothered them. They could send me off and hope that their next foster child would give them the happiness they were looking for. The living conditions were usually substandard anyway. Most foster parents need to be needed, so I never took it personally. I never felt like I needed anybody. It's whatever. I was in my junior year anyway, and in just under 2 years, I'll be liberated from the system and on my own. College will be all but free, as they practically beg us foster kids to go to college. Nonetheless, I was 3 weeks into classes at my new school, and I had already made an enemy, Jake Pearson. In this suburban high school, these idiots were just like the kids at every other school. A bunch of dudes trying way too hard to look cool and tough to the gaggles of girls who were trying way too hard to stand out by ironically doing the exact same thing that every other girl was doing. These hallways are filled with drama this, drama that. Look at these $100 shoes daddy bought me. People are so drab. The day I arrived, I knew that Jake would be a problem. Jake was somehow the single most cliche high school jock I'd ever seen, including in the movies. He was tall, built, a ladies' man, and had rich parents. The most standout feature about Jake was his incessant need to act overly tough at all times. I was never sure if he was compensating for a tiny ego, or he just had a really large ego. Maybe the true answer was somewhere in both of those options. Either way, I hated this kid so bad that just the sound of his goddamn voice made me want to move to the next foster home. I was minding my own business one fateful morning when some pathetic nerd had the misfortune of lightly bumping into Jake. Commotion stirred as students all around the hallway gathered to laugh at Jake's beratement of the scrawny nerd. Did you just push me, Tiny? He said way too loud, garnering the attention of the other idiots. The terrified scrawny kid stammered garbled apologies. I'm sorry, it was an ass. Before he could finish his stutters, Jake smacked the large stack of books and binders out of the kid's hands, scattering books and loose papers everywhere. Laughter erupted from the crowd of idiots. Has this kid ever heard of a backpack? I saw my opportunity. It was time to set things in motion. I bet you get off by pushing little kids around, don't you? I spouted out with a laugh. Silence fell so immediately that it was comical. As Jake turned around, I could see the blood vein popping out of his temple. This kid had some anger problems. I don't think mommy ever told him no. Who the hell do you think you're talking to, new kid? Some idiot, I responded without delay. Jake was really about to lose it now. He pushed me into the locker and put his face so close to my face that I could smell his spearman's gum and nauseating cologne. I had just insulted him in front of his peers. Jake's primal instincts dictated that he had to ensure everyone saw him as the alpha male. Sure, Jake was taller, bigger, and stronger than I, but what he didn't know is that when it comes to fighting, I'm a ragtag, scrappy kid with fast hands. All right, take care, Ren. See you tomorrow. I'm guessing someone joined Discord and left. Also, I knew how to take a hit. When I was 8, my foster home taught me how to be tough the hard way. Jake might be a brute, but I knew how to fight smart and dirty. I placed my left foot slightly behind his right heel and slammed my shoulder into his chest as I swiped his foot out from underneath him. The thud as he hit the floor brought shock to the growing crowd. To purposely add insult to injury, I chimed in with some commentary. Looks like your dad isn't the only one who beats you anymore. The statement may or may not have been true, but either way, the goal was to get in his head. Fighting is as much mental as it is physical. He got up and came bumbling my way, putting all of his weight behind a haymaker that I could have seen coming from 2 blocks away. I ducked as his fist flew over my head and landed right in a locker. This was too easy. His back was now turned toward me, and his body twisted, providing a perfect angle to go on the offensive. I gave him a powerful knee to his side, aimed precisely to give a blow to his kidney. Body shots should always be aimed at major organs. That's what causes the most pain. I was rewarded with a grunt of pain as he dropped to a knee doubled over his side. I could have stopped there, but I hated this kid and needed him to hate me. With a quick and easy but powerful right hook, I delivered the final blow. His nose made a crunch under my fist, and I loved it. Satisfied, I picked up my backpack and carried on my way, leaving Jake laying on the ground with blood on his face, surrounded by a baffled audience. I went ahead and walked straight to the administrative office, helping myself to a chair. The lady behind the desk had a nose that pointed upwards, displaying her nostrils to anyone and everyone. She reminded me of a pig. Can I help you? Mrs. Pig asked with a high pitched tone that stank of fake kindness. The principal is gonna want to see me soon, I told her, with my legs crossed and hands behind my head. Oh, do you have an appointment? She asked. I don't understand why this lady feels the need to speak with such a high pitch. It reminded me of nails on a chalkboard. No, I stumbled across a bullying incident, and long story short, I broke someone's nose. The amusing look on her face was somewhere between confused and shocked. I'll be right back, Mrs. Pig said slowly as she got out of her chair. She disappeared into the back hallway and came out a couple of minutes later, being trailed by a tall, trim man wearing a worn gray suit that was almost as old fashioned as his ridiculously bushy gray mustache. In remarkably good timing, the glorified hall monitor, who was officially called hallway security, came walking in holding the arm of Jake. To my pleasure, Jake was gingerly holding a large wad of blood soaked paper towels over his nose. There were several drops on his beloved Letterman's jacket. I hope it stains. Behind Jake and Mr. Hallway Monitor was the stuttering little kid who had nearly become Jake's chew toy that morning. I almost forgot about him. Stutters shot me a grateful look, but he still remained panicked and terrified. He reminded me of a wide-eyed chihuahua who had been beaten too many times. He was pathetic. The remaining process took several hours. First, the principal and Mr. Hall Monitor interviewed me, while Jake was working on getting his profusely bleeding nose under control. Afterward, they interviewed Stutters, who backed up my story. Lastly, they interviewed Jake, who naturally claimed that I sucker punched him. After that, I was forced to call my foster parent, Dean. And now he sat beside me as the principal explained my suspension. Dean wasn't having any of that, though. Lucky for me, he's a lawyer. Not a big time fancy corporate lawyer, he was a public defender for the city. Still, his skills would prove useful. His arrival marked the beginning of a long argument in which Dean laid out the legality of self defense and ranted about anti bullying. The school administration refused to show any documentation concerning previous complaints concerning Jake's bullying, which likely meant that it did indeed exist and the school needed to cover up their inaction. After Dean threatened to file a lawsuit and go public with it, the principal actually backed down. I was surprised. I've never had a foster parent go to bat for me. Maybe Dean could prove useful after all. Of course, he didn't really do it for me. Dean was nice enough, but I could see that he was only on board with the foster parent thing to appease his wife, Sarah. I'm assuming that they tried for years to have a child of their own, but for whatever medical reasons they were unable. Why or how they ended up with a teenage Chaucer filed was beyond me. Sarah was the single most generous foster parent I've ever had, but she had a pathetic need to be loved and needed. I don't share this need, but frankly, my current foster situation is pretty good, and I like this part of the town they live in. It's off toward the end of the suburban part of the city, and the woods were nearby. The woods provided me with plenty of quiet places to visit. For this reason, I would play into Sarah's needs for as long as necessary. It was too easy to turn on the grateful orphan persona and allow Sarah to feel needed. In return, I'll be provided with as cushy of a life as a foster kid can get. Dean and I were now alone in the parking lot. As he reached to open his car door, he stopped and looked at me. Listen, Rich. Oh God. Here comes the emotional talk about how he understands that I'm going through a tough time, yada yada. I just wanted to let you know that I'm impressed with what you did, standing up for a kid that was being bullied. Let's just not tell Sarah about this, okay? Excuse me. Sounds good. Thanks, Dean. He looked like he was about to give me an awkward hug, but thankfully he settled with a slightly less awkward fist bump. Apparently, he was touched by my bold display of anti bullying, saving stutters from the big meanie. Honestly, my actions had nothing to do with defending that spineless shrimp. I don't give two shits about him. I did it because I hated Jake, and Stutters gave me a golden opportunity that I couldn't waste. The rest of the day was dismal and ordinary. Classes were easy for me. I didn't do most of my homework but managed B's and sometimes A's simply by getting good scores on the tests. My motivation depended on the class. Math was easy but boring. My reading teacher was a true moron who loved overanalyzing worthless poetry, but my psychology class was actually interesting and useful. At this point, I'd already read the entire psych textbook and continued research on my own. It was helping me to understand more about myself. I had been reading about personality disorders, and I saw a lot of myself in the section about psychopathy and antisocial behavior. At this point, I wondered if I myself was a psychopath. It didn't bother me one bit. It just made sense. Psychopathy is characterized by many things, including an inability to feel empathy. This is where I felt uncertain. There was one person, only one, who I've ever truly felt empathy for. Addie. Addie was once my foster sister, but we had been separated when I was 8. I'm not sure if I have the inability to feel empathy for another, or if I simply learned not to after losing Addie. As I was walking home, only a 25-minute walk, I turned down the back road right next to the woods. Houses were scarce on this road. Nice, quiet, and out of sight. About 10 minutes into my walk, I realized I was being followed by a maroon Mustang convertible. The car pulled up, and out clambered Jake and 3 of his minions. A group of idiots who followed Jake, like little neglected dogs hoping to get a compliment and some positive attention. I can fight, sure, but I'm not stupid either. I was outnumbered 4-1, so I turned and ran for the woodline. I'll admit, these kids were fast. I quickly realized that I wouldn't be able to outrun them for too long, so I said to hell with it. I'm more about fight than flight anyway. I ducked behind some thick brush and grabbed a hefty but manageable log. If I'm gonna go down, I'll go down swinging. The The footsteps were arriving quickly, so I swung my log right as victim number one came around the corner. The log connected so hard with his blocky head that it broke in half. Unfortunately, the log was useless now, but the damage had been done, and victim number one hit the ground hard. Mm. I gave victim number two a hard front kick straight to the chest. He grunted as the air escaped his lungs and he landed on his back with his feet in the air. King Leonidas would be proud. I dodged the third guy, a fat but strong kid who only knew how to bull rush. That's when a hard rock connected with my temple. I was on the ground now and I didn't recall the fall. I was getting kicked repeatedly. A blow to my gut knocked the wind out of me, but I grabbed his foot and putting all my weight into his knee. Whoever that knee belonged to shouted in pain. I probably just hyperextended his knee. The rock hit me again, this time in my nose. I was dazed now, but I could see Jake standing over me with a decent sized stone. All right, let's stop this before it gets too out of hand, someone said. I think that was symptom number two. Shut the hell up, Brian, Jake snapped back. I'm not done. Another two kicks hit me hard in the ribs. Okay, seriously, Jake? I think that's enough. Quit being a pussy! Another two kicks found their home in my stomach as I struggled to get air in my lungs. Kick him, Brian, Jake ordered. Come on, man. He's already almost unconscious, objected Brian. I said kick him! Jake ordered again, looking threatening with the rock still in his hand. I bet you like being his little bitch, don't you, Brian? That sentence flew out my mouth before I could stop it. I always knew what to say if I wanted to hurt someone. That statement was the last push Brian needed, and his shoe connected hard with my head. My vision was now covered with black dots. Through my blurry vision, I saw Jake lean down. You're messing with the wrong person, Rich. You'd best find yourself a new foster home before I make your life so miserable you'll want to kill yourself. Not that anybody would care. He stood up and gave me one last kick and then ordered his brainless minions to go back to the car. I watched him leave, one kid heavily limping, victim number one, just as dazed as I was. At least I did some damage. Despite the pain in my head and ribs, I laughed. Jake may have won the battle, but I knew that I would win the war. I knew I'd have the last laugh. Jake had no idea what I was capable of. My limits are beyond the sky. I always win. Sometime later, I made it home. As I walked through the door, trying to act natural, it was immediately apparent how haggard I must have looked. Sarah gasped and rushed in to guide me to the couch, demanding to know what happened. There was no way to hide this now. I might as well tell her the truth. Dean would understand. Sarah called Dean, who dutifully came straight home to support his distraught wife. Sarah was choking back tears, and she explained to Dean how I had been jumped. She threatened to call the police and take me to the hospital, to which I objected. I did not need the police to get involved in my war with Jake. If the system finds out about this, they might make me move to a new home. I don't want to move again. I pled to Sarah, playing into her emotional state. I think he's right, Sarah, Dean chimed in. Those boys can feel like they're even now, so there is no need to take any unnecessary risks. You know how the system is. Dean had come in clutch again. This guy was proving himself more useful every moment. Sarah nodded in reluctant agreement. It was just too easy to get her to change her mind. But you're not going to school tomorrow, she demanded. You're going to stay home so I can take care of you and make sure you're okay. I reminded myself of how I need to play into Sarah's need to be needed, so I agreed. For good measure, I gently touched her hand and told her thanks. She allowed a tear to escape after that move. Something was wrong with Sarah. I could see it in her eyes. At some point, she's had a traumatic experience that hurt her deeply. I woke up late Friday morning to Sarah bringing in fresh breakfast, eggs, bacon, and pancakes. My ribs twinged with pain as I sat up and my head pounded too. Sarah was on top of that too, though, offering me 800 milligrams of ibuprofen to be downed with some orange juice and a cup of fresh coffee. This treatment was another display that I was not used to. Never had anybody brought me breakfast in bed. After assuring Sarah that the breakfast was wonderful, I told her I was going to rest. After she left, I pulled out the computer that I had purchased with the money I stole from my last foster parents. I was pretty good with computers. They were useful and underrated tools that most teens just use to stir drama on social media and post stupid fake photos. People are so oblivious to how exposed their personal information is. It took me less than 2 hours to know everything about Jake and Brian that I needed to know. I had his address, his phone number, and learned the fact that the family was on a trip to their lake house for the weekend, about a 5 hour drive away. Probably his parents' attempt to draw attention away from his school suspension. Rich people in the suburbs are all about image. That night, after Sarah and Dean were long asleep, I quietly got ready. The house had a security system that monitored and logged every time a door or window opened or shut. They probably did it because they knew I was moving in. It wasn't a problem though. I easily detached the device without breaking the magnetic seal. Actually, it was perfect. The security system logs would provide me with a good alibi should things go wrong. I exited the house through the window and stepped off on the pre planned route that would mostly take me through the wooded area and out of sight. I enjoy the woods at night anyway. It's so quiet and peaceful. Took me about 30 minutes to arrive at my destination. Jake's house was huge and sat on a lot that must have been an acre or more. I searched through the property near the back door, expecting to find a spare key somewhere. They weren't dumb enough to keep the key under the doormat, but they didn't hide it very well either. The rock looked convincing at first, but when I looked at it up close, I could tell that it was a fake. I carefully lifted the rock and found a little compartment underneath containing a key. Just like that, I had gained access to the house. Although the house was large and immaculate, it didn't take me long to find the room I was looking for. Jake had a life size football poster of himself on his door. His room was huge, the size of a small apartment. I carefully searched for anything that would be of use. On his shelf designated for keepsakes, I found an old but expensive looking sheath knife. The knife had someone's initials engraved in it, signaling that it might be a family heirloom of sorts. I picked it up with my gloved hands and pocketed it. Jake didn't seem too worried about his parents snooping through his stuff. His computer wasn't even password protected. Thanks to Jake's carelessness, I now had access to all of his personal information, including social media and his chat messages that were backed up to the cloud. This was the gold mine where I would get all the information that I needed. I sat down and went to work. You can learn a lot about someone's life by going through their text messages and photos. I found out that Jake and his friends had a certain spot in the woods where they would meet up to drink alcohol and smoke weed. Thanks to the photos being geotagged, I now knew exactly where that spot was. Most importantly, I learned that Jake had pestered just about every girl in the school for nudes. If they rejected him, he then pressured and insulted the girls. When I came across his conversations with Brian, I found my lucky break. You didn't miss that much, Ace. There's just the main character is a foster kid that just hates the popular jock kid. And now he broke into his house while he was on a family trip. That's pretty much it. I mean, they had a bit of a fight, but yeah. Jake has tested his luck with a girl Brian was dating. When she refused his request, Jake called her a whore. After Brian had found out, he finally stood up for himself, and the messages show that they had quite an argument. They were not currently on talking terms, and Jake made it clear that he would not speak to Ryan and would ruin his popularity. This was perfect. I now had a perfect plan. I saw that Jake and his family would be home Sunday afternoon. Brian's status showed currently active, so I sent him a message to Jake's social media asking him to meet at the spot Sunday night at midnight. After Brian replied with one letter K, I deleted the messages so Jake would not see them on his end. On my way out, I stole a hoodie, some pants, and an extra pair of gym shoes. I made sure to grab stuff from the back of the shelves to ensure their absence would not be noticed. I took one last look around to feel secure that I left no noticeable trace. After locking the door and carefully putting the key back where I had found it, I went back home the same way I came, undetected. Saturday and Sunday, I continued to allow Sarah to look after me. It made her feel good, and I needed her to think that I needed her so I could continue living here. Finally, Sunday night arrived. I put on the clothes that I stole from Jake and headed on my way. I waited in the shadows for Brian to arrive, and about 12:05 a.m., I heard the footsteps approaching. "What do you want, Jake?" Brian started as he entered the small clearing. "We have school tomorrow." Before he could finish, I hit him hard in the face with a rock. Jake's signature move. Brian fell to the ground, putting his hands on his face as if that would somehow dull the pain. I didn't care. I kicked him in his head and his gut over and over. I watched with pleasure as he rolled around in agony, betrayed and incapacitated. Good night, Ian. What the hell, Jake? Oh, I'm not Jake, I told him coldly. Brian squinted up at the sound of my voice, shocked. He stammered a few disconnected words, trying to catch his breath through the pain. I knelt beside him. What, what do you want? Brian finally managed to muster between heavy breaths. Revenge. Looking Brian straight in the eye, I plunged Jake's knife straight into Brian's torso, stabbing right into the liver. I was rewarded with an agonizing groan from Brian, and to get rid of Jake. Another stab, this time off to the side, making sure I got his kidney. It's not really about you. Another stab and another moan. You're just on the wrong side of this war, and a convenient means to an end. Drawing in the delectable thrill of the moment, I thrust the knife deeper and listened to Brian's agonizing moans and shortening breath. I stared into his eyes so I could see the look on his face as he realized he was about to die. And you really, truly, shouldn't have kicked me. I gave him another hard stab, this one I placed just under his left pectoral. The blade slid right between his ribs, piercing his heart. I pulled out the knife as blood sputtered out the wound like a fountain. I sat back to admire my handiwork. Brian's breath gurgled and rasped in the silent woods. I realized the attack looked way too clean. Everything was too precise. I needed this to look like a stupid brute had lost his temper. I gave a dozen or so more wildly placed stab wounds, ranging in depth. That looked better. In less than a minute, the groans and breathing stopped. Jake lay there. Or his body did, at least, covered in blood. I think this is a typo. This should be Brian, not Jake. I dragged Brian's body and hid it in some thick brush, where I covered him in branches and leaves. I took my time to make sure that it looked sloppy and hasty. I hid the knife about 100 feet away, knowing full well that the police would scour the area and find it. I took off the hoodie, sweatpants, and shoes and deposited them in a park garbage bin that was just a yard off the wood line, about a half a mile away from the scene. I had worn long layers underneath Jake's clothes and made care to never touch his clothes with my skin. I even wore a swimming cap to make sure my hair didn't get anywhere. The only evidence left that could tie me to the crime was the pair of latex gloves that I had worn to avoid getting fingerprints on the knife or blood under my fingernails. I made it back home with the same stealth I had used the previous night. I quietly went into the bathroom where I soaked the latex gloves in bleach, scrubbing until they were spotless. After flushing the toilet to make sure Dean and Sarah would believe I was just taking a bathroom break, I used a little more bleach to vigorously wash my hands, and then topped off the bottle with some water so it wouldn't seem that any had been used. Finally, it was bedtime, and I was exhausted. Murder is hard work. It seemed like only a couple of minutes later when my alarm went off. I hurried to the bathroom and took one more hard look to make sure the gloves and cleaning supplies were in their proper places. I then took a scorching hot shower, scrubbing every part of my body with vigor, just in case. I then relaxed and used the rest of the time to reflect on the kill. Sarah insisted on taking me to school, seeing as I had been jumped last week. In my reflection, I found it interesting that I felt enjoyment out of the kill this time. I didn't recall the same satisfaction from my first kill. Maybe that's because that was the day I lost Eddie. I was 8 years old and finally understood what my alcoholic foster father was doing when he was going into my sister's room and locking the door. Eddie was only 6. One night, when he was drunk, I put his revolver in his mouth and pulled the trigger. The police ruled it as a suicide. I hadn't seen Addie since because we were sent to new homes that day. She was the one and only person I ever remembered feeling love for. School started the same, business as usual. By the second period, the Gossip News Network was buzzing with the news that Brian's parents had reported him missing. By lunch, it was common knowledge. The best part happened just as school was getting out. I could see and hear the commotion from down the main hall. I walked over, peering over the crowd of idiots, all trying to get a good video on their flip phones. 3 police were forcing out a handcuffed and panicked Jake. He protested and resisted, but the police overpowered him and forced him into the car. By the 6 o'clock local news, it was the headliner story. Breaking news: Jacob Pearson, a local high school athlete, charged with the murder of classmate Brian Jones. I had a hard time holding back my satisfactory smile, but Dean and Sarah were in the room. I already had Sarah wrapped around my finger, but for good measure, I told her that Jake was the kid that attacked me. I put on my best scared orphan face during the newscast. It could have been me who got killed, I told her, forcing myself to sound scared. Her heart melted, and I received instant sympathy as she pulled me into a tearful hug. Dean, being a public defender, was in the know. He, also believing I was scared, offered me some comfort. It'll be tough to defend this one, he assured me. Jake will be going away for a long time. I mean, the prosecutors have everything: the body, the weapon, fingerprints, even motive. It's like someone handed the AG this case on a silver platter. Indeed, I had. It was the next day that Sarah and Dean sat me down and told me that they wanted to push forward with adopting me. I had gained their trust, and more importantly, their sympathy. I'd now be able to live in this cushy home with pushover parents until college. Even then, they'd probably send me money and give me a place to stay in the summer. They were good natured idiots, just useful idiots. What a success my first month in my new home had been. I locked in my preferred living situation and got rid of the only problem with my new neighborhood, Jake. The best part is, Jake hung himself in jail before the trial had even started. The police called it good, certain that Jake was their man, and the case was closed. I still laugh when I think back to when Jake told me that he'd make me want to kill myself. Like I said, I always win. That's where the first manuscript ended. After reading this manuscript, I was unsure as to the validity of the story. I thought that someone may be trying to pull an elaborate hoax on me, maybe to score a spotlight on my website. Or perhaps, more sinisterly, it was an attempt to delegitimize my work and tarnish my credentials. Nonetheless, I was intrigued enough to dust off my private investigator hat and do some research. What I found that this story is, at a minimum, based on real events. I found the news articles about Jacob Pearson, the promising high school athlete that threw his life away by murdering a fellow student. The question I now face is this a true story from a psychopath named Rich, or a simple fabrication based on real events? What do you think? Respectfully, Mr. S. Oh, so Journal of a Psychopath is just a continuation. Wow. Should we try to find the rest and just continue it? Is there like a thing here for continuations? Do we want to continue? Wow, these are kind of long. Oh my god. When let's see. I have no idea what this order is. It's okay. It's this one and then this one. And then wait a minute. Oh, this is something else. So there's three parts, I guess. Wow. It was spread like a whole year after this music though. Da 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 da. Okay, all this is the same thing. And then we just go down here. 1 year to make it feel original. This one is within the same month, and then the third one is a whole year later. So we could probably finish up this saga or whatever it is, this trilogy. But first, let me go get some more water. Let's all take a quick little break. Okay, I'm back. I put some frozen fish in the air fryer so I can make taco with that. Cause I haven't really eaten that much today. Just some pancakes. Thank you. I hope you guys are staying hydrated and eating. Yep, the pancake mix that Shino bought me. but yeah, I'm tired of eating them now. Nani, Kyle, you're still awake? I'm also eating chips. I forgot that I had is like right in front of me. But yeah, I'm air frying some fried fish. So I'm gonna go back out in like 10 minutes. Let me put an alarm because I'm gonna get too lost in the story. I'll just throw that in a tortilla. I was in my sophomore year at the university. The past 2 years had gone exactly as planned. My status as a foster child ensured that my tuition would be covered. Dean and Sarah had followed through with their offer of adoption and accepted me as their son. As such, they provided me with a modest allowance, ensuring that my pantry remained filled and my needs were met. I had a nice computer, a new cell phone, and all of the school supplies I would need. I also always had a place to stay during the summer or holidays. Although I preferred to spend my time alone, I provided Dean and Sarah with just enough interaction and gratification to keep them bending over backward for me. Life was good until Dustin, that is. Rutro. The thing with the pancakes is like, they're fine, but like, I don't know. Like when I eat them, maybe they're just a little too thick when I make it. Well, they definitely are. Because I put them in a tiny pan. I really need to use my griddle instead. Oh my, that music. Um, but like the thing about pancakes is they're nothing special to me. And every bite I was taking, even if I was like taking my time chewing, it felt like I was like on the verge of hiccups every time. No, like I straight up hiccup already. And even though I was like drinking water and milk, what the hell? I did not expect that. Oh my. In my previous year, I had the fortune of being assigned a roommate that rarely spoke. He minded his own business. We never even had a real conversation. As a matter of fact, I don't even remember the kid's name. It was perfect. Oh my god, that emote. Oh, hot fries are so good. By the way, if you guys have any videos for us to watch, make sure to put those in suggestions so we can just open those up later. This year, I had been assigned a very different roommate, Dustin. Dustin was a very special kind of fool who felt the need to be the center of attention. My apartment was always crammed with similar idiots who can't quite seem to manage 5 seconds without speaking. They were always talking, shouting, and blaring pathetic pop music written by musicians who had the vocabulary skill of dirty minded first graders. Dustin and his group of friends replicated the essence of their favorite songs by getting sloppy drunk and bragging about bagging hoes and such. I was disgusted that my generation could succumb to such ludicrous culture. At first, I thought that they were just drinking. I shut myself in my room or the library as much as possible, ignoring the idiots. It didn't take me long to realize, however, that they were consuming a little more than just booze. Every time Dustin walked near, a waft of burnt marijuana would insult my nose, and soon my apartment reeked of it every evening. As if that wasn't bad enough, one Saturday morning I woke up to find the remnants of their Friday night festivities. People I did not recognize lay on the couch and even on the floors, snoring like hibernating pests. Their mess of crunched aluminum bear cans and burnt joints, along with the aroma of stale cigarettes, gave the appearance as if a herd of homeless addicts had spent the night in my apartment. On the coffee table were smears of fine white powder, fingerprints whooshing about. A small white straw from a fast food establishment lay on the ground. It wasn't hard to determine that these snoring idiots had done plenty of cocaine. Now, I don't care if you smoke weed or do cocaine, as long as it poses no threat to my well being. Naturally, if Dustin were to get caught with drugs, it could come down on me as well. Guilty by association, as they say. Obviously, I couldn't accept such a risk to my life, to my goals. I would need to confront Dustin about this. I walked into his room, kicking away beer cans that clanged across the floor. In the midst of his room, which resembled a landfill, was his bed. The scattered bed sheets and comforter gave way to a cluster of tangled limbs. I pulled the sheets off to find Dustin in his underwear, his girlfriend beside him nearly naked. Ripping off his smelly sheets did nothing to stir the kid from his drug induced hibernation, so gave him a nudge. Nothing. Dustin, wake up and clean this shit up, I said, but Dustin barely stirred. My patience was already thin, but each and every second that I had to exist inside this pigsty made me more agitated. I grabbed him by his foot and ripped him out of his bed. The first thing to hit the floor was his face, which practically bounced off of the cheap gray carpet. What the hell? Said Dustin, finally somewhat conscious. His hands clutched his head in obvious pain from the hangover, only made worse from the hit to the head. His palms worked their way to his eyes as he rubbed them and tried opening his eyelids. Get up, Dustin. Get these idiots out of my apartment and clean up your pigsty. If I wanted to live in a trailer park filled with trashy idiots, I would. Get the hell out of here, asshole. Quit being a little bitch, he told me, looking up with squinty eyes as if someone was shining a flashlight directly at his face. I could see the headache in his eyes, showing clear signs of a huge hangover. I knew how to handle a guy with a huge hangover. I headed to the kitchen. With a squeak, I opened one of the faded brown kitchen cabinets and grabbed the old, discolored pot and its matching frying pan. Holding them by their black plastic handles, I headed back into Dustin's room, where he was already back to snoring in his bed. I flipped the light on and strolled across the room, taking care to step on the dirty laundry. As I pulled the frayed white cord of the crooked blinds, the sunshine penetrated the dark room. Both Dustin and his girlfriend reactively pulled blankets over their faces to shield their eyes from the penetrating rays. Two major symptoms characterize a heavy hangover: severe headache and extreme sensitivity to bright lights and loud sounds. I walked over to Dustin's side of the bed, holding the pot and pan over his head, and started banging them together as loud as I could. Dustin reacted to the obnoxious clangs as if he were a vampire being attacked by the sun, showing that the sound caused him pain. I found myself enjoying his reactions as he grabbed his head with both hands, as if that would do anything to subside the pain now pounding in his dehydrated and intoxicated brain. He rolled around like an epileptic animal, shouting curse words that were barely audible over my continuous clangs of the pot and pan. Finally, the sound and pain became too much. Dustin threw off the covers and jumped to his feet. He made one small stumble with his back foot, demonstrating that he was still drunk. He behaved like a wounded animal with one goal: to make the pain stop. The inevitable physical violence now came from Dustin, as he threw a joke of a punch at me. I smacked his hand away with the pen. Dustin swore in pain as his knuckles collided with metal, resulting in a dull clang. He didn't learn his lesson the first time, so he threw a second punch at me with the same result. This time he lost his balance and fell over his drunk self, his face landing on his bleeding knuckles. I once again started clanging the pot and the pan over his head, only angering him further. As he tried to scramble back to his feet, I kicked him with a push kick, knocking him backwards into his cheap black nightstand. Now, I knew Dustin was a wannabe gangster, but even with that, I did not expect what he did next. Dustin quickly rose back to his feet and opened the sliding drawer of his nightstand, from which he pulled out a compact sized pistol and pointed it directly at my head. Needless to say, I stopped clanging the pot and pan immediately. Dustin stood there, his face bright red from anger and pain, holding the gun in his shaky hand with his finger on the trigger. There was no doubt in my mind that a kid as irresponsible as Dustin would keep a gun chambered, so I knew that a trigger pull would mean a bullet in my head. We stood there in silence for a moment as I stared at the silver circle of the barrel, surrounded by the matte black. Dustin's expression softened some as he realized the gravity of the situation. Fool like him wouldn't be able to pull off a clean murder. I could see it in his eyes that he understood that pulling the trigger would mean a life in prison. By now, everyone in the apartment was awake and aware of the situation. They stood awkwardly outside the bedroom door, not sure what to do now that the ringleader of their circus had pulled out a gun. Every part of me wanted to rip the gun from his hands and kill him right then and there. It's actually a fairly simple maneuver if you know what you're doing. I may have even been within my legal rights to do so, but I didn't need my name on that police record nor time spent in court. The last thing I wanted to do was bring any unnecessary attention to myself, particularly not with law enforcement. So I chose a more tactful way out. I'm not okay with you bringing these drugs into my apartment, I told him, calmly but assertive, as to not stir an irrational reaction from the idiot with a gun. I don't care what you do with your own life, but it's not okay for you to risk my future. What are you gonna do? Go snitching to the police? He spat at me, still pointing the gun at my forehead. The answer was yes. I would go to the police if I needed to, but right now I needed to de escalate the situation, not give him a reason to shoot me. No, I told him, remaining calm. As long as you keep the drugs out of my apartment, I'll never speak of this again. Well, guess what? You don't get to tell me what to do, bitch. If you go snitch me out, I'll make sure to tell them that you're a part of this operation, Dustin said, gesturing with his gun hand. I couldn't help but notice the way that he had to act tough in front of his friends. It was almost comical to see that happening. Matter of fact, I already have drugs hidden somewhere in your stuff to make sure that if I go down, you do too. I really didn't believe that Dustin had the intelligence nor the foresight to hide drugs away just in case, but I couldn't be certain. In the meantime, I had to let Dustin believe that he had won. All right, Dustin, I said, making sure to look scared. That's what he wants, to think that people fear him. I promise I won't say a word. You win, Dustin. Good, he said, finally removing his finger from the trigger. Instead of lowering the gun, however, he hit me with it. I felt the cold hard metal of the gun's slide slam into my face, just to the side of my left eye. I fell to the ground, allowing Dustin to feel superior in the moment. It took everything I had to hide my anger and keep my scared expression on, but I managed. Next time, I'll kill you, Dustin said, before telling me to get out. All right, timer is up. I'm going to go and grab those fishes. Make a taco real quick. Oh, you're back. Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I made the taco and then I decided to just finish eating it up there. Whew. Hello, Noi. And then I peed again. Thank you. Okay, where are we? Right here. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully, you guys are eating something and hydrating too. Yeah, so we'll finish up this Journal of a Psychopath. So we have this one and then one more chapter, and then we can start watching memes or well anything on YouTube really. Axel's already providing suggestions in Discord, so feel free to do the same if you want. Really, we could just watch anything that's on YouTube, so long as it's like you're not inappropriate. I guess. I retreated to my room, locking the door behind me. As I held a paper towel to my bleeding face, I couldn't help but smile in excitement. It had been far too long since I had a legitimate reason, an excuse, if you will, to feel that rush and enjoyment from 2 long years ago. Little did Dustin understand the war he had just started. I would never allow a simple minded fool to risk my future with his drugs. He most definitely didn't understand that he could not win. I always win. I kept to myself, mostly in my room, for the remainder of the weekend. It seemed that the events of Saturday morning had at least put the clowns off enough that they took their Saturday night substance circus elsewhere. Meanwhile, I thought back to that brief conversation with Dustin, and there was one particular statement that he had made that stood out. I'll make sure to tell them that you're a part of this operation, is what he had told me. Operation was the one word that gave it all away. This told me that he wasn't just an idiot on drugs. No, he was a dealer. While I admire entrepreneurship, no matter how stupid, I couldn't let his operation tarnish my future. I knew what I had to do. Monday morning, I left my apartment for class at the normal time. Instead of going to class, however, I waited for Dustin to leave from a stone park bench across the road. We had class at the same time, but he was almost always late getting out of bed and undoubtedly showed up to class late. Finally, about 15 minutes later, class should have begun. I watched his greasy brown head walk away from our apartment building. This meant that I had several hours before he would be home. I re entered my apartment where I went to my bathroom and retrieved my pair of teal latex cleaning gloves, the very same ones I wore when I killed Brian. I put those on carefully, ensuring that I didn't touch the hand nor the fingers of the gloves. After wiggling my fingers into their respective positions, I was ready to investigate. I slowly entered Dustin's room, careful not to accidentally move anything out of place. Not that it would have been noticed. Dustin was a pig. Stepping over a heap of dirty laundry, I made my way to his nightstand first. As I softly pulled on the faded gold knob, the squeaky drawer slid out, revealing the gun. At least he wasn't stupid enough to take it to classes with him, but I make him regret it nonetheless. He had one extra magazine in the drawer, along with a black spring loaded knife. Also in the drawer was a picture of him and his girlfriend. I guess even wannabe gangsters have a soft spot. I think I'm one of the few lucky people who don't have soft spots. Soft spots or weak spots. Next, I made my way around his unkempt bed to the closet, which had one of the sliding doors already opened, revealing haphazardly hung clothing. I could see in the corner a stack of shoe boxes lay covered by a few jackets and hoodies in a feeble attempt to appear discreet. I knew that those boxes probably had what I was looking for. I carefully moved the smelly jackets out of the way, taking note of the exact order in which the jackets were placed. Inside the top orange shoe box was just some papers, nothing important to me. In the second box, I found a multicolored glass pipe atop 3 large bags of marijuana. Quite a bit, if you ask me, but I'm no expert. I set the marijuana box aside and opened up the third box. Jackpot. In this box, I found a large bag of white powder. The bag was marked with B, undoubtedly referring to blow, the street name for C. This seemed like an awful lot of it. It wouldn't take an expert to realize that the bag had to be worth thousands alone. Next to the large white bag were a dozen or so pocket sized zip bags sitting on top of a small scale, filled with carefully proportioned doses of the drug. This confirmed the suspicion I had ever since Dustin had accidentally used the word operation. Dustin was certainly selling. By the looks of it, Dustin was dealing quite a bit. This was something I definitely couldn't be okay with in my apartment. I moved the large bag to the side to find what else might be lurking. Underneath the seat was a transparent zip up bag of small white tablet shaped pills, probably 40 to 50 in count labeled. The bag was labeled CPT Cody with a Sharpie. The tablets had the letter M on one side and the number 30 embedded on the other side. I didn't know what those were, as I've never been savvy with drugs, but I would definitely do research to figure it out. For now, I had everything that I needed to make a tentative plan. After putting everything back precisely how I had found it, I left. I went to the library and searched through dozens of thick hardcover textbooks, sifting through pages still stained with highlighter and crusty coffee spills from previous students. Sure, a simple internet search would have been easier, but I couldn't risk any chance of being traced. After hours of straining my eyes on the tiny print from textbook indices, I found what I was looking for. I knew that Dustin was getting involved with some serious drugs when I found the coke, but this information showed an even darker truth. M30 pills are prescription oxycodone opiates, but the name Captain Cody reveals that the pills are something else entirely. Thanks to a criminal justice and drug enforcement textbook, I found that the small unidentified tablets that I had found were likely not oxycodone, but fentanyl, a synthetic opioid over 50 times stronger than morphine. According to this textbook, it's common for dealers to mask them as oxycodone for one reason or another. The lethal dose of fentanyl is only 2 to 3 milligrams. A smile crept across my face from my quiet corner in the huge library. It was time to try something new. I had a plan. I spent the next week going about business as usual, quietly staying out of Dustin's way, but watching intently. Every day after classes, Dustin would come to the apartment and disappear into his room for only a few short minutes before re-emerging with his dirty four-screen backpack. He would return anywhere between 90 minutes to 2 hours later and disappear into his room again. It wasn't hard to tell that this time frame was when Dustin was doing his deliveries. His weird girlfriend would now show up while he was gone. Apparently, he gave her a key. I wondered, though, if Dustin knew that she was sneaking into his stash. As soon as she got to the apartment, she would duck inside his room for a few minutes and come back out to get a soda. Almost every time I noted a smear of white underneath her left nostril. Although she was a cokehead, at least she was smart enough to use Dustin to get what she wanted. Wednesday night would be the night to finally put my problems behind me. Again, I skipped out on my morning class. The class was humanities, the single most drab class one could take. Spend hours reading worthless poetry, then listen to some idiots try to sound sophisticated about it. I hated it, but I only needed a C to get credit. Instead, I waited for Dustin to leave. As soon as he had left for the day, I entered his room and went for the drug box. I was surprised to find just how much business the kid had been doing. The drug shoe boxes had been drained quite a bit, but the cash box was definitely more full. His operation was going successfully, but he was sloppy and would most definitely get caught if he were allowed to continue. I wasn't willing to be caught up in that. Sarah had given me a mortar and pestle before I moved out, and this was the first time that I would be using it. After covering my nose and mouth with a thick cloth, I dropped several of the little pills into the thick granite bowl and used a sturdy stone pestle to crush them. The grinding sound wasn't pleasant. It reminded me of nails on a chalkboard, only less high pitched. Still, I continued to crush and grind, adding a few peels at a time as the contents of the bowl slowly turned into a chalky powder. After about 20 minutes of consistent grinding, I felt as though I had the right amount. With gloved hands, I compared the consistency of the chalky fentanyl with that of the cocaine. Fentanyl was a bit thicker and more of an off white comparatively, but I knew that if I mixed them well enough, it would go unnoticed. I removed the small portion bags of coke from the box. Carefully, I emptied the contents into a small cup where I mixed the cocaine with fentanyl, calculating about the correct amount of fentanyl for one lethal dose. After I was satisfied with the mix, I put the now laced cocaine back into each baggie. After mixing more fentanyl with the remaining large bag of coke, keeping to the same ratio, everything was ready to go. I put everything back into Dustin's closet and sanitized my gloves and equipment with bleach and dish soap. Now, all I had to do was wait. Dustin arrived back to the apartment on schedule, quickly ducking into his room and leaving 5 minutes later with his ugly backpack to go sell his drugs. Soon after, his girlfriend came in as planned and went into Dustin's room. I watched from the crack in my door as she emerged a few minutes later to retrieve a soda. She was smiling awkwardly and did a weird sort of twirl toward the sofa before plopping herself onto a plump cushion. I watched her head would drop slightly and whip back upward as she tried to keep herself awake. The nods became more pronounced, and finally she lay her head back and closed her eyes, giving in to the deep relaxation effect of the powerful opiate. I emerged from my room to analyze her condition. Her head lay back with her mouth open and arms sprawled toward the side as if she had merged with the sofa. She was completely out. I poked at her a few times to make sure that she would not easily wake before positioning her in such a way to keep her airway open. I needed her to stay alive, unfortunately. I got the rest of my preparations ready quickly but carefully as I waited for Dustin's arrival. I paced the room while lightly snapping my fingers in a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I couldn't wait to execute the remainder of my plan, but I started to feel anxious about it. I felt as though I didn't know enough about drugs. They could be unpredictable. I had an easy backup plan for if the girl died, but it would be messy if she woke up too early. Finally, I heard the jingle of keys outside of the apartment and the subsequent click of the deadbolt sliding into the unlocked position. After the front door was closed, Dustin turned on the lights and froze at the sight in front of him. I had his gun pointed at him from behind his couch, just behind his unconscious girlfriend. In my other hand, I held Dustin's knife to her neck. I wouldn't advise doing anything stupid, Dustin, I told him calmly. His eyes widened as he grasped the situation, and worry tainted his usually smug face, exposing one of his greatest weaknesses love. He most definitely loved this girl. What did you do to her? Dustin asked through clenched jaws, frightened and slowly putting his hands up as if I was arresting him. I knocked her out. After she threatened to frame me the same way you threatened me, I lied, gesturing with the gun. I'm not going to hurt either of you, as long as we can both agree to part ways peacefully and neither of us will go to the police. I think it's clear that if either of us gets turned in, we'll rat each other out. Now, please, take a seat. I pointed with the gun to the chair on the opposite side of the coffee table to his girlfriend and myself. Per my request, he walked over and sat down begrudgingly. If you hurt her, I'll kill you, Dustin said with a clenched jaw. Don't worry, I fully intend for her to be unharmed, I told Dustin, being honest for the first time since his arrival. Now help yourself to a line. I want you to be relaxed. Keeping the knife at the girl's throat, I pointed to the 3 lines of tainted cocaine that I had prepared for him. Why the hell would I take the line at a time like this? Dustin spat. Just to make sure that if you call the police, you have to tell them that you were on drugs. I'm trying to draw a truce, just Dustin, so nobody gets screwed. Dustin grabbed the rolled up bill that I had prepared, leaned over the first line, and with his nose over his free nostril, he snorted. The white powder sucked through the dollar bill straw like a vacuum sucking up flour. He took a deep breath, looking more relaxed, and looked back up at me. I'm gonna need you to tell me what drugs you hid in my room and where. Dustin comprehended the demand, revealing that he had indeed hidden drugs somewhere in my stuff. I was impressed that he was smart enough to actually have done that. I taped weed in your floor vent, Dustin admitted, deciding to tell me the truth. Excellent. Thank you for telling me that, I told Dustin with a gentle smile. Now please, take another line so we can talk about what's going to happen. I smiled as Dustin bent over to snort the second line. The first line had only a small amount of fentanyl, but the second line was half cocaine and half fentanyl. That there was just over a lethal dose by my calculations. Dustin closed his eyes and shook his head after snorting the second line. I'm not sure how much resistance he had to the drug, but it seemed to hit him hard. Now here's the plan, I said, keeping Dustin's mind distracted from the drug. As he looked up to me, I could see the black pupils narrowing within his brown eyes, signaling that the drug taking rapid effect. I'm going to move out, and you are going to take over the full lease willingly. I won't say anything about the drugs, and you won't say anything about this little, well, incident. Sound good? Whatever, man. Just take the knife off of her, Dustin said as he rubbed his eyes. I could see that he was already fighting the urge to let his head drop. Perfect. Take that last line and we'll shake on it. I don't want to, man. There's something feels weird with this blow. Dustin said as he started to sway ever so slightly. Take the line, Dustin, so I can let her go, I demanded sternly. Shaking his head, Dustin bent down and snorted the final line. This line was pure fentanyl, probably enough to kill two people. Dustin put one hand to his head and grabbed the table with the other hand in an attempt to steady himself. His chest moved angrily as his breathing quickly became labored and loud. I removed the knife from the girl's neck and stood up fully to watch Dustin be completely taken over by his own drugs. He leaned on the table as his diaphragm now contracted heavily and violently as each breath now rasped like a snoring bulldog. He made an effort to look up at me, but his arm gave out under his weight and his face slammed into the table with a thud. His butt still sat on the chair, but his face now rested on the coffee table. I felt a surge of euphoria come over me as I watched Dustin struggle a few more times to pick his head up. He only made it a few inches each time before his head thudded back onto the table. I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I thought back to when he had told me, "Next time, I'll kill you." If only he knew just what type of person he had said that to. The fool thought himself a superior man who could stomp all over me, but I proved him to be not but a pawn in my way. Bubbly white foam now appeared from his open mouth, slowly drifting onto the table. The raspy breath had now turned into inconsistent choking and gurgling sounds, signaling respiratory failure. I took a seat and watched eagerly as Dustin's body made involuntary seizure like jerks. I wasn't sure if he had any consciousness remaining, but I sure hoped that it hurt and that he could feel the pain. Finally, his breathing and seizing stopped altogether, and Dustin was completely motionless. His head was on the table, as was his left arm. But his right arm dangled down with his fingers touching the gray carpet. I checked his pulse to verify that he was dead. It was nothing. I looked over at the girl, having completely forgotten about her in the moment. Her breathing had steadied, which was good. If she had died, I would have had to be the one to discover the bodies. I retrieved the marijuana that Dustin had placed in my floor vent and checked the rest of the vents just to be sure. After replacing the gun and knife in Dustin's former nightstand, I took off my latex cleaning gloves and sanitized them one more time to make sure that there would be no drug residue left. Finally, I crashed onto my bed and quickly fell asleep. Murder is hard work. I awoke to loud screaming coming from the living room. Dustin's girlfriend had finally woken up. I checked the clock to see that it was 12:23 a.m., which meant Dustin had been dead for hours now. I took one deep breath before bursting out of the room to appear as if I were panicked. I saw Dustin's girlfriend leaning over him, trying to shake him awake, begging him through her obnoxious sobbing. "Oh my god, what happened?" I said loudly, acting shocked and scared. "I don't know," she said desperately. "I think he took too much," she said, sobbing. I'm sure at this point she knew deep down that he was long dead, but perhaps in denial. I couldn't imagine that his body was still warm. "Did you call 911?" I asked her, trying my best to remain panic stricken. She shook her head as tears streamed down her face. I realized she was in no state to call, so I figured I would have to. "Hello, Yato. How are you?" Whew. You just had a great nap? Nice. I need me one of those, man. I'm okay. We're just relaxing. I'm finishing up this story before we start watching YouTube. Whew. Uh, 911, what's your emergency? Please help. I think my roommate overdosed or something. He's not moving. I half yelled over the phone, acting as though I was terrified and surprised. I gave the operator the address. After ensuring that help was on the way, she asked me to check for vitals. I went along with the situation in character of a scared young man and looked for a pulse, pretending like I was hoping to find one. Dustin was cold and obviously dead. The stiff muscles in his neck told me that rigor mortis had already started. Dustin's girlfriend now sat on his side, clutching his cold, dead hand, trying to grasp that her lover was dead. I couldn't understand why she was so shaken up. What does she expect? A happily ever after with 3 cute kids and a white picket fence? Nonetheless, I gently pulled her away from the body as first responders arrived. N- the girl who I had never even talked to pulled me into an unexpected embrace, burying her face into my shoulder. I hated every disgusting second of her crying on me, but I fought off my impulse to push her away. I needed to act like a normal person who just found a dead body. The paramedics hadn't even tried to revive him, but he was far too dead for that. I gave my statement to the police, making sure to appear as if I had been badly shaken up by the event. I admitted that I had witnessed drugs being used by Dustin and his girlfriend, and told the story of how, when I confronted Dustin about it, he had pointed a loaded gun on me. I even let fake tears escape as I told the police how I was scared Dustin might have killed me if I had reported it. In distress, Dustin's girlfriend, ironically, her name is Sarah, completely backed my story as she was there when the gun was pulled. She was obviously unconscious while I forced Dustin to overdose, so she thought he did it to himself. She spilled the beans about the drug use as well as the drug dealing. She admitted to everything, completely incriminating herself and her friends. The investigation didn't last long, but over the next few days, 5 more students had fentanyl overdoses after buying some of Dustin's coke. But unfortunately, only 2 of them were fatal. The blame for the deaths went straight to Dustin. It was determined that he had been the one to lace the cocaine with the fentanyl in order to have the best product on campus. In some deep reflection to my previous murder, I made some notes. Killing Dustin with the drugs was ultimately much cleaner, with far fewer forensics issues to worry about. All the blood from the stabbing was messy. You don't realize how much blood a person has until you've stabbed them several times. I see. That being said, stabbing Brian just felt so much more satisfying. Something about looking into his eyes as I pushed the knife into his heart has left me with an itch that I just can't quite scratch. The only negative consequence for me is that the university sent me to trauma counseling, which meant that I had to keep up the charade of being having been traumatized for a while. As expected, Dean and Sarah gave me massive amounts of sympathy over the ordeal, offering to pay for expensive counseling, to which I politely refused. Instead, they quickly purchased me a lease for a different 1 bedroom apartment where I would no longer need to have a roommate. This was perfect, as I hated roommates and couldn't risk killing them all. Sarah and Dean were too easy to manipulate. Once again, I always win. This was the end of the second manuscript I received from the alleged serial killer Rich. If true, at the end of this story, Rich would officially be classified as a serial killer. According to the first and second manuscript, Rich had murdered 5 people by the end of his sophomore year of college. Once again, I have found archived real news coverage of the events of a series of fentanyl overdoses at a university. One student, Dustin Anderson, was found to be responsible for lace drugs after being the first fatality in the string of overdoses. This university is only 35 miles from the high school where Brian Jones was stabbed to death. Although my initial suspicions were that these were faked, I can't help but note the detail from the first person perspective. Let's assume that these manuscripts are real. Most serial killers collect some type of trophy. I believe these manuscripts could be trophies for this killer. What do you think, Mr. S? Where's the other one? Oh, right here. That was the last one. Is everyone creeped out? Hello, Beck. How are you? We're gonna read one more. And then we're gonna move on to videos. Wow, I've been reading for like almost 4 hours. God damn. These are long. Okay. Quick breather, real quick. Take a break. Ah. What's everybody up to? How are you guys feeling about these stories? Any thoughts? Do you like any so far? I just finished with my morning shower and eat after waking up. Nice. Not creepy, but it's nice to see what a serial killer manuscript would look like, just my opinion. Yeah, they're definitely not creepy, which is kind of unexpected because this is the same level of like whatever. Like I was reading the No Sleep Reddit, I believe, last time, and those were like not very scary at all. Like it's the same level as these. So I thought Creepypasta would have like actual like very creepy things. I don't know if you guys know Stephanie Sue. She's a mukbanger, and she talks about crime cases, and those are way more horrifying. Most of them are like real stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Some of that stuff seems way more horrifying. I feel like reading doesn't make it scary. Well, like I said, this like if this was your experience, it's always going to be scary. Anything real or supernatural happening to you is scary, but yeah, I don't know. I've definitely read scary things, but this ain't it. I mean, it's a nice story. It's just not scary. Not like scary scary, but obviously if you're the one in it, it's scary. Okay. So this is the last of the Journal of a Psychopath. And then we can move on to watching YouTube videos. We'll probably start off with the few videos that Axel has put up in suggestions. If you have any that you want to watch, feel free to put them up in there. I might watch that new egg food video, that egg restaurant. I watched it already, but then we could watch together. Is 30 minutes too long? Oh, what is it? I don't know. It depends on what the video's about. Because some things may be a little too long and boring that we kind of lose our interest. I like if you see the suggestion, Axel's posting videos about like things to like give you thoughts. Me grab some tacos? Yes. Get some food. All right. This is just the same thing as always. One shotting everything in Elden Ring. Oh my god. They're gonna be scary. What? Finding Adeline. Boo, job done. I had just finished my junior year at the university. I elected to take summer courses to avoid getting smothered by Sarah all summer, especially given her newest life choices. When I had gone home for Christmas break, Dean and Sarah sat me down to tell me the exciting news. You're going to be a big brother, Sarah told me, while Dean supportively rubbed her shoulder. Gross, I thought to myself. Why anyone would choose to have a crying, pungent little crotch goblin in their home was beyond me. But honestly, a baby is what they wanted this whole time, not a transient teenager as I was when they adopted me. A true family involves children that grew up knowing who mom and dad are, and Sarah wanted a true family. I needed to keep giving them that satisfaction, at least until my rent check wasn't coming from their bank account. Sarah was staring at me intently with the look in her eye that, for some reason, longed for my approval. I put on my loving, grateful foster son expression that I had been practicing since high school. Who's Sarah? Sarah's the foster mom. That's great, I told Sarah as I reached forward and softly grabbed her hand. I'm really happy for you, for us. I can't believe I'm gonna have a little brother? Sister, Sarah finished as she pushed a strand of brown hair from her eyes. We're adopting a baby girl. She'll be born in just under 6 months. A gentle smile worked its way across her face. I tried my best to mirror her expression, but part of me wanted to stick a knife in her throat right then and there. I pictured what her pretty face would look like with a gaping hole across her neck, curves gently to match her smile. Well, I better throw those steaks on the grill, Dean said, reminding me why I need to continue to be their devoted adopted son. Sustenance and money. Until I was able to bankroll myself, I needed the routing number on my side. It wasn't hard to convince Dean and Sarah that I needed to take summer classes. Given that I was a double major in finance and business management, I still had plenty of advanced classes needed for my graduation. Summer semester wasn't as necessary as I had made it sound, but Dean and Sarah trusted me so blindly, as fools do, and insisted they keep paying for my apartment. The state continued to pay my tuition anyhow, practically begging foster kids to become anything besides felons. I only actually signed up for 2 classes, however, because I had something else I needed to accomplish in my summer semester. By now, I was sure of my psychopathic condition. After all, when I stabbed Brian just to frame Jake, I felt no remorse. Actually, I loved it. When I killed Dustin with his own drugs and 2 other kids I had never met died in the crossfire, I still felt nothing. According to my observation of most normal people, I should feel remorse. Students and members of the community who had nothing to do with those kids even showed sadness and remorse, holding a vigil for the dead druggies. But there was one thing, one nagging little annoyance in the back of my head that I needed to understand. A little thought that left an unintelligible twinge somewhere deep inside as it crossed my dreams and thoughts. That nag had to do with Adeline, who was once my foster sister when I was 8 years old. Adeline raised questions in my life, questions that required answers. I've watched people suffer. I've even been the one to cause their suffering. And never once did I care to empathize with anyone. Anyone, that is, with the exception of Adeline. Although most of my childhood memories aren't much more than a blur of the past, my few months with Addie I remember quite well. At the time, she was just 6 years old, 2 years younger than myself. I had been at the new hell of a foster home only a couple of weeks before she arrived. Darren, the bastard who was our foster host, was unusually sober and well dressed when the social worker parked in front of the house. Darren opened the door to reveal a very pretty, blue eyed girl with long silvery blonde hair. She wore a purple dress that matched the oversized bow tangled with her blonde curls. Darren stayed home with the foster kids while his wife worked long hours at multiple restaurants. He put on a facade of a warm foster dad to the outside world, but truthfully, he was just a lazy alcoholic yelling at us kids, whipping us boys with a belt anytime we frustrated him. Addie, however, received special treatment. The other boys would get jealous when we were forced to do daily chores, in the fear of getting the belt if we didn't finish them to Darren's liking. Meanwhile, Addie sat on the chair with him as he drank cheap whiskey and watched TV, while the 4 of us boys were crammed into one small bedroom. Addie had her room to herself. Those boys hated her for it, calling her names whenever Darren was out of earshot. But I could see that Addie wasn't enjoying her special attention. She seemed more scared of Darren than any of us boys. Every day, her smile was further away, and her stunning blue eyes grew dimmer every day. Almost daily, Darren would take Adeline into her room to play, which was far more than he did for the rest of us. He'd even lock the door to keep the rest of us out. I couldn't help but to notice, though, that Addie never wanted to play. She wanted anything but that. One time, he forgot to lock the door, so I opened the door a crack to see what sort of games they were playing. Darren was on top of her in her bed kissing her neck. Although Darren never saw me there, Addie did. Her tear filled blue eyes stared at me, begging for help, for someone to make it stop. That was the only time I've ever wanted to help someone for the sake of helping. I went downstairs and found the first fragile thing in sight, an ugly vase, and knocked it off from its shelf. The shatter of the vase was enough to draw Darren out of Addie's room in a drunken rage, belt in hand, ready to punish. The lashings were painful, but felt well worth it. That night, Darren fell asleep on the couch while the TV was still playing some sitcom. Per usual, he had passed out with a nearly empty bottle in his hand. He often passed out drunk hours before his wife got home from a long day of work, which gave me plenty of time to snoop. I already knew exactly where he kept his revolver, not that it was well hidden. He kept it in the top drawer of his dresser next to his socks and loose change. Using a stool to reach the top drawer and a dish rag to hold the gun, I retrieved the revolver and put the stool away. I had never used a gun before, but I'd watched enough TV to know that I needed to pull the hammer back until it clicked and pull the trigger. It wasn't easy, but using both hands, I managed to pull the hammer back while keeping the rag between my fingers and the metal. Darren was snoring with his mouth wide open, making it easy. I stood next to him on the couch and gently placed the barrel into his mouth, facing upwards towards the brain. I made sure to have the gun upside down, picturing how someone would hold a gun if they were to shoot themselves in the head. After the gun was in place, I pulled the trigger. To my horror, the trigger didn't bulge. I pulled harder, but still, the trigger didn't move. It looked so easy in the movies, but nothing could have prepared me for how hard it was to actually shoot a gun. Horror turned into panic as Darren stirred and his eyes opened. His eyes met mine, and I thought for sure that I was doomed. In a last ditch effort, I pulled hard on the trigger with both hands. Movies also severely underplay the deafening boom that is a gunshot. The bang from the gun was so loud and sudden that it seemed to encompass the entire world. I was so startled that I fell to the floor. The gun clattered to the ground beside me. My heart pounded so hard in my chest that it physically hurt. And the ringing in my ears made it feel as if I had angry earplugs for trying to force my ears apart. I hurried to my feet to see Darren sitting on the couch with his head hanging back limply. The top of his skull was burst open as if I had just shot a watermelon. A splatter of blood had painted the wall and ceiling behind him with chunks of skull and brain matter adding texture. As I watched blood pour from his mouth and down his white undershirt, I was shocked to notice that behind the couch stood Addie. A splash of red disturbed her blonde hair, but she stood motionless. I met the gaze of her stunning blue eyes, which looked as if they wanted to cry but didn't have enough energy. She didn't look scared nor relieved. Instead, her face had an expression of painful understanding. Even at her young age, she knew what had happened. I lifted my finger to my lips as if to silently say shh, to which she gave a single nod. I heard the creak of a door upstairs, followed by nervous footsteps, which quickly brought me back to reality. I placed the gun in Darren's hand and quickly ran into the bathroom nearest the garage door, so I could pretend like I'd been there the whole time and was too scared to leave. One of the older boys called 911 while I was still in the bathroom, cleaning couple of speckled blood spatters off my face. It didn't take long for police and subsequently the foster child caseworkers to show up. I overheard one of the officers speaking to the social worker while I was gathering my few possessions. The officer used the word suicide. As far as I know, that's as far as that investigation went. The last time I saw Addie, she was being ushered into a different caseworker's car than I was. Although we didn't speak a word, we made eye contact that said it all. It was a look of mutual understanding. I'm pretty certain that she knew what I did. She also had a look of relief, knowing that her nightmare was over. Although those events took place more than a decade previous, they still played through my mind frequently, followed by the deep twinge of something that I didn't understand. I didn't like that twinge. I needed it to be squashed. After making the decision to find my answers, I found a kid who was a major in computer networking and desperate for social interaction. While I preferred to avoid unnecessary social interaction, Brendan craved it, desperately hoping for the approval of our dim witted peers. Unfortunately for him, he had absolutely no idea how to interact with people. His awkward posture and random unrelated comments put most people off to wanting to befriend him. Despite his annoying awkwardness, Brendan had something that I needed from him. His skills and knowledge with computers and the internet were unmatched by anyone I had ever met. So I gave Brendan the social interaction that he so craved and pretended to be his friend. Brendan ate up any friendship I offered him, and in return was willing to do almost anything to keep it. When I asked him to help me track down my former foster sister, he jumped at the opportunity to help his one and only friend. I gave him all the information I had on her, which honestly wasn't much. I knew her name was Adeline, the county and city of where we lived when at Darren's house, and that her last name might be Lake. It was about a week later when he called me. Hey, Rich, how are you doing? Dude, I have a new neighbor and she's so freaking hot. She waved at me. I think I'll send her an email introducing myself. Anyways, do you want to go to the arcade or something? I groaned inside at hearing his voice. No wonder he scared everyone away. Slow down, bud. Did she give you her email address? I asked. I'd become his social interaction coach. No, I got it from her socials, Brendan said, as if that wasn't the opposite of correct social interaction. I had to watch people for long enough to understand the accepted way of doing things. Okay, you can't do that. That will creep her out. Well, then why does she have her email address available if she doesn't want people to email her? Brendan, I'm not sure how to answer that question, but just trust me on this. All right, Brendan said with a disappointed sigh. So, anyways, the arcade. Then I can tell you about Adeline. Wait, you found her? I asked, wondering why he didn't start with that shocking information. Yep, I'm on my way. After 30 minutes of letting Brendan explain to me in grueling technicalities that I didn't understand, How he did it. He finally told me about Addie. She had continued to bounce around foster homes, finding trouble everywhere she went and racking up quite a juvenile record. Drugs, paraphernalia, trespassing, truancy, etc. She had dropped out of high school at age 16 and by the looks of it ran off and lived on her own at that point, probably on the streets. But it looks like she has a job, Brendan said, apparently sensing my disappointment. She works at some bar called Bare Essentials. Weird name for a bar if you ask me, but it's only 45 minutes away. So she works at a strip club, I asked, picking up on what Brendan was missing. Oh, is that? Oh, said Brendan as the weird name dawned on him. Well, she's 18 at least. Doesn't help, Brendan. Sorry. Brendan said before putting his head down in awkward silence. Well, do you have the address? I'm gonna head over. Oh, yeah, just let me get my jacket, Brendan said excitedly. I need to do this one myself, I told Brendan, reeling at the idea of spending 45 minutes in a car with him. Brendan was disappointed but understanding. After insisting that he'd call me tomorrow, I headed to the address Brendan had given me. I explored my thoughts on a long drive. Why had I felt disappointed at Addie's troubling record of drugs? It didn't impact me or my life, so why did it annoy me that she was working at a trashy strip club? The thought of her crawling around for dollars from middle aged men, giving them power over her, angered me. The address took me into a dirty, slummy part of the city. The Bare Essentials sign illuminated in from dark with flickering, dirty pink neon lights to dim street lights exposed the old brick building, fully covered in peeling pink paint with showgirl silhouettes painted in black, connected by the same parking lot to the small, dark red strip motel built with discolored bricks that had been crumbling away for years. A dirty shopping cart lay on its side, adjacent to the motel, filled with garbage and junk. I walked through the front door, taking in the musk of stale cigarettes. It was mostly dark inside, except for the stage, which was brightly lit. There were maybe 15 to 20 people in the building, spread out across the bar in various red or black upholstered seats. All of the patrons appeared to be by themselves. Not a single table had more than one person. I walked to a chair in the corner, a dark area where I could sit as incognito as possible while having ample opportunity for observation. Most of the men I passed by were middle aged with a large gut, and I even noticed a few wedding rings. I imagine these guys tell their wives that they are working late so they can come to hide in the dark strip club and interact with pretty young ladies. Perhaps they pretend that they are young again, imagining themselves as the young buck that could score attractive young women. What can I get for you, honey? I looked up to see a woman wearing short black shorts and a black bra, holding a small black notepad. Although she looked to be around 30, her voice sounded as if she'd been smoking for 40 years. I'll take a Sprite, minimal ice, please. Thank you, ma'am. I told her with a smile, holding out a $5 bill. Hey, random, how are you? Thank you for the hydrate. Whoop, hiccup. Oh, God, my back. Ugh. Life has not been nice to. Aw. Hope it gets a bit better for you, buddy. Stream is chill. I'm just finishing up reading this last story, and then we're gonna watch some YouTube. But yeah, hopefully things get better for you. I know how that feels. About 30 minutes went by with various dancers taking the stage before working their way to the floor to give lap dances for suckers who would pay for a closer experience. Finally, a new dancer took the stage. The club music was replaced by a much more elegant song, a refined instrumental that spoke of beauty and sadness. The music increased in volume as the lights dimmed, showing only the silhouette of the new dancer. She held onto the pole with both hands, her legs spread in either direction perfectly perpendicular to her torso. Shorty had them apple bottom jeans. The dancer seemingly floated around the pole in eloquent defiance to the very idea of physics. The dancer repositioned with unmatched grace, wrapping her legs around the bar and releasing her hands. Her torso extended away from the bar at a perfect 90 degrees, where her hands spread away, still floating around the bar. Oh, yeah, 100%. The lights increased, showing more detail. Her face and body matched the beauty and elegance of her dancing. Her silvery blonde hair fell behind her head as if suspended by a broken fragment of time. Her hands once again held the pole, and she slid down the ground in one slow, smooth motion. She looked up, opening her eyes for the first time, revealing her stunning blue eyes. Our eyes met, and she stared into mine for a lingering moment. This was her. Once little girl watched me paint the walls with Darren's blood. The dancer was, without a doubt, Adeline. She finished her routine with the same precision and grace of which she had started. Afterwards, she walked off the stage without an acknowledgement of the small applause that was not worthy of such skill in the first place. Our eyes met again as she started walking toward me without breaking her stare. Despite the several years since we had last seen each other, we shared an unspoken recognition. A hand reached out and grabbed her by the arm, pulling her off her path into the corner. The person who had grabbed her was a tall, muscular man wearing a tidy black suit. His dark hair was slicked to the side in near perfect strands. The man looked professional in a boastful sort of way you see with politicians and businessmen. The glimmer in Addie's blue eyes faded into a dull disappointment as the suited man handed her off to a fat, middle aged man with a greedy smile slimed across his face. Fatty then handed slick hair Cash before grabbing Addie around the back, his hand already working his way to the side of Addie's breast and guiding her out a side door. I sat in my car staring at the motel. Undoubtedly, that is where Fatty had taken her. Probably a married, sexually frustrated man leaving his depressing life behind for the night to indulge him in an erotic experience that only money could bring him. Finally, I watched Fatty leave room 6, still tucking in his shirt around his protruding belly. After he drove off, I put my hood over my head and helped myself into the room. The door wasn't closed all of the way, so I simply walked in. She jumped when I walked in, clearly startled, and quickly slipped something into the bedside drawer. Jesus Christ, can't you knock? She said before turning around. Our eyes met once again, and she froze where she was. Hey, she said calmly. Hey, Addie, I replied. Been a while. You could say that, Rich, she said while sliding a loose white t shirt over her bra. So, what brought you here? She said, sitting back down. A weird coincidence running into you like this. I could sense a bit of embarrassment over the circumstances of our reunion. I pulled the chair over from the dingy brown table in the corner and took a seat. Well, it wasn't a coincidence, I said. I came here to find you. How'd you know where to find me? She asked, looking perplexed as she pulled a hairbrush from her bag. I know a computer nerd, I said matter of factly. Well, that's kind of weird, she said, handing me the comb, but I've always hoped we'd meet again. So, what happened to Rich after she paused for a moment, carefully considering how to finish her sentence? After we parted ways. She sat down in front of me and motioned for me to comb the back of her hair. I'd never brushed anyone's hair before, but it seemed like a straightforward task, so I started gently running the brush through her hair from top to bottom. Well, I bounced around to several homes, hated everybody, but a childless couple adopted me in high school, I told her, continuing to make long, careful strokes with the brush. I'm at the university now. And where did Addie go? Oh, just a bunch of shitty places. Juvie, too. I finally just left when I was 16. She flinched as the brush caught a knot in her hair. I was on the streets for a while before Alexander found me. He gave me a job and a roof. That slick haired guy out there? Yeah, she let out a big sigh. That's him. He owns the club in this motel. So he's been pimping you out since you were a minor, I asked, trying not to sound too forward. But how else do you say it? Oh, you're one to judge, she said, standing up and facing me. Shot anyone in the face recently? So you do remember, I said quietly, phrased more as a statement than a question. How could I forget? She said, slightly exasperated. Getting molested every day and then seeing that man's head explode kind of leaves a mark, you know. I'm sorry, I told her. I had no idea you were there. I had apologized many times in my life, but for the first time, I think I actually meant it. Addie took a deep breath. Well, she said, it's fair to say you did the world a favor. She took the hairbrush from my hand and sat back down on the bed and looked down at the brush. Unfortunately, there's a lot more Darrens in this world. So I enabled them, I asked. Why let someone like Alexander rule your life? What else am I good for? There's only one thing people want from me. Who cares what other people want? Do what you want. You can be a dancer without doing it for horny old men, you know. I can tell you love dancing. It's written all over your face, and you're incredible at it. It's my only escape, she said, softly, but unable to hide a slight smile when she fiddled with the brush in her hands. Well, then, leave this place behind you, I said, sitting forward. Drop the drugs, drop the people controlling you, and move on. As soon as I said drugs, I seemed to have hit a nerve. She looked up, seeming both embarrassed and agitated. We're not playing music right now. Default. We're reading stories and then we're gonna watch YouTube. Look, asshole, you don't understand, she said, throwing her hands in the air. Lucky Rich kills on. Uh, Default. We're not listening to music right now. You can tell since there's no music playing. She looked up, seeming both embarrassed and agitated. Lucky Rich kills someone and moves on like it never fucking happened, then gets adopted by privileged parents and sent off to college while I had to run away and live on the streets. Why do you give a shit what happens to me anyway? Yeah, you can't just come in here and just assume that you can just request music. It's kind of weird. But yeah, right now we are doing a reading stream and then watching streams. You can request music when we're like doing stuff while listening to music. Like, but it'll be pretty obvious when you actually hear music playing. Her outburst took me by surprise, but I calmly reached for her hand before telling her the truth I'd never told anyone before. A truth I was only barely honest with myself about. Eddie, I have one memory of my actual mother, just one. I looked up into her blue, watery eyes. All I remember is her eyes. She had amazing blue eyes, and every time I see you, I remember her. I paused to take a deep breath. You're the only person in my life I've ever cared about. The only one who has ever made me feel anything else besides hatred. That's why I killed Darren. I saw what he was doing to you. She pulled her hand away, and for a second she looked scared. Her face relaxed as she realized the truth of what had happened that day so long ago. She reached for my face with both hands, and before I even realized what was happening, she pushed her lips into mine. I felt something turn in my chest, sort of like the feeling of falling, but combined with an emotion I didn't understand. I honestly didn't know what to do in those short but lasting seconds that we kissed, but I do know that I kissed her back. The door of the motel opened, snapping me back to reality. Adeline jumped at the startling entrance, pulled away from me. Who the fuck is this? Said our intruder, who I quickly realized was Alexander, the slick haired pimp who seemed to think of himself as an international drug lord as opposed to the owner of a strip club on the fringe of the city. Alex, she said, failing to not sound surprised. I was just catching up with an old friend. Shut the fuck up, bitch, Alexander said before he pushed her hard. Addie fell hard into the nightstand beside the bed. Doing business behind my back, huh? I stood up and moved between Addie and Alex, but he grabbed me and slammed me hard into the small table. I fought to free myself, but Alex was much bigger and stronger than I, so he easily pushed my head back down and put me in an arm bar from which I could not maneuver out from. If you want a piece of any of my girls, you go through me. He ripped me from the table and threw me out the door where I fell backward onto the pavement. The door slammed shut and I heard the lock click into place. What Alex didn't know is that while he was pushing me into the table, I took the small brass key, which was now in my hand. I stood up absolutely enraged. I felt angry all of the time, and I frequently experienced rage, but never in my life had I felt as angry as I did right now. My hands shook with rage at the man who had just leveraged so much power over me and even more over Eddie. Nobody could be allowed to have that power over me. I always win. I walked across the parking lot to my car and popped the trunk. I looked for anything that could be used as a weapon, but all I had was a small tire iron and some nitrile disposable gloves I used when I changed the oil. I put on 2 pairs of gloves and reached for the tire iron. Before I picked up the iron, the shopping cart in the corner caught my eye. I jogged across the parking lot and kicked around through the trash where I found an old rusty but sturdy 2 foot long crowbar. That was perfect. I picked it up and hurried back to room 6. I could still hear Alex through the closed door. After everything I've done for you, an audible slap was followed by a painstaking gasp from Eddie. You decide to undercut me right underneath my nose, stupid bitch. Another strike was heard, but that one was definitely a closed fist. I quietly put the key inside the lock and turned it. As soon as the door was unlocked, I ran into the room filled with every bit of rage I'd ever felt in my entire life. Addie was sprawled on the bed with her shirt pulled over her head and her bra pushed up to her neck, and Alexander was halfway through pulling his slacks down. I told you to leave, Alex said, trying to pull his pants back up. While his hands were down, I swung the crowbar as hard as I could and connected right into his Adam's apple. Alex fell backwards, unable to catch his fall with his leg still stuck in his pants. Rich, Addie says, scrambling to get up. Why did you do that? She asked. Because he can't scream if his larynx is crushed. I told her, pulling the crowbar up. A gurgling gasp came from Alex, who struggled to breathe. I swung the crowbar down hard onto his face. His jaw cracked and the curved end of the crowbar punctured through his cheek so that I could see it inside his open mouth. I ripped the crowbar upward, which tore through his cheek, leaving a large gap in the side of his face, in which you could see his back teeth and protruding jawbone. Jesus, Rich, Addie exclaimed, putting her hands up to her mouth. He gets mad sometimes, but it's going to be fine. You didn't need to do that. Yes, I did, I said as Alex gurgled below, struggling to get air in and out of his lungs. Don't you ever get sick of people having power over you? Don't you feel the rage? Feel it. Feel the rage and show him who has the power. I extended the crowbar to Addie, who took it timidly. Go on, while he's still conscious. Let him feel it. I told her excitedly, reveling in the excitement of Alex's pain and imminent death. You have the power now. Addie looked down at Alexander, seeming perplexed. Her brows then creased, and I watched her eyes embrace the hatred for the scum on the floor. She raised the crowbar while Alex looked up at her. Her eyes were filled with pitiful terror as, for the first time, he lay helpless to her power. She slammed the crowbar down onto the scum's head. There was a thud as the bar smacked him in the forehead as his eyes pleaded for mercy, unable to scream. There you go. Now use the pointed part, I encouraged. She let out a grunt of rage as she crushed the bar into his head again and was rewarded with the crack of his skull breaking. Yes, do it again! Adding to my thrill, she swung the crowbar again and again and again, disfiguring his face and knocking pieces of his skull away. With each strike, his bones cracked and easily gave way to the rage behind the crowbar. Finally, after 10 or so swings, she stopped. The crowbar clambered to the floor as she took heavy breaths. I admired her beauty for a moment, with speckled blood over her skin and her silvery blonde hair, before crouching down to see our handiwork. His mouth was open, with jaw fragments and teeth hanging loosely in the gaping hole that was once his cheek. That was my doing, but his head, the best part, that was all Eddie. His skull just above his forehead was completely caved in, deformed like a dent in a car. Blood protruded freely from the interrupted folds in his protruding brain. Nice job, Eddie, I said with a chuckle. Looks like you get the last laugh. Winning is wonderful, isn't it? I looked back to see Eddie smile, but instead lost mine. I turned just in time to see her push the plunger of the syringe that was already in her arm. She took a deep, relieving breath and fell backward onto the bed. I stood up and looked down upon her, my exuberant thrill replaced with disappointment. I looked around the dreary room and the beautiful mess we made, then back to Addie, who lay on the bed, so high she barely seemed conscious. That's when the reality of the situation struck me, and I cursed myself for being so sloppy. Sure, I enjoyed it. Loved it, actually. And sure, I'd killed multiple people before. But those were planned and calculated. This? This situation was a catastrophic mess. I sat down on the chair from earlier to ponder what had caused this mess. The answer was simple. There was one thing that separated me from the worthless fools around me. I acted out of self preservation and personal betterment, while everyone else acted out of the one thing I was usually void of emotion. I had never acted with so much emotion before. It was normal for me to feel anger. I constantly felt contempt for most everyone around, and even rage from time to time. But I kept all of that secondhand. I controlled the rage and let it out only when it was the proper time. That moment being the only exception to my usual behavior, thanks to the one person in my entire life that had ever made me feel anything else. That helpless girl with the stunning blue eyes and silvery blonde hair. The girl who couldn't handle doing what is necessary for herself and instead escaped in the mind numbing fluid from that syringe. I sat, disappointed in Addie, but more disappointed in myself for succumbing to the foolishness of the common person. I knew not to trust anyone but myself, but I had put so much trust in Adeline. What did I think would happen? She'd be able to handle murder the way I do? Of course she would panic after. She was not gifted in the way I am. To no fault of her own, she was burdened with pitiful empathy. The mess was salvageable, though, and it was time to clean it up and take care of my mistake. I stood up with a plan and clear mind ready to act. Addie, I said, but she barely stirred. Addie, I said again, giving her a firm shake. Are there cameras at this motel? No, she mumbled. What about the club? No cameras, just in case the police come, she said softly. That made sense. Putting cameras around would just be a recording proof of the crimes being committed. If the police ever came looking into Alex's operation, there'd be no visual evidence for them to collect. I searched around the room looking for anything that could have my fingerprints on them. The chair, the key, the doorknob, and the hairbrush were the only things I had touched with ungloved hands. I stepped around the skun's body, careful to not touch the blood and leave a footprint. From the room, I collected a dingy white washcloth, a grocery bag, and some Lysol. After gently applying a conservative amount of Lysol to the cloth, I carefully wiped down each item to ensure I left no evidence suggesting that I was ever here. I carefully checked Alex's pockets for anything that might have been recording. I found nothing that would cause any problems, but I did find a knife. Now that the evidence was clear, there was just one last thing to take care of. I gently lifted Addie's leg so that she lay completely on the center of the bed. I checked the open drawer next to her, which had one more syringe in it, already filled with fluid. Must have been some sort of narcotic. Rich? Addie said, stirring. I'm right here, I told her gently. Her eyes opened, and once again I was staring into her stunning blue eyes. We killed him, she said, perhaps coming out of her daze and regaining some form of composure. You must have had a bad dream, I told her, sticking the needle into the vein she had used earlier. Go back to sleep, Addie. I'll see you in the morning. I pushed the plunger down, her eyes closed again. It was time. I lifted her arm furthest from me. I hesitated to do it. A huge part of me didn't want to, but I had found the one emotional weakness in my life and I needed to remove it. I knew what had to be done. I am not going to read that. I already read it. It's kind of descriptive and nasty. I checked to make sure there was nobody in the parking lot before turning to take one last look at her. I'm sorry, Adeline, I whispered, knowing that would be the last time I ever meant it. I forced myself to turn away, leaving my weakness behind. I removed the pieces of blood speckled clothing before getting in my car and placed them in a grocery sack and wore only my undergarments and a rain jacket that I had kept in the car. That drive home felt like years, but it was an opportunity for reflection and rebirth. I bleached the articles of clothing I had worn that night and disposed of them. Unlike my previous kills, this wasn't a sensational news story. The death of a wealthy high school athlete and young college students breaks hearts. But the deaths of orphaned sex workers and pimps mean nothing to society. Even the empathy of the common man has its limits. I sought out Addie to find answers, and I believe that I found them, to a degree. Although I don't understand the things I felt in those moments when I was with her, I had rendered them irrelevant. That last piece of emotional weakness bled out alongside Adeline. Despite the pain it caused me to do so, I was free. Those chilling words marked the end of the third manuscript. This story was not easy to find as there wasn't any notable news coverage of the event. As much as I hate to admit it, Rich is almost correct when he states that it seems as though nobody cares when someone like a sex worker or drug addict dies. Addicts, homeless, and those involved in the crime that exists within the fringes of societies are found dead or go missing every day, but are usually ignored. However, I knew that such a disturbing crime would undoubtedly leave an impression with any officer involved. I have many contacts in law enforcement, so I made some phone calls. I have unfortunately verified the validity of this manuscript. Adeline Lake and Alexander Aslanyan were found dead in a hotel room in what was ruled a gruesome murder suicide. The thing that chills me to my bones is that the details in the story are correct, but this information was never made available to the general public. Take care, Frozen. That means that whoever wrote this and sent it to me was either there at the scene or involved in law enforcement. That means that Rich is very much a true serial killer, still living amongst us, a free man, having never paid for his crimes. Or as I must consider, I have made a few enemies in my time, and someone may be trying to make a fool of me. Nonetheless, I have made some contact with officials suggesting that these cases ought to be reopened, but I have been met with heavy skepticism and resistance. It appears that it's on me to investigate. The one question that keeps bugging me is, why are these manuscripts being sent to me? What do you think, Mr. S? Wow, that's so sad. How do we feel about that ending? Ugh, not me choking my water. Yeah, that one was really sad. You're scared? Oh, why is that? Ugh. Oh god. I didn't expect that. That was sad. Not like this. You almost cried? Aw. Alright, now it's time to watch YouTube videos. Should probably change the title. You people have emotions? I don't know what to feel anymore. Eh? What's happening? Thanks for the follow, Crack Sniffer? Okay. You're expecting a completely different ending? Oh, yeah. Tell us what you thought was gonna happen, Ace. Because you said that you had like a sort of feeling of what might happen. Who am I? They said that they were adopting a newborn. Yeah. I knew it. That person that came in like requesting song requests unfollowed already. Imagine. I don't know why people think they can just come in and do whatever they want. I did not understand how weird it is. No, I already knew. The moment they came in and I told them not to do it, I already knew they were gonna unfollow like instantly. That is exactly how that type of person always reacts. I always enjoy your narrating. Yeah, I always get like a number of unfollows every time I start streaming. I feel like it's people that like follow because of Genshin. And then when I'm not streaming Genshin, they unfollow. I'm expecting the mother of the newborn was Addie. Oh no. Damn. That would have been a fucked up ending as well. You had a feeling he was falling for music? Yeah. If you guys were here yesterday, you remember. They came in just to straight up. Anytime someone comes in as a first time chatter, like asking about song requests or like they immediately just request a song request frogs, I guess. But also there's just a whole bunch of Genshin frogs or like specific type of frogs. I'm a variety streamer, so I'm not always streaming Genshin. It's all good though. I'm only ever sad if like someone is like an actual regular for like a hot minute and then suddenly they just leave. That's the ones that get to me because it's just like what happened, you know? Because it's kind of weird at that point. Like let's say you would have been here for like 1 or 2 months at minimum and you like showed up to like almost every stream and you talked a lot here and in Discord and then you just leave. Like that's the one that gets to me because it's like what happened? But then when it's someone who's like really recent or like literally that person just joined yesterday and they literally came in here looking at the song list, it's like, excuse me? And it's really weird because it's like, why do you go to streams just to request songs? Just listen to the music yourself. People are so weird. Like I'm telling you guys, I should literally have a stream series where I just talk about the darnest things that people have done as streamers or as viewers, but mainly the viewers. Like I had a viewer, right? This was when I just pretty much only really streamed Genshin. I mean, I'm always technically a variety streamer, but you know, Genshin had like plenty of things to do. What is a slander meme? And this person, I was like on hiatus for a few days. This person was in my Discord server and they DM'd me and they were like, "Hey, what where have you been? Haven't seen you around or something like that, right? Trying to act like they're actually trying to figure out like if I'm okay. And then I said I'm just taking a bit of a break, and they're like, "Oh, okay." And then they made a very bad joke. They were basically like, this was back when I used to offer basically babysitting Genshin accounts. So I used to offer doing dailies and spend resin for literally anybody who asked. It used to be account sitting. I would have a document and then I would like write down like names and what people wanted. And it's basically like a first come first serve sort of thing because I would finish after a certain amount of hours. And I guess this person was trying to make a joke based on that, or I don't even know. But basically, they were telling me like, "Oh, since you're like taking a day off, you want to do my work for me? I don't feel like doing anything." And I was just like, "What?" Because I don't talk to this person outside of streams. You know, they're just someone who like talks about Genshin on stream like a few times that month, and then they come in my DMs and then try to pretend to be like, "Wait, where have you been?" And then they suddenly say that after I say I'm taking like a time for myself. And I'm just like, we are not even like I'm thinking to myself, we are not even friends for you to be making a poor joke like that. Cause I was just like, are you joking? Because they dead ass said, like, I don't feel like doing my work. You want to do it for me? And I don't know what you mean by slander memes. I am not really someone that watches memes, not gonna lie. And then yeah, and then they tried to make an excuse being like, yeah, I'm not really good at making jokes, blah blah blah. And then I was just kind of like, and I'm not even like chewing their head off. I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, just don't make jokes like that again. And they immediately left my server and unfollowed me. It is so freaking crazy. The darndest things people say and do. Yeah, it is the suggestion channel, right under the stream category. Axel, you weren't even here. This was many months ago. This was when I really just only had Genshin. Yeah. We had a few members leave Discord today as well. I feel like those are probably like people that unfollow the stream and then if they're in the server they probably leave at the same time. Huh? What do you mean though the person I was talking? Yeah, right? That is a bruh moment. Because they made a very like inappropriate statement to me because we're not friends. Like, and I didn't even like do anything. I was just like, if you're joking, that's kind of a poor joke because we don't even know each other like that. And then they just tried to excuse it by like being like, you know, I'm awkward. Yeah, I don't really know how to make jokes. Ha 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 ha. And I was just like, yeah, just don't make it. Just don't do that again. And then they just straight up unfollowed and left. Eggy, good morning. I'm guessing Eggy wakes up sometimes and then just tunes into the stream and then goes back to sleep. Because I saw Eggy in here for like a while. Yeah, exactly what I said, Eggy. Why are they playing Genshin if they're too lazy to do something? Like, even I'm offended by that. See, here's the thing, Spark. People are really just the darnest things. I've seen weird ass people on a different stream. Oh my god. This is why I always tell people, I'm like, I should have a stream series segment where we just talk about the darnest things we've seen on streams from either a streamer or a viewer. But at the same time, I kind of don't want to do that because I don't really want content like just focused revolving around that. Which is why it's fine for us to just randomly talk about it here and there. But it's so annoying. Like some viewers really are the type of person that will come in as a first time chatter and just be so fucking annoying. And it's just like another viewer does not matter to keep that sort of uncomfortable vibe around. And it's always really funny to me when there's someone who's like banned in my chat that is still like someone that shows up in other chats I go in. And then like every time I see them, I think about what they did in my chat and just like how even if they may act neutral or like quote unquote normal and like seemingly unproblematic in another stream or every other stream I see them in, obviously they got banned in my stream for a reason, whether it was by me or a mod. They literally just it's because like you see this person and like you see them being unproblematic elsewhere and you can't do anything about it. It's not your stream and you're not going to say anything about it. But then you just think about what they did that was so problematic in your own stream for them to deserve the ban. And it's just really funny to me because it's just like this person really did something fucking stupid in my chat. But then they're like going off in other chats I'm a part of as well and they're just being normal. And it's just really funny to me that they have that capability. There's the one person who was trying to brag about having a girlfriend on a stream that was also Genshin. What? Yeah, people are just weird, man. All right, let me see what our hours are at now. $71 out of 86. So 15 more. Yeah, we should be good after Monday's stream for that. I gotta close this. All right, let's see. Next one, anime's changing. Another round of me hating on Revenant. I barely see Revenants anymore. Yeah, but I've had all sorts of fucking annoying and problematic viewers. Which is exactly why I slowly kept going more and more into that mindset of staying the fuck away from giveaways. Cuz I used to be a giveaway streamer because I liked giving back. Like I was so happy to have like all this support on streams and like Genshin was the thing. And like the thing with Genshin is giveaways are really big in this community. So I was just like, yeah, why not? I never did it for like exposure or anything like that. But it is really sad seeing like your numbers plummet because those numbers were literally just giveaway frogs. But as sad as that is, I'm also happy to not have that sort of community. Like they will pretend that they care about you and they really don't. So that's why the quicker I got out of it, the better. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of giveaway streamers who feel the same way, but the problem is they can't really get out of it because, you know, as streamers, we want to keep up that momentum and we want to keep up these statistics. But for me, I don't give a shit. My my need to have a legit community is far superior than just having higher numbers. Although to be fair, having higher numbers would be great for like sponsor reasons because, you know, the more of an audience you have, the more these sponsors see that quote unquote success. I won't say that I dislike giveaway streamers necessarily, but I do dislike giveaway streams cuz I know that not every giveaway streamer is exactly the same, especially being one myself. Some people could be doing it for exposure, some people could be doing it for the same thing as me because they want to, some could be a mixture of both. But it really depends on the type of stream itself. Like, obviously, most of the streams feel like probably a casino because they probably have like channel point thing going on. I used to have that, and then I slowly kept integrating more and more rules. So my stream started becoming like kind of normal. It's just there was just an added bonus. But any stream that feels like a casino, unfortunately, I cannot be part of. Eggy today is Mirage, Nodders barely acceptable. What? Bish, I watching Crunchyroll all the time. I mean, if it's already on there, why the fuck not? I have access to it because of someone else. She. The subs in Crunchyroll can be questionable. I think that can be said for subs on any platform, Axel. If you just happen to run into it. Bitch, the subs on fucking Netflix are questionable. I remember watching JoJo on Crunchyroll a while back and half of it was censored because it's gory. What? Wait, what do you mean? Like, the actual animations were censored? I mean, if I know I want to watch an anime and it's just already on Crunchyroll, I will watch it there. But if it's not on there, then yeah, I'll just watch like an anime or something. It was half blacked out. What the fuck? I'm gonna go be right back and slap water in my face and probably pee. Excuse me. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god, Eggy, you missed it. My chair fucking literally like broke out from under me. Hey, Glitchy, how are you? Censoring in some countries are questionable, like they change the color of blood to white. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, well, it didn't quite fall out under me. So, okay, so here's what happened. I like leaned back like maybe an inch, and then I felt my chair like my it felt like my chair was kind of falling apart because you know how when like you lean back in your chair, you can obviously feel the chair lean back a little, and like you're familiar with how that feels. But then it felt a little unfamiliar. It felt like it was a little too far back. And then I guess I made a mistake, but it doesn't even really matter. So I pulled on my lever and it all came apart. And then when I looked at the ground, a screw was on the ground. And then like the part that connects like the seat and like all that that mechanism underneath. And then I realized when I looked for the other screws that are on my desk because I realized these look very familiar. So apparently 2 out of 4 screws fell out over time, and those were the screws I had on my desk here the whole time because I had no idea what they were for. I just randomly saw them on the floor one day and then just put them on my desk because they clearly belonged to something. And today I have a screw to match those two, and it's from my chair. So 3 out of 4 screws fell out. So that makes sense. Because 2 out of 4 fell out. So the third one fell out. We are also vibing, Gletchy. Just finished reading Creepypastas a while ago. Now we're just watching YouTube. I realized the video I suggested has music. I don't know if it calls this DMCA. Oh, it's okay, Ace. We always listen to music anyway. We have audio split. I am sitting on a dining chair table. And I mean a dining chair. A dining table chair. You know. The chair that goes on your dining table. Nani? Eh. I'm waiting for the next season of Ladybug. Thank you. The chair, but also a table. You're actually not wrong though. Dead ass, I would use these chairs like back then as like an extended table. So I had an idea because so most people they have like their mods do like modcasts or certain things while they're like sleeping during subathons. So for my subathon, I think I'm just gonna play my VODs. That's like the easiest thing to do because I can't just assume or expect or rely on my mods to just always like being available to do something or talk about something while I'm sleeping. That's like a long time and it's just like that's a lot of work for them. And it's just better for them to just moderate the chat instead of like doing something for content. So I'm just gonna play my old VODs while I sleep. Assuming that the subathons are long enough for me to even need to go to sleep. I was expecting you to say I'm still sitting on it and then I would have queued a series. No, fuck no. I can't even sit on that shit. It's literally falling. Cause the other thing is I obviously could stream the Discord stream, but then like what if there's the off chance that Discord does that weird thing where it shows something other than the window you're actually sharing. Because that happens to me all the time. I'm only sharing the window that's showing food videos. And then sometimes you guys see my desktop. And I'm just like, fuck that shit. It's not worth the risk. Oh my god, Eggy, yeah. We're gonna need to screw our chairs. Hey yo, Beastars next season win. Hey, I like Beastars, not gonna lie. I think it's a pretty interesting anime. But that's just me. It got some banger openings. Let's get mom a gaming chair. My gaming chair is so expensive. It's like $400. It's on your long list of stuff to watch. Hey, yo, I see that licorice recoil. Uncle from Another World. Ooh, season 3 release. Secret Labs. Nope, can't wait. Huh? Can't wait for what? Oh. No, well, I'm hoping that I can just put these screws back on, but I mean, if they came off in the first place, then maybe something is not gonna go. Well, I'm really hoping I can put the chair back together. Otherwise, I'm gonna be forced to use my dining chair, and I don't want to do that because my gaming chair is actually quite comfy, and it's just nice. I really hope I can put these screws back on though, but it's concerning because how can these big ass screws even come out in the first place? Well, let's just pray that I can actually put it back in. Yeah, most people don't need like a gaming brand or gaming company or gaming brand company, however you want to word it, a chair. You can get by with like some sort of like office chair. Those are quite good. I just use my couch. I used to use my fucking bed a long time ago. I used to have the most scuffed setup. I didn't even have like a proper desk. I use like this weird furniture thing, put it on top of each other so it was high enough. And then the keyboard and mouse I had at the time only had enough room to be directly next to each other. And then that was the end of the table. So there's virtually no space to move the mouse. And then that's how I play League of Legends. And then I sat on my fucking bed with no back support I'm pretty sure that totally aided in my horrible posture today. Just joined a sports car seat? Oh my. She say what? There's no way. There's literally no way. Gobble these. Oh my god. That is very mind boggling. That's insane. Sheesh. But yeah, don't forget to put points into the community goal, guys. I'm gonna increase it by like another week because I'm taking a week off. Yeah, let me just do that now before I forget. Viewer rewards, channel points, extend. Here we go. Right now? What do you mean right now? But this is pretty insane. We're 15% there. 46,000 points out of 300,000. That is pretty much nearly 50,000 points. Sheesh. Maybe I should decrease the time again. Also, feel free at any time throughout, like, from now. I will probably announce my subathon, like, in a few weeks, like, hopefully at some point before the actual subathon. So it's only August 27th right now, which means we still have slightly half a week before September. And then, cause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, about 5 weeks is October 1st. So we can assume about 3.5 to 4-ish weeks is when the subathon will begin. Somewhere from September 9th, probably. Hmm. We'll see. The last weekend I can do is September 23. Yeah, maybe around there. Maybe around September 23rd. You guys should most likely be able to hit it though. Like it's literally 16% already. This is only one stream. We have tomorrow and then Monday and then plenty of time. But yeah, once if well, you guys are most likely gonna hit it because you have so many channel points to have you don't have nothing to do with it. So once you guys hit that goal, you guys will pick a game. Well, so far people seem to really want Five Nights at Freddy's because that's the only thing they've mentioned, but that's because people don't know what games I actually own yet. Lily asked if I had Outlast, so there's something else. Here's the thing, I will play it. Whatever horror game people vote on. I didn't promise to finish it, but I said I will play a horror game that I own. Never did I promise I will finish it. This is the fine print. But yeah, whenever, if you guys hit that goal, then I will show you the games in my library. Never expected you to finish any other game though. Good. I'm glad you noticed. I'm not good at commitment. I'm sorry. That's not me. I'm not made for that lifestyle. I am a free, fleeting spirit. Finishing a game? Who do people think we are? I know. That's not me. Oh my god, this video is so long. And I'm not even paying attention to it. Hey, yo, Suits. I love that show. I understand why you play Genshin now because you can't finish a game. Exactly. You know me so well. Bruh. But yeah, save all that good money for the subathon. It'll be way more fun keeping me here against my will and making me do things against my will. I'm still not sure what else. Should compile a list somewhere. The only time we can lock up Kisa, pretty much. This is why you gotta save every single penny for this subathon. But yeah, we're looking at a potentially September 23rd start day. Cause that's the last Friday of the month that still has September like right after. Cause the last Friday is technically the very last day of the month, which is the 30th. But I want to still remain at September. I don't want to start on the very last day and then end up being October like a few hours later. Against your will, even though you're the one doing the subathon. Yes. But the thing is, that's why certain things are going to be at certain goals. Because the things I'm less likely to do are going to cost more. And it's not likely that we will hit those. That is how you plan it. You put the easy stuff at first. She's feeling extra subby more than usual during subathon. I mean, I am technically a switch, but that doesn't mean I have to if I don't feel like it. Ooh, that's a nice art. What do you mean, sure? I mean, technically, according to the BDSM test, I am a switch, but no. Fan service good? I don't know. Everybody says SAO is meh because of how focused they were on the romance. I mean, I enjoyed it because I don't mind. I'm not really picky. I'm not that type of person that drops animes like left and right. Those are like legit connoisseurs. I am someone who is quite easily like okay with like things I watch. You're the first Switch I know. The Nintendo Switch. Yep. Come play with my buttons. I took that test several times, always ended up being a master. So you want slaves? Well, to be fair, the thing about the BDSM test is that um a lot of those situations in the questions are really odd. And I don't even know how to answer half of them. There's like a good 25% that I don't even know how to answer unless I experience it. And then another 25% that is just outright no, like nasty and weird. But like the problem is you still end up getting results that you didn't expect. Like one of the traits is degrader and degradee, which is basically insulting in the bedroom. And I'm not into that. So I expected to have 0%. I eventually ended up taking it enough times that I finally got it to 0%. But then there was at some point where I got at least 1% on those things. So I don't really care about that test. That test is just something funny to flex or show people. But it doesn't necessarily like have 100% accuracy or any accuracy to what you're actually into. Because how do you even know what you're into if you've never tried something? Who's tagging me? What is happening here? What in the world is happening here? Who the frick? What if it has been tried? I mean, then good for you. Then you should definitely know whether you like that thing you tried or not. But if you haven't tried something, it's less likely for you to really be able to just 100% confirm whether or not you like it. Like that's like the same thing with like sexuality and other things. Like it's not going to be the same for every individual, but like let's say me for example. I don't really know how to label myself sexually because I don't know what I am if I haven't tried some things. 1% falls within air margins. Like at the very least it's quite obvious I'm at least attracted to like, men and women. But am I more than that? I don't know. So I won't say. Whew. I'm a very vanilla person though. Like I don't really care to go out of my way for all this extra effort to like, partake in BDSM and stuff like that. Not against it, just not really trying to put effort for it. Some people are like super about it where they like, they want to dabble in it like almost all the time. I wouldn't be that type of person. I dabble in it here and there if I'm feeling spicy, but I am just really vanilla. I don't feel like putting in so much extra effort to mess around with other things. You've done quite a hefty amount. Good for you. Like I don't understand what you're trying to say here. How are you going to say that and then people leave? Like you clearly want to talk about it. What is this video about? I don't know. I'm not paying attention to this video. Something about anime. I have not been paying attention to any of these videos. Well, I didn't ask you anyway, Axel. You decided to say that. I definitely didn't ask. I thought you were talking about the video. No, I don't really know how it happened. But we started talking about like being switches and BDSM tests stuff. And I guess sexuality and just that type of thing. Just do whatever y'all comfortable with. Yes, of course. Always do what you're comfortable with. I don't really care. I'm not really the type of person that needs to have certain things in my life. I'm just saying. I'm not against certain things, but it's just like I'm not really going out of my way to do certain things either. As if I have someone to do stuff with. You brought up the test and we just rolled it. Well, I mean, the test came from us talking about being switches. Based on when I started talking, can you see why I thought that? No, I don't. There's nothing wrong with not doing anything. I mean, I'm technically doing nothing. I mean, not that we really need to get that deep and personal about it. It really doesn't matter what amount of experience someone has or doesn't have. I mean, if you want experience, then yes, it'd be nice for you to get some. But if you don't care for it, then that's fine too. All of it is very valid and fine. But although that's not even what we were talking about, for me, it's just a matter of I'm pretty open to trying things or doing things, but it's just I don't really care to do it at the same time. Hello, spooky mans. How are you? It's because you said something about dabbling and trying things, so I had no context. So it sounded like you were talking about media. Oh, I see. The more and more Axel reveals things about himself, the more I'm realizing I'm so utterly confused. First of all, you're not as old as you apparently came off, and now you're saying you have experience with things. This video is fucking 35 minutes long, but I am not even paying attention to it. I just want a hug. Does that make me a sub? No. That makes you probably human. Just because I'm confused doesn't mean that I care to know. I don't give a shit how old you are or what your experience is because it literally has nothing to do with me. All I can say is just I'm just confused because that is so not what I expected. But yet again, it has nothing to do with me, so I could really care less. Axel, you didn't even know what I thought of you. You were not aiming to do anything. Me being confused was in the process of my own assumptions. Don't act like you had a part to play. You did literally nothing. Don't try to act like you actually tried to do something. But yes, to follow up on that hug thing, I think that's just a very incredibly human thing. Like for me, I would love a very nice hug right now. But the thing is, I'm not gonna hug just anybody either. I would only hug someone that I truly want to hug from, or someone I'm like quite comfortable with. I cannot just hug anybody. What is this video about? I honestly couldn't tell you because I have not been paying a single second of attention to it. Maybe it's because it's Axel's video. Maybe I'm just destined to not pay attention to anything Axel does. Yeah, but this is something about anime like changing and like the dark reason why or something like that. Well, that literally makes no sense, Axel. I am just trying to take a hit at you. Have to be comfortable with them for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not like strangers can't hug each other because sometimes you can feel that vibe. But for me personally, because I've explained this before, like there's friends I have that I like talking to and I like hanging out with. Like maybe I'll go hang out with this person like once in a while. But then there'll be the type of friend that I can't really be comfortable with, like being in the comfort of my room with them, nor do I really feel comfortable hugging them or touching them. But it's not like I have a problem with them necessarily. There's like just different levels of comfortability with everybody. Like I'm a very open person. You can interpret that however you want. But at the same time, not that open with some people. Oh my god. Sheesh. Personally don't like hugging anyone, and that's fine too. I don't really like hugging a lot of people. Just the same vibe as some folks. Yep. Like for me right now, cuz like I'm an extreme like how do I word this? Well, like I've basically been alone for a long time. So I haven't seen like my friends or like anybody that I would hug in so long that the next time I finally see someone, I may physically flinch because that has happened before when I've gone so long without like physical contact. I freeze if someone hugs me without permission. Oh yeah, definitely. I really hate when people touch me too. Like someone will just touch like my shoulder or something, and it's just like unless it's someone like I'm like besties with or like really close to, but like someone who's just being like kind of annoying. Like there was a guy that I was friends with, and then like there was another guy that I met through them, and we hung out a lot. And that me and that guy were always like butting heads, and then that guy would like always like touch my shoulder and like try to purposely piss me off, and I was just like, ugh, this motherfucker. I'm not a fan of hugs, never have been. Totally understandable. I can drop that video. It doesn't have a ton of talking. Sure. I don't even think I'm really paying attention to the videos. I think I'm actually chatting for once. Well, actually, I think this happens a lot. It's not that I don't like this type of video or anything like that, but it's just like when we get into a topic and we're talking about something with that we can actually keep talking about, that's just really a lot easier to like come out naturally instead of like just sitting here and just watching a video and trying to make sense of it. Sometimes I do like hugs, sometimes I don't. Yeah. I hate it when family forces me to hug them. I always just stare at them. What I Beck, you right. What I really hated was my family like forcing me to say hi to like people that come to our house because it's just like why? I don't know about you guys, but I always found that kind of weird. Like my mom would always like tell me to like fix my bed, like because other people will see that or something. But the thing is, like, no, other people wouldn't see it because other people wouldn't be in my room. So it's weird that you would even allude to something like that because it's like, first of all, why would anybody else other than me or even you be in my room? I mean, I know that my mom wouldn't like looking at my room being messy. So she could really just make an excuse by saying she doesn't like it, which is obviously the only reason. But then she tries to bullshit it by saying like, "Oh, other people are gonna look at your room and they see how dirty it is." No, nobody's gonna look at my room because nobody's ever gonna be allowed in my room. I have been listening to you. I didn't listen to a single thing this video said. Yeah. what did you want us to watch, Beck? Oh wait, wait, we have a couple more videos in here. Let's see. Oh, I can close the creepypastas now. No, but I really like a really nice hug. I used to be friends with someone who was like pretty much the exact same height as me, and our hugs were like kind of perfect. And like when we held hands, it was like kind of perfect too. So I guess being the same size as someone else is kind of like perfect when it comes to holding hands and hugging because it's like there's no need to like tiptoe or like, you know, one hand is a lot bigger than the others and just all those sort of mix and match. Do you need to vent? No. I was just being dramatic for no reason. Hi, Foxy. But no, I'm not really triggered by that stuff anymore. Well, I never was triggered by it, but like it's just something annoying, you know. But yeah, no, I was just doing it for dramatic effect. But I always found it kind of stupid that my mom would like always tell me to like say hi, like literally just force me to come out of my room to go say hi to like her friends or like people that come over, and it's like those are your friends. Go entertain them. They got nothing to do with me. It's so fucking awkward. And then like yeah, that whole making the bed thing, like, I mean, I totally understand. Making your bed makes it seem like, you know, you're taking care of things and being clean. But, like, and we all know it's just because our moms prefer to see that when they come into our room when they bother us. But talking about other people looking at our rooms and how that's not, like, tidy and stuff, it's just kind of weird because it's just like, ain't nobody gonna be in my room. My God, RC, you're still awake. Oh my gosh. God damn. Imagine having so much dislikes. Me very sleepy? Oh, you should go to sleep then. Tommy in it? I'm not RC. Hmm. Good night, Foxy. I won't lie though, I am a very curious kitty. Like if people are willing and want to tell me like their experiences just in general about things, I'm usually down to listen. I just like learning about people. If mostly everyone's paying attention to Kisa, maybe we could turn down the vids just a smidge. Yeah, we can do that. Good night to anybody that's going to sleep. I could talk about things all day. But it's a lot more fun when you're actually like talking to someone else rather than just talking to yourself. Like there's times when me and Miri talk to each other and I'm just like, "Do you really want to know what I've done?" And she's like, "Yes, and it's like she is curious, but at the same time she doesn't want to know cuz she doesn't want her vision of me to be warped." Miri actually views me in a very cute way. Like she views me as like probably someone just really really cute and pure, and I don't know why. Probably because I'm short, which doesn't really make any sense. I think it's just because I don't come off as someone that does anything, which is still kind of correct and accurate. I don't do anything right now. The most recent person I hugged ghosted me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Getting ghosted is not fun, although in recent years I have come to understand some people that do it because I somewhat do it sometimes where it's not necessarily ghosting, but it's more like I read most of my messages half asleep, and then after a certain period of time I'm like, "Oh shit, I forgot." I literally do that to like my own dad and stuff, and I'm like, "Oh shit, I forgot to reply to his text." And then he'll get so worried about me because he's like, "Are you okay?" Because I haven't responded in like a few hours or like days. And I'm like, "Fuck, I read it." She was not mentally okay though. Yeah. The thing about ghosting is there's many reasons that could be behind it. But if it's because someone cannot confront like or like say something directly, then that's where it kind of hurts. But yeah, as you guys might know, I'm a pretty lewd person by nature. I don't really talk about it though because I mean, there's really no need until like the topic arises. I like I just like talking about things, and I always find it interesting. But I feel like even between friends, like as curious as you are about each other's experiences, hearing about it is also kind of monka at times. I understand when it's like that. It's not really ghosting. Yeah, it really depends because people could definitely be ghosting, or they could just be like forgetful and whatnot, or it could like kind of overlap in a way in between. Like I've had friends who literally quote unquote ghost me for like months because by the time they realize that they didn't respond, it's been so long and it's awkward. And I kind of feel the same way sometimes if for some reason there's someone I somehow didn't reply to after so long. But like I always say with every single thing in life, it really depends. What in the world? Nani? What the What the fuck? It's so funny. That vegan teacher. What in the world are we watching? I've done that before. I forgot to reply. It's probably been about 8, 9 months now, so I don't think me just saying, hey, will feel right. Yeah, I totally understand. Totally understand. Not the vegan teacher, that vegan teacher. You know, sometimes it do be like that where people drop tea or like some insane drama or news just for some PR reasons. Not saying that's what's happening here, but like people could definitely and definitely do that sort of thing, that tactic. Silk milk. Mmm. Milk. I think if you just say sorry should be okay. Yeah. It's hard to say. Buy Kisa milk. I want milk now. Why bother with silk milk? There's something wrong with her. I finally had milk for the first time in a while because I wanted milk for those pancakes. Tea spill yourself to triple your fame. Yes, only vegans drink soy milk. Nut milk as in almond milk. Oh, yes. Or oat milk. Or cashew milk. Those are like the most popular ones I hear of. Ow. Nah, but I want milk from them cow udders, you know what I'm saying? To be honest, would you have heard of that vegan teacher if she didn't do all of this? Any PR is good PR. Yeah. Well, it really depends. Unless you're going viral for being a terrible person who did something terrible, that is arguably the only thing that's not good. Now that's where people like tend to get canceled and stuff and whatnot. But I mean, if you did something terrible, then well, that is one whole ass debate or discussion in itself. Like, for example, Twitter, right? Twitter is just a really quick way of spreading any sort of news or information. So it's a double-edged sword. The only bad side about is like people putting like their shitty opinions and takes for one, and then the whole cancel culture thing and drama. But the thing is, drama is sometimes necessary, and I will explain why. Let's say someone makes a really long thread or a twit longer, and it's technically drama because pretty much anything is considered drama, even if it's not that bad. But is drama is drama. Let's say they're talking about one particular individual in a specific community who did something really, really bad. And the reason why they're talking about it in the first place on Twitter is to spread that news to other people to be wary of that person. So that is a type of necessary drama. Like if someone's like harassing people and you want to spread the word, then Twitter's your place to go. Liz getting aggressive with the commands. Oh yeah. She's been doing that since yesterday. Yeah. My lactose intolerant ass. It's a double whammy. If you can't handle spice, but then you are willing to eat some, but then you can't drink milk or like eat ice cream to like cool it off because you're also lactose intolerant. Not sure why, but I enjoy seeing people angry on the internet. For me, I get really exhausted reading about any sort of like drama or problem on Twitter, but if it's something that could like end up being in my space, like anything that relates to like streamers or VTubers, like for example, you know, those people that like do huge chargebacks or people that like do horrible things to streamers and VTubers, those are things I want to be in the loop about. I'll just be like, what the fuck? I don't drink soy milk really, but rice milk, almond milk, oat milk. I think it's funny to make like trolls angry in response, or like, just really stupid people that like find some fucking reason to just be a little bitch. I played League of Legends for a good amount of years, so I played a lot of PvP games. I've been on the internet for a long time, so I've been exposed to many things. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Whoops. All right, I'm back. Okay, take care, Ash. Thank you. Uh, the thing that makes me annoyed is when you're in a Discord being friendly with people, and then there's that one dude that just has to be an ass about everything. Holy shit! You just reminded me of something, Beck. So the other day, I was in uh, Foxy raided somebody, and as soon as we got into that chat, it's someone that we rated before and we know. But as soon as we got in the chat, the first thing I noticed is the top gifted, right? You know how the top gifted just has like the first three names show immediately? I saw the number one name and I was like, that name looks very familiar. And I was just like, is that the person that's banned in my chat? And then I was like messaging Foxy. I was like, isn't this that guy that was causing trouble in our server? And we banned before, and then she was like, I don't think it's him. And then I was on my phone at the time, so I can't like do slash user and type up the name in my chat. You could do that on PC though if you're a mod or the streamer. So I asked her because she's my mod. I was asking her, I was like, can you check their user card in my chat since I'm not on the PC? And she checked and she was like, oh my god, it is him. And it was so so this person is really it was this person was such a strange case. Good morning, Kevin. How are you? This person, they show up to my stream with their friend and they were chill and then they joined Discord, and after a couple of days or something they like said, "Can I DM you?" And I was like, "Okay." They DM'd me and then they said one of the nicest things ever. They were like saying something like, "I'm glad I found your stream," and like I like I don't know. They were just being really positive. They were just talking about how they love like my stream and just me as a streamer. And then they were like saying like, I hope you never change or like keep up this thing that you're doing or whatever. And yes, they were only there for like 1 or 2 days. And I just said like, okay, well, that's one of the nicest things anybody's ever said to me. And the thing is, they were the type of person that anytime they talked in Discord, they would just say something random like, oh, like complaining about, so they had like a sort of customer service slash retail job. And I mean, I'm sure all of us probably have experienced at least like one customer service slash retail type of experience or job or whatever, or heard about it. And we kind of know how it goes. It's annoying. You complain about it and that's fine. But like the way they complain about it, like it just sounded like a little too much. Like I guess they probably worked in a restaurant or something, and then they were like complaining about a customer because I guess they asked the customer if they thought food was a privilege or a luxury. And then they like went off a bit. But that wasn't really the problem. Like that was just like sign one where it was just like, okay, that's a little weird, a little aggressive, but okay. I mean, I kind of understand where they're coming from. But what was the problem is just one day they just randomly said in Discord that they don't relate to anybody in here. Basically trying to be like, I don't I don't relate to anybody here. I have nothing to talk about with anybody here in the Discord. And then everybody's over here trying to like comfort them. We're all just being like, I mean, you don't have to like really relate to people, you know? We're just all here talking and chilling and stuff. And then they were trying to be like, I hate small talk or blah 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 blah. And then they started getting like really weirdly aggressive. And then I was just like, okay, you need to relax because if you keep this up, we're gonna have to remove you from the server. And then they were basically just saying, like, I don't fucking care. And then it was so crazy. And I don't remember their messages because when my mods banned them, like they chose the option where you remove messages of the last 24 hours. And then this person, they weren't following me on Twitter, but they went to my Twitch or wherever, got my Twitter link, went out of their way to DM me. And when I finally noticed that DM later, they were saying something like, go block me and ban me all you want, blah, 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 blah. And then they ended up blocking me on Twitter. And I was just like, what the fuck? And then I messaged their friend because remember, when they joined my stream, it was with a friend. And I told their friend, I was like, okay, I had to ban slash block your friend. So just letting you know, I mean, you're welcome to leave the community too if you want. But yeah, your friend was like being problematic. And then the friend was just like, oh yeah, that's okay. I understand or whatever. Like I'll still stay in your streams and things like that. That person does, but that person kind of trauma dumps occasionally, but we don't really see them often. But yeah, that was like one of the most aggressive, weird things we had to experience. And the, the weirdest part is just how that person literally DM'd me talking about how like they loved me as a person or a streamer or whatever and how they didn't want me to change or whatever. Because I basically try to be really welcoming and like accommodating and like, you know, making people feel comfortable in the Discord and whatnot on streams, you know, so long as they're not like a shitty person. And then they just, I think they were also like the type that like sometimes might send messages in Discord. And here's the thing, while the Discord can be active from time to time, people are not always awake and people don't have an obligation to talk in Discord. So there are definitely going to be moments where it's a little more quiet and probably for a while because the more active people are usually active within a certain time frame. So there are moments where it'll be quiet. So I'm pretty sure this person like felt like they were talking to themselves sometimes. And then when we would talk about other things, I don't know, man. VS Toshi? I am afraid I don't recognize your name. You've been following since 2018 though. I feel like I Kota. The last time I heard from you was 2018, so I'm afraid I probably don't really know you, but you have been following since my league days. Welcome in. For me, it's not even the people that are inappropriate, gross, or whatever. It's just the people that always contradict everything and have shit opinions that can't back up at all. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, welcome in, VS Toshi. I think we played League before, then IRL happened. Yeah, your last message is from 2018, and I'm afraid the name does not ring a bell to me. But yeah, welcome in today. I hate when people say the server's dead. Oh, not just that, Ace. Especially when they say it on Twitch. Like they'll say chat is dead or like blah blah blah. I love how Elden rings buffs are just self harm. Um, but yeah, oh my god, guys, there's just the darnest fucking things people do. Changing headphone cushions is the biggest pain I ever had. I changed my ear pads recently. It wasn't really a big deal. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. It's my ad incentive, unfortunately. I have to play like quite a bit of ads per hour. But next month, not really not really a good incentive. This month, this is why I'm pushing myself a lot, even though I should be resting a lot more and reducing streams. But also just because I love to stream. I mean, I think people can kind of tell, considering like I always talk about how I will end stream at a certain point, or like I'll say at the beginning like I'm only gonna stream for like a couple hours or like have a short stream, quote unquote, and then I always end up here double triple the time because I can't tear myself away. Just hang with us a couple minutes, ain't that long. Got my birthday coming up, but that means I need to renew my licenses. Oh no. But happy early birthday. All those years of me not being here stacked up those ads. So when you say you just came back from your Twitch hiatus, like are you dead ass just getting back on Twitch like after like years? I don't even know if you can hear me, but I've never heard anyone say that Twitch chat is dead, but I do see someone say it on Discord almost every day. I haven't seen it in a while, so I'm assuming they were either banned or just left. People say it quite often on a Twitch chat, but yeah, it might depend on like if the Twitch chats you're in are actually dead or not. Like even if a chat is technically dead, you're not supposed to say that because it makes it sound really bad on the streamer and the lurkers. Because most of the time it's because the lurkers all happen to be doing something. Like if you can see that there's a clear number of viewers and there's definitely got to be like at least 1 in 10 people talking, right? But people are just usually lurking. People don't have to talk all the time. Welcome back, Toshi. I think they said it like other way. Personally, I like small chats over fast ones. Yeah, I mean, I understand that because you get to actually have some sort of interaction or like more personable interactions. But when a chat moves really fast, that's when you know a streamer has made it like really, really high, like the success that they've gotten to. It does. It's just rude to say stuff like that. Exactly. But yeah, as I was saying, Toshi, so did you deadass just get back on Twitch like after some years or something? Never type Kisa cute every 3 days or so. Refuse to elaborate. Leave. I wonder how the streamer reads the chat if it's super fast. I mean, people always talk about me being like some superhuman because of how much I read chat while doing whatever the fuck I'm doing on my game. Which is why Genshin is amazing because it really doesn't matter too much what I do on Genshin. Like for me, like I know like having a double monitor makes it a lot easier, but I do read my chat quite fast. Imagine playing Apex. Genshin is literally just chatting galore. I also hate when people ask how much to get. Oh, yeah. Like my guy, that's not something for you to do and it's on a streamer. Yeah. I was gone for a while, but I came back a year ago. Just don't catch you on when I come back home from work. That's true. I do be streaming at like, well, I tend to start around 10 a.m. Eastern these days and like kind of go into about this time. I stream too fucking long on those days, but I definitely need to cut back. It's hard though. I love streaming, but I can't keep afford to do I can't afford to keep like doing super long streams cuz I'm not getting paid for these hours. Genshin's so easy I can play while half asleep until 36. Sheesh. I had one of the wildest dreams last night. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't think he's a superhuman. I just think she's always paying the majority of her attention to her chat, not whatever she's watching. No, I'm not even human. I don't know what I am. People have been asking me what species I am, and I honestly couldn't tell you because I have amnesia. I just woke up like this, okay? I just have cat ears and a tail. That is all I know. And a few other assets. I usually start work around these hours. Oh. Well, I mean, I've been streaming for at least 5 hours now. You're a cat girl? What do you mean? I mean, at the very least, yes. I don't know how much of me is actually a human, if any part of me is human. I mean, I definitely have the cat ears and the cat tail. Alright, Axel, buckle up. That was only the main bosses. Nani? What about Axel? But yeah, I don't play League anymore, Toshi. I don't know if you still do, but I definitely don't anymore. Ew. This is disgusting. Real question, is the PNG the full character or is it cut off? Unfortunately, this is the full character. Although I have the image of my full character like in my head, it's never been fully drawn out. But if you're familiar with Rin Tosaka from Fate Stay Night, now when I think about it, my PNG or like my character, her outfit's kind of similar to Rin's. We got like the red sweater thing going on, and then we're wearing like black leggings. I never realized how similar it was kind of to Rin's. I'm supposed to have a skirt and like black like stockings under. My bottom half is supposed to be basically be like a black skirt and black stockings. I just saw that they were paying attention to the video. I know, right? I only play ARAM or with friends. Yeah, if I were to play League, I would only play ARAMs or a full ass group if I for some reason felt like playing Rift, but I don't. Skirt with black leggings? Giga thighs? Boobage? I didn't hear you say pantsuit. Oh. I mean, did I need to? They're on my head. Nah, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, I need to head out, but I love these Saturday streams so much. Oh, okay. Take care, Dryad. You have a great rest of your day. Never touch League. Good, RC. Don't. Save yourself, my twin. Do not touch that thing. Stay far away from it. Just play Apex. It's more fun. What is League Unheard of thing? League of Apex. The true legends. Bye-bye, Dryad. Honestly, if I could run Apex on my trash laptop, I would. Aww. So you're one of those few unfortunate souls. Those poor unfortunate souls. I learned new words? Oh no. I haven't touched Apex since TOF and Genshin came out. That's fair. I haven't played Apex in a few days. To be fair, I'm not playing much of anything because my dumbass needs like I don't sleep, I don't eat. I'm just laying in bed like trying to like contemplate what to do with myself. And then I just waste so much time doing exactly that. Can't play League. The fact that it used to be so much fun for me makes it downturn for me a more pungent, bitter poison than most. I literally get sick watching people play it. Oof. It makes it fun with friends. Without friends, a whole different story. Oh yeah, I would never. Oh. Well, look who's here. Hi, wifey. I played League for the skin swipe. She's lying about Miri? Where'd you go? I got Apex because I saw how fun it is when you stream it. Yeah. Oh. I mean, you guys can play. Well, yeah, Discord, bitch. Respond. Not the Ayo. We don't need an Apex channel. You just go to the voice chat and then the no mic chat becomes Apex. You heard Sonic? What? I used to play Siege, but my mains got nerfed one after another, so I left. Bonk, 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 bonk. It's cause Midi's here, huh? We got a bonk Midi. I had Sonic score screen. Oh, I don't know, man. It's a video. It's probably gonna meme around with noises and things. Siege gives me traumas. I played it at tournament level with PS4 Dead. A lot of games I play are fun with friends. The ones that don't require friends to have fun require me to sweat so much. Yeah. I mean, that's the only reason I would play League if I had like a full ass team. But here's the thing. I feel like we need a third category to explain and specify games like PvP games like League, Overwatch, and Apex and things. Fun with friends who are not toxic and not tilt lords. If they're just screaming in your ear all the fucking time about shit, that's not a friend I want to play with. Got boring because I needed to keep up and be better than others to have fun. Bunk me with your huge bunker, honk my honkers. The single player games I own, my PC can't run. Oh, that's fucked up. That's so sad. Can you fucking ain't got me traumatized? Like people, like my friends always be like, I suck. And I'm like, okay, good. Then we can suck together. I mean, like, who fucking cares? I mean, sometimes I'll be like a little upset depending. Like if someone does something hella like so questionable, I'll just be like, what the fuck? But then I'm not gonna be like, yeah. Oh yeah, if there is a community goal, so feel free to dump channel points in there. I had a friend who used to be fun to play with, but they became omega toxic. Yeah. It's really hard to like tell people like, hey, I don't want to play with you because you're like blah blah blah. The way you said it sounded like you were calling someone out. Oh, I definitely am. Not anybody in particular right now, but like, you know, I played League for 10 years and then I played Overwatch when it was in its prime and then Apex I've been playing Apex on and off. So I have quite a lot of people I've been friends with that are like that exact type. Competitive game most of the time hurts friendship. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, yeah. Apex is one of those games that's the best to like suck at. It's only a three-man lobby type of game, but it's really fun. It's just really funny sometimes. Just drop in hot and then like, I don't know, you get fucked, but you try. You try to do your best to survive, even though you're most likely you're just gonna straight up die. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking and sucking. Now that I think about it. But we're not doing it. We're the ones getting fucked. Like literally all the time. Meaty. You're adorable. I'm just talking about when I play Apex. Nothing else. Just how I like it. Oh. I go real stupid when I play Apex. I would like to. And then I kill full squad with Mozam and we still die. Bedge. I don't know what the fuck we're watching. Alright, let's go watch like, I don't know, actual memes or something now. Oh god, now all this creepy stuff because of the things I've been watching. I don't know, memes. I think yeah. I don't know if I want to watch that. Okay, maybe this one. Yes, fresh juicy memes. Meaty, you want to know what's funny? You know the word meaty? Anytime I actually say the word meaty now, people think I'm saying meaty. That's the gist of it. You good? It was just background noise. Oh, I can give you background noise. I'm gonna spin the wheel. Eggy, you're cute. True. Type awesome as a cheat code. Me tea. But a fun watch alone too. True. When I'm in Apex, I see enemy. I go in and shoot without thinking. 1v3. Oh. I mean, I'm meaty. I mean, you are. But yes. Murty? What? Why? Probably because Meaty is your mother and she's really cute. So therefore, you are really cute. I mean, that seems to make quite a lot of sense to me. Press W into enemy teams. I refuse to eat the no you. Well, you can eat these. No, Meaty. That's you. Diets. People said gun. I'm not cute. You are. That is so true. Deep thoughts with the deep. I am fighting the urge to dox myself as a meme. Oh my gosh. This fucking static is bothering me. Uh, One more time and I'm kissing you, smash. Oh. Can I watch? Nah, actually fuck that. All right, Mary, let's kiss. Me still processing 2020. Yes, literally. Why? How the fuck is it 2023 so soon? Glitchy's talking to Aggie, Mitty. Don't worry. But do you want to kiss Mitty? Ayo. I didn't expect this type of meme format. Yeah, how the fuck is 2023 like right there? Nobody touch you, Egu? Oh. Glyph. I need more friends, me isolating myself every night. What else should we put on our subathon goals? Got any ideas, guys? Or something you want to see in the subathon as a goal? Well, I already know the ones that we already talked about. Spicy ramen? Mona's my mouth. Nani? What? So random. Like, I don't know if that's random or if that's in response to something. Both. Too bad when I'm being Pepega, my name changes to Blesser. Swat me? Nani? I like how this chat went from serious talk to horny talk. Ace, this chat is horny 24/7. I'm not gonna, honestly. And they're serious. They're seriously horny. Is this bottom text meme simulator right? I thought we were gonna see like actual like videos of stuff, not like the meme format of things. Not me, never horny. You're telling me you're not a horny mushroom from Maple Story? Wow, the deception. I don't know, I'm bottom, but I see no checks. Oh. Oh. On the throne of horniness? What is that supposed to mean? Is that supposed to imply that there's more, I have more horniness than you? She Hulk. She Hulk. Do you Hulk? Topographical map of Brazil. uh, you're my throne, but I'm the horny. Yeah, well, meme sheep. Yeah, sure. I just looked up memes. I don't like that. But you're gayer. I'm pretty sure I'm hornier too, but you don't know that. Because how would you know that? Oh, bless your soul. Oh no. I think you need to try me, Miri. No! No! Oh my god. You aren't even letting me? Bitch, letting you? What do you mean? All y'all need to go to horny jail. I'm already there. Try you? Bitch. That is not what I meant. Oh. Oh my god, matey. Oh god. Flushed. Dear god. I'm Foxy's little burrito. I can't go to jail. Should come whip me out of jail. My dick minding its own business. Me at 3:17 a.m. What the fuck? Oh, that slap. Um. Oh my. What? Can't relate. Don't have a D. Nopers. Yeah. Imagine. Imagine not having double D's. Oh! What the fuck? Oh my god! What is happening? Yes, Meaty. You're actually gay, Meaty. You're actually like really gay. What the fuck? Oh, okay. She's screaming. That kind of scary. Uh oh. Uh oh. Oh dear. What the heck? What? Huh? What is happening? I literally never know what's happening, but oh. Oh my. Damn. Me too. Me too. Oh, 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 oh. The spicy? The kitty. Aww. Lily Magic? Damn, that is small. That is so small. Ooh, it's so hot all of a sudden. What the fuck? Why are you sausage? What? Why are you sausaging me? Bitch, you sausage. You're always talking about my height. Like I wouldn't fucking pin your ass down. Oh, okay. Good. You better not be sausaging me. Because I didn't do anything. I hate this. I can't. It's too easy to make me laugh. Ow, I don't like that. Meaty. You naughty girl. Oh my god, what happened? Pulled a waffle out of his inventory. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's fucked up. What the fuck? Oh, right. My bad. We turned it down earlier. Hey, yo. Fucking imagine getting heirlooms. Imagine cheating on your wife. Who would do such a thing? I can't imagine who could do such a thing. Yeah. Imagine. And the audacity to lie as well on top of all that. I'll get my heirloom soon. I'm at 400 plus packs. Eh. I've never gotten an heirloom. Oh my. Are you ready to confess your sins, matey? Is there something that you need to tell me? Imagine not having an heirloom. Bish. Oh, that's a really funny looking sentence, matey. Me texting the girl I like. Oh, that's it. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Huh? Oh my god, that laugh at the end. Nani? What is happening? I'm scared, mom. Mommy. Uh. Ooh. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, yo. Whoa, that was huge. Midi, why are you so gay? Midi, you bad girl. Holy shit, that shit is loud. Have a good meal, Kevin. Oh my god. Oh, no. No. Not like this. Midi. Relax, girl. Good night, Midi. Oh, oh my god. Excuse me. Sheesh. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. Not like this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you guys gonna play Apex? Who? Who's playing Apex? Me tired. Mm. No, Sag. Why Sag? Why no? clicking sound gets me every time. They always put it so well. You don't know why, no? Well, there's a lot of people in here that like to play Apex. Yum, yum, yum. Ah. What the fuck, man? Aww. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh. Oh, dear God. I just remembered why. Oh my gosh. My God. This is kind of a cutie. Well, not just kind of. No kind ofs. Everybody's full on. Oh God, way too dank. Way too fucking dank. Fucking Christ. All right. My ass is officially hurting now from this chair. It's not that bad though. What is that? Oh, I remember this. Well, I can't wait to play more Cult of the Lamb tomorrow. Woo! Nani? If you guys aren't part of the cult yet, make sure to come by tomorrow to try to get in. I want to play in bed. I wish I could play games in bed one day when the Steam Deck comes out. Because they're coming out in like October to December. So it'll be like Nintendo gaming in bed all over again, except with Steam games. Oh shit. Is it cross platform? I don't know how that works. I mean, if you mean like if it's on multiple platforms, I believe so. Join me, mama. I mean, I don't have money for that, but yeah, I would like to have a Steam Deck at one point. It also seems like they might only have a limited amount of stock at first because they do have that like $5 like reserve one thing. That's so cute, Glutcher cute, everyone cute. True, true, true. Mina, kawaii. Oh God, wait. I feel like we've seen this before. Well, I've definitely seen this video before, but I don't know if we've seen like this full YouTube video. I mean, if you can play with PC, people on PC, if I play it on console, I don't think it's like full. It's not. I don't believe it's like multiplayer, so I don't think there is like something like that. Because like Twitch chat can become one of the followers instead of like a random bot. Thank you for the hygiene stretch, Spark. みんな頑張ってね The oh, I knew it. Sussy. Hey, Gussie. Or in my case, you become a giant shitlord. True. Wait, I feel like we dead ass seen this video before. Cause I've seen all of these little clips already. It did take me a whole year until my reservation made me have to pay the rest. Wait, how does it work when you reserve it? People recycle memes a ton in these channels. Yeah, that makes sense. And this is an autoplay, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've seen this exact video already, but who knows? It's fine. It's still funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we definitely saw this already. Shall we? Shall we move over to watch food videos? Show you guys this new egg restaurant that Mike Chan went to. It's his newest video. Fooj. Yes, Fooj. Always Fooj. All right. Let's watch his new video. I already saw it because I couldn't help myself. But we can watch it together. It's on the shorter side though, Smoj. Ah, look at that. Oh my god, look at that yolk. Oh my god. So when you reserve it, you're basically in line to getting it earlier than someone else. I don't know if it's the same now, but after that, if you're chosen to get your Steam Deck, you have like 10 days to get it. Oh. Hello, Milos. We just swapped to a food video. Oh, this is from Japan. So you know their eggs are the best. She. Oh, never mind. He's in Singapore. But I don't know if he said the eggs were from Japan. But either way, they're hella orange. Yes. I have a good day. Thank you, Stick. I hope you have a good day too. That's what eggs look like? Not necessarily. Some are yellower. More yellow. Morello. Orange eggs seem to be more prominent in like Asia or something. But over here in America, I'm pretty used to just yellow yolk. Oh, it's hot. Yellow eggs are full of chemicals? Yeah, that sounds about right. America do be full of chemicals. America do be full of a lot of things that are tampering with stuff. I wonder why it's hot. I rarely eat eggs from the grocery store because they always taste bad. Oh god, yeah, this chair, no bueno for my ass. It's okay though. I think it's only if I'm sitting here like all day like I have been. But in the first few hours it's fine. Well, it's fine. After Monday I'm going to take a break cuz I don't know if I'm going to have time to screw this in like tomorrow or the day after. But yeah, Monday will be my last stream for a while. So tomorrow we're going to play Genshin and Cult of the Lamb and probably the same thing on Monday. Next Yana is 69769. Let's go. You know it's gonna happen. Imagine them actually accurately using my commands when I do things instead of just spamming it randomly. Because everybody always does that at some point. What are we gasping at? Yawn and then never yawn again. I am more tired than I am like Well, no, sometimes I'm more hungry than I am tired, but like I cannot be bothered to deal with anything. So I go to sleep to just combat all of it. No kisses streams. Yeah, I've not been taking good care of myself, Glitchy. This is the this is something that I really need to work on. Normally I would have at most 2 days in a row off, but I need at least 4 to 5 days off. So we will see. We'll see if I do a whole 7 days. Cuz like you know how like let's say you were to take a break, like a vacation or sort of thing and you do things you want to do, but then you need days of recuperating. I'm a bitch though, have work tomorrow. Bitch, take care of yourself or I'm gonna come slap. Take as much time. Alright, good luck with work tomorrow, Glitchy, and good luck with sleeping tonight. Hopefully you can get a good sleep. Unlike me. I will. That's why I'm taking this week break because I need it. 1 day off, 2 days off, that ain't gonna do shit for me. So that's why I'm taking or declaring that I'm taking a week off. Good night, cutie. I need a staycation to work on stuff. I know, right? But I will be in Discord occasionally here and there. I mean, I'm always texting in Discord, but voice chat wise, I'll probably be there like a few times when I'm like a wokage. But I definitely want to try to take some time to work on some things. I want to try to finalize stuff for the subathon goals. So at any time, you guys are welcome to drop suggestions off stream in suggestions chat. My feelings are going bazonkers lately. I really can't really sleep well. Aw, yeah. Try to relax if possible. Can always do your overthinking earlier in the day, but try to relax when it's like winding down time. Although it is easier said than done. Me, I is a perma overthinker. But I just overthink about myself and my own things. Nothing really so much about other people. Which is slightly better, but still not great. Well, I'd rather overthink about myself than overthink about my relationships with other people, which thankfully I don't really have to think about in general, I think. The worst is not even being sure what is real and what is overthought. That is true. Imagine thinking. I don't know why it's relaxing if I sleep to Minecraft, long play with no chatting. Was this still the one with eggs? Oh yeah, he's not at that restaurant yet. But god damn, I would eat all of that. Or try it. I legit sometimes go back and read older messages just to be sure. Yeah, I do that too. Well, not so much anymore, but I definitely did a lot of rereading messages for many reasons. I think all the time, too much, too much. Yeah. Imagine thinking, y'all. All right, go, go, go. Get yourself to bed. Get that cute booty to bed. And I hope you have a wonderful sleep. And I hope things are a bit more clear for you in the upcoming days. Take care, Glitchy. Yeah. Like I'm like trying to think right now, like if I even want to eat dinner or if I just want to go straight to sleep. I know that's bad because realistically, yes, I should still eat something even if I don't feel like eating and if I don't feel hunger, but I'm like so tired that I really just want to plummet my face into bed. Want to hug my ganyu. Although it makes me feel hot sometimes. Should I go to bed too? Probably, RC. What time do you need to be awake? Thinking is above my pay grade. Yep. The way he starts speeding up, you can always tell it's delicious. Why do you think I don't think and don't get paid? Yeah, have work later. Yeah, you should probably sleep. Yes, you should sleep. You crazy, my twin. All right, but return tomorrow for more Cult of the Lamb and Genshin. Would you guys prefer me starting stream with Genshin or Cult of the Lamb? So I'm starting stream at 10 a.m. Eastern again. So basically more or less the same time I started today, and then probably going all the way up until around this time at least. Yesterday we started with Cult and then went into Genshin because I wanted to stream it for the people who were like gonna be leaving early. You want to start with Genshin first? Your Ganyu? Oh yeah, I do have a Ganyu body pillow. That's actually funny that you say that, Ace, because the first and only time that I was in Mina's chat, she like pulled up my Twitter to look for like pictures of my model because she was trying to draw memes of me because that was her day where she was drawing memes. And then she saw my Ganyu body pillow picture and she was like, "Sorry, you have a Ganyu body pillow?" And I was just like, "Yeah." Like I'm so casual, and then she was just like shook. Good night, my twin. Make sure to check out RCKZ if you haven't. He is also a fellow VTuber, and he has a wonderful voice, singing and normal speaking. And he do be playing quite a bit of variety, just like me. Just like me for real. Were you the one with the glove glove meme or am I tripping? Yeah. I was I was. She said she was gonna post those pictures on Twitter, but I don't think she actually did. But yeah. I was so the thing is me and Mina have been following each other on Twitch for a while, but we never talked in each other's chats or been in each other's chats. And I went into her chat that night. And then she was like, "I'm going to use you as a victim." So yeah, she pulled up my Twitter to look up like references of my model even though I don't really have any. I only had the bikini art and stuff. And feels kind of bad because I already like we're already done drawing like my model because it's being rigged now, but my current PNG doesn't quite look the same. So I like when people try to like draw me now or do stuff, I would want them to do the new model, but obviously since I haven't revealed, I can't exactly have people do that. I hated that so much. Thanks for that. I can never unsee it. What do you mean? I didn't have anything to do with that. Blame your streamer. That's your streamer right there. I just showed up and I was taken advantage of. My streamer also has a life-size cardboard cut out Kaza. Oh, no, I know that. I saw on her Twitter. I don't remember if I asked you, but how did you end up being her mod, by the way? Just curious, like how other people like decide to like pick out their mods. I know there's like a multitude of reasons people have because some people end up modding someone like immediately, especially if they're a new streamer and kind of just need them and people are just there. But then other people like wait to establish a relationship and other people just do like mod forms. So people do like all sorts of different things. Cause for me, it's me personally, I want to have like a sort of established bond with them. But I know some people keep it like strictly professional. I don't know what I don't know. I can't think. I don't know words. I don't know what I'm thinking of because imagine thinking. I asked someone for it, but I don't know if it's true and if I'm allowed to say to others. Oh, oh, that's okay then. I was just curious about like someone else's experience of how they became a mod if it's like something different from like the usual things. Have y'all seen that person that makes oversized anime cutouts? Sometimes VTuber, sometimes Danganronpa. I have not. Steak. Yes, yes, that is my language, Kevin. You know it. The language of me and Mama Wifey. I don't think I'll get in trouble, but to be honest, even I was surprised when they approached me for a position. Oh. So they went to you instead of you asking for it? Now that's interesting. Actually, I guess it's not that far off. I kind of asked some people if they wanted to be mods because these were like hardcore regulars. Like they were straight up always in my chat. Like they had my stream open, like on all the chances that I may or may not be streaming. Because I have Chatterino. I can see who's in my offline chat. And if people are actually talking in said offline chat. Egg drop suit. Egg drop that. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, Gussie in the house. Nani, what's this? Oh, painting. Is this safe to look at? And I think that's better than doing an application because people try their best to be on their best behavior, even if they're someone who's been sussage. Yeah, it really depends. Oh my god, that's huge. That's a huge cutout. I feel like an application is just good for like formalities to like have it all laid out in front of you. Like, for example, let's say I'm in the market for my next mod, right? I would probably have a mod form just to like give them a rundown of what I want, first of all. And but secondly, I want to see what they think is an appropriate action to take with like certain situations. And some of the more important things to me is like, you know, are you a certain age? Like, are you 18 plus? That would be probably the most ideal thing because I am 18 plus, like all around here. And it just makes things easier, but that's not really a necessary thing. Also, like obviously availability and whether or not they mod for someone else or if they're a streamer themselves. Basically, I would obviously prefer someone whose time is not like divided by modding for someone else and being a streamer themselves. That's not a printer paper. That's amazing. I too am 18 plus. Are you sussy? Um, I'm not inclined to say yes, but I'm also not inclined to say no. You guys know who I am. No, but yeah, just throwing out examples for what I would personally put in my mod form, but I do see what you're saying. Like throwing out a form, people can literally just write whatever. And it's just like you can't really just take what they write on the form. But it also just really depends on what you're asking on the form. Like if you put very, very specific scenarios on there. But then again, these people can still just bullshit things. I mean, worst case scenario, you like what they put on the form, you hire them or well, put them on, and if they don't do it correctly or the way you want it, you just remove them. Hello again, Lay. So who of you are playing Apex tonight? Probably Axel and Lily. I don't know what Axel's doing though. I will say that apparently I had good comedic timing. Hey yo, really now? How so? Glitchy! Glitchy! Oh, you're in bed now? Oh. But you need to be sleeping! Did Liz just instant send me to bed? Yes! I don't know, that's why I said apparently. Oh, okay, gotcha. I get you, I get you. Apex is my life, honestly. I would play if I wasn't so dead. I'm going to be 100,010% honest with you. I don't even know if I just said a real number, but I don't think I will touch Apex until after Monday. So I think this is how I'm going to see the rest of the next couple of days. After stream today, I don't know when I'm ending it because I'm chilling, just watching videos here, and I really could afford to stay up a little longer because I just need to be awake by 9 a.m. so that I could be awake at least an hour before stream so I can have my awokage feeling. Even though it's probably less likely to happen because my body is so deprived of sleep and food right now that I could probably sleep for 2 days straight and eat like a million meals. I would play if I wasn't bad at Apex. Ace, we just talked about how we all suck. I'll kiff you to have you shut up, keep out. Nani. I always lurk a streamer while I bitch. I know, I appreciate that so much. I always try to lurk as well. Even if it's only one person I can lurk while being on my phone, I will dead ass fall asleep to it. I'm a different level of suck. Oh. So you're not a professional vacuum yet? I'll really go bed now though before Liz and Kisa slap the shit out of me. Unless you're into that. Oh, there's a new video from 6 hours ago. Let's go. You want a good night, kid? I mean, if you like it wet, then that, I guess, I don't even know what I just did. No, because I play on console, so I'm restricted. Oh, but isn't there like aim assist or something? So you might even do better than us that are on PC. What, Liz? Good night, Glitchy. Mwah, mwah. For extra good measure. Aim assist is broken? Yeah. So shouldn't you do even better than us on PC? Or those that just those of us that play with a mouse and keyboard? I do not know. I don't know either. Je ne sais pas. My aim assist likes to say, "Hey, I'm gonna go on vacation." Oh, really? I don't know that experience. Nani, Eggy, you're still here? You were quiet for so long. I thought you already like dipped. Cause I know Eggy hang out with friends, but I don't know when. Huh? Hello Kitty is what I say to your wifey. Mama wifey. 11? Oh, damn. Yeah, you went quiet, so I thought you just like dipped or something. People said bed, night night Eggy, aka softest cozy voice haver. Honestly, yes. Eggy Tonin. I'm watching my siblings play Splatoon. Ooh, splat on me. I never played that game. But I mean, it was like on a console that I don't really play consoles. Eggy voice over bed. Yes. Eggy bedtime streamer. Nani. Eggy stream. When? I expect to see Eggy streams next week. Because I won't be streaming. So I need entertainment. I need me some Eggy tonin. Know what I'm saying? A woke egg. I'm really good at yeah. I know, it's too fun to tear yourself away from a stream. Bedge. Someone spank me to Bedge. Soon TM, but Lumi and Midi soon. Nani? Lumi and Midi? What do you mean Lumi and Midi? Lumi's definitely not gonna be able to stream anytime soon. But what about Midi? What? What you talking about, girl? So I was talking to Lumi yesterday about what we should do for our emo revamps in the like near future. Cause he said he probably gonna be able to work on the rest of the rigging this weekend. Cause you say they're soon is not soon at all. Oh, that's what you meant by their type of soon. I was like, what do you mean? Cause I thought you were talking about Lumi and Midi stream soon too. And I was like, what? Midi doesn't even stream. So most people said they want the lick to remain. So I guess we will keep that, but just make a better version and obviously the new model version. And then I believe Kevin said Nodders. So well, we cannot get rid of Lurk. Cause sorry, Lurk is there to stay forever because it's the cutest fucking thing in the world. We're never getting rid of that. That's never gonna change. That fucking emo is way too fucking cute. Way too fucking cute. I don't know if we're gonna keep that one. It's really sad that you can only have 5 animated emotes. If okay, here's the thing. If we don't keep the pocket as a sub emote, it will be at least a 7TV/BTTV emote. This one? Oh no, we're not gonna get rid of Derp. The Derp emote and the Sip emote, and I think we will change Comfy. We will probably have like me, like Kisa, instead of Koharu Comfy. It's not that I have anything against the Comfy emote, but like I feel like I might prefer myself. I really do like the Koharu Comfy. The Prage, we definitely need to work on the Prage. That emote was not quite how I wanted it to turn out. I'm not trying to like dismiss I'm not trying to dismiss like, you know, the work that was put into the emotes, but you know how like you want something of a certain image or vision in your head, and sometimes things just don't quite come out that way. You want a gun emote? I want a gun and a yandere knife emote. Well, first, I don't have that many emote slots. I have 4 more slots for both my tier 2 and tier 3, and I have, I think, 2 more slots for tier 1 until I start getting like way more subs in the future. But yeah, for now, we're just gonna revamp some emotes. So we have 5 follower emotes, which will be only while you're in my chat as a follower. So we need follower emotes that are like good enough to like be emotes, but also not like too good to not like be used elsewhere. I don't know how to word it, but you know what I mean. This is a struggle because it's like I find every emote that I want and have like really good, and it's really hard to like figure out where do you decide to make a certain emote more expensive than another by placing it in tier 2 or tier 3 or just a sub emote versus a follower emote. But like the problem with follower emotes is also just how it's limited to being in this chat. But yeah, for the Koharu emotes, so here's the thing. I have very many characters. I have myself, but we don't really have a lot of me emotes. Probably have like 4 or 5. But it's fine because new model anyway. We have obviously a majority of Koharu emotes, and those are amazing. And then we have a decent chunk of Ganyu and Kaching emotes. And I really love my Ganching emotes, but I don't know if I want to keep them. I mean, everything will probably still remain on Discord because you can literally have hundreds of emotes on Discord. And also, we don't have a lot of time and we just don't have a lot of emote slots. So our main priority is just using up what emote slots we already have and revamping. So my least favorites are the Koharu Humph Like, it's cute, but it's not exactly what I wanted out of that emote. And the Nani. Angry is never really used, but I still think I think angry is still really well done. It's just never really used, but maybe someday it will be. And I want to revamp the love emote. I don't know if we're gonna have the exact same pose because I think my love slash heart emote is so it's kind of different from everybody else's. It's actually like one of the only ones, maybe the only one I've ever seen that actually looks like this. I know there are some like heart slash love emotes where they are hugging the heart and probably with closed eyes, but I've never really seen a lot that look anything like mine. And it is a really cute one, but the problem is this was made by an artist that I no longer have contact with. So I'd rather slightly revamp it still so that it is with an artist I am in contact with right now. Glitchy! Glitchy! Boy! Do I need to go back to reading creepypastas to put you to bed? I remember for the longest time it was a huge trend to put the shittiest possible emotes in tier 2 and tier 3. Honestly, I would deadass do that. Also, you guys really like my rave emote. Is it bad that my viewers like my emotes more than I do? Cuz I cannot lie to you guys. Some of my emotes I didn't really envision them this way. Like obviously I see other emotes and I like to use those as references. But, you know, it depends on like how the artist goes about it and stuff too. Like, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. I do love and appreciate all my emotes, but I don't like some nearly as much as everybody else does. And that's not really just like our differences in taste or whatever. Like it's just because I have a very specific like quality of emotes that I usually kind of seek, which isn't really there in any of my emote styles. Can't anger Liz and Eggy though. I gotta rush to bed. Go to sleep. The more you touch your phone and talk, the less likely you're gonna be able to pass out. Take it from all of us who do exactly that. Was this necessarily a bad thing though? Yeah, I love my. I mean, I really love the Kaching and Ganyu emotes I have, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh wait, you're right. The thing that's amazing about the lurk emote is that it's drawn by Lumi, but it's actually animated by Testicles. Because I don't think if Lumi ended up animating it, I don't think he would have animated it the way that Testicles did. Like, if you pay attention to the close up of the lurk emote, the mouth opens and closes more. Like, well, it widens and unwidens. And the ears and the tuft of hair are like, they're like moving, they're like bouncing. I don't think Lumi would have done all that. So kudos to Lumi and Testicles for putting that together. I didn't even expect Testicles to do that. But the same thing with Tuala. Tuala made me a sit emote, and I guess I'll make that a sub goal where okay, well here's the thing. So I definitely have a sub I mean I have a emote of the new model made by Tuala because she's just really sweet and she loved my model and I think she just really wanted to make a sit emote for me. So she made one and then she showed me and I was like, "What?" So, I'm thinking we'll definitely show it at the very least, but and I think most people are probably gonna answer a certain way. Would you want the sub goal to be showing you guys the sit emote, or just adding it straight up as an emote so you can already use it? Because I know that might be a bit weird since I'm not debuted yet, but I don't think it personally matters too much if I had like some things of my new model already like out. And I think most people are probably going to answer a certain way because it's just like, why wouldn't they want to have access to that already? God, I really want to show you guys my model. Ah, it's so good. But yeah, what do you guys think? Do you guys want the sub goal to be just simply showing you the emote? Or do you want it to actually be added as an emote for you to already use? Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys decide. The subathon is mostly for you guys to have fun, so stay strong. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know if I want to eat dinner or if I want to just go to sleep. Man, it's fucking hot. I'm too lazy to eat something. I don't even know what to eat. All right, feed me then. Okay, me go pee pee. Feed me then so I can food coma my ass. All right, what are you guys feeding me then since you're telling me to go eat? Thank you. Is my Genshin taken care of? Did I do my dailies? Hmm. I don't actually know. Pretty sure my Asia account was taken care of. Pretty sure I did dailies on main, but I don't really know. I don't know if I did dailies. Food, I guess. You guess. Are you guys gonna play Apex with Eggy? If you guys play Apex, I will sit in voice chat again and watch you. Mama, if Mama lazy to eat, then hasn't your question been answered? I told you I was lazy to eat. If I am, I don't have anything ready. If I were to eat, I'd probably like order sushi or something, but I don't have money for that. Or well, I shouldn't. Plus, I am just kind of just tired. I think like sleeping technically just solves it for me and delays it for another for later me's problem. I'll probably be able to play Apex with Eggy tomorrow in the week. Ayo. Yeah, I probably won't play Apex for a while. Nah, I'm fully capped. What? Did I not log on to this account? You. No. Man, I need to give Eggy access to this account as well so she can help me take care of this. No! What do you mean? I could have sworn I played on this account. I want sushi, but I don't know. Should I get sushi? Meh. You know what I've been doing lately? I've actually started using the magical crystals because I am just always capped like everywhere. I cannot even deal with it. I'm not filthy rich by any stretch of the imagination, but I always stay on top of things. So if there was ever any sort of community meetup at a convention, I could treat a group of 10 to at least a medium level restaurant. God damn, Beck. I don't think that's necessary, but wow. That's a very kind gesture. That's a lot of people. Treating one person can already be like a lot. So 10? That's insane, Beck. Sheesh. Giga Chad? All right. How about this? I order sushi and you guys stream Apex and Discord and then we hang out in there. I watch you guys play while I eat sushi. All right, good luck with your dailies. That wasn't supposed to come off like a flex. Oh no, I know. I acknowledge that as a very nice gesture. Eggy, can I send you info for my alt account as well? So that if I need you to take care of the alt account, you could also go to that one. All right, you can log on whenever. I will well, the thing is I don't know where Axel is. He's not saying anything. So, he's either outside and or playing games. So, if that's the case, then it would probably I don't know. I don't think it really matters. Wait, what? Tag your it. Also, I want to try to get in with the merch thingy, but I don't even have a model yet. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Not having like a full on VTuber model makes things very hard because it's like I want to start working on like certain art things and to, like allow people to make fan art of me and like try to like work on merch, but it's like I don't have the model out yet. I'm not a fully fledged moving model. Okay, I got an email saying something about September. So let's see what it says. Put on your subbing pants because September is back. September is the perfect opportunity to strengthen your community with special savings on subs starting on September 1st at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And with the help of this year's sponsor, Lenovo Legion, the longer the sub, the more your viewers save. 20% off 1-month subs, 25% off 3-month subs, and 30% off 6-month subs. It's the perfect time for your community to level up their support Whether that means upgrading their sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or increasing their sub duration from 1 month to 6 months. And remember, during September, you get the same payout you would get for a full price sub. Here's how you can make sure you get the most out of September. Blah, blah, blah. Stay tuned for more updates this September until the fun ends on September 30th at 11:59 Pacific time. All right, you heard it here, guys. September means you get 20% off on 1 month subs. I don't really recall how September works because I could have sworn it was usually like a first time sub thing, but I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. But I hope that applies to I don't know if that applies to gifted subs because if this applies to gifted subs, I think they do though cuz I remember Yami like gifting so many subs last September because of that reason and then that was her biggest Twitch bill yet. Time to T3 yen. Twitch always changing their mind exactly. So I guess we will have to wait until September 1st to see. But if gifted subs have that discount where they put like $1 less, ooh, September subathons. Oh, damn. More worth it. I didn't plan it because it was September, but it just so happens to be September, and I thought that was even better. But yeah, like I said, the main reason for the subathon is because it's been a while since we've done one, and they're really fun. And they definitely incentivize us to like try to plan out really fun stuff to do, especially things the viewers want to see. And yeah, just because it's a long way of us just hanging out like for a very long time, on the off chance that I end up getting a job and getting too busy soon. Hello, Vazo. Happy birthday. Oh, Axel's back. All right, let's order sushi then. And then I guess when it comes, then we can end stream and hang out in Discord and watch you guys play Apex. Um, that is weird. I don't know what that's about, but that's very weird. I thought Axel was the one who did it since he said bruh immediately, but it was Eggy. All right, what kind of videos? The Goku diet. Hey yo. Thanks, Eggy. You guys are getting good at this stuff. Tonkatsu ramen versus pho. I bring misfortune after all. Bish, where'd you go anyway? Did you like go eat or something? Or go outside? Oh my god, I remember watching this video. What should we watch? I'm thinking we have about an hour or less left of stream, so blah blah blah. Let me see, what is this total? 35. So you did go outside. Okay. That's kind of expected. I think you might have mentioned something like that. What do we want to watch? Wait, hold on. I want to listen to that real quick. Oh, I see. It just had a really nice looking name. Gaming? How to legally steal? What? The Haunting. Are you gonna play Apex with Eggy and Lily? Solo Japanese barbecue restaurant. Oh my gosh. That was so disorienting. I don't know what to look at. I don't know if they want to charge Rightful Degen. Why wouldn't they? All right, hold on. Let me place an order. Oh, it just automatically went through. Wait, how am I paying for this? Oh no, it's probably through that. Because normally I have to do Apple Pay. Oh, whatever. It's probably just through a card now. Make it two? I need that right now? Yeah, me too. Who knows? Maybe I'll play some. I don't want to play Cult of the Lamb on the account that we have, but I might play us a new one. What do we want to look at? I just want to keep watching food things. Um, could check out Epic Rap Battles. Maybe they have something new that I haven't seen in like a while. 8 months ago. Is this the most recent one? Uh, 8 years ago? Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's crazy. God damn. I don't know, man. I don't know what to watch. Uh, just trying to put some placeholders because I don't know. I just watch gameplays usually, like scary gameplays, but I don't think we should be watching that. Man, that quality. I did not expect the third person. Ah, my ass. Ah! Attack of the dining chair. Well, he at least isn't hotter than my CPU. Nani? PTSD's nuts. Oh my god. That is amazing as a line. Oh my god. That's a lot of Johns. I don't know what to watch. YouTube game on. What the heck is that? Wait, no, that's music. Ramble was kind of weird. See, normally I watch this, the 3 scary games, but I don't think we are allowed to watch gameplays. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can, but I don't want to because it just feels weird. I'd rather people watch it like on their own screens. What the hell? This got too serious too fast. I didn't mean to. No, we probably saw that one. Food theory. Gross games about flesh and stuff. Is that an actual game? What the fuck? Try not to laugh challenge 99% lose. Ah, fine. I guess we can. I don't know what else to watch. Oh god. No! No! Oh, I'm never gonna try not to laugh. I don't care. I just watched 2 laugh. Oh my dear. Oh my god. Oh, that would be me. That would so happen to me. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Bitch, I'm just a cameraman. Dang. Oh no! Oh god! Not like this! That's so scary, man! Not this fucking sound again. Oh my god. Hey yo. Hey, hey. What the heck? My god. It's hilarious. Oh my god. I love it. I don't give a fuck about try not to laugh. I want to laugh. That's why this is great. Me sleepy. You guys are going to play Apex, right? Nani? Someone messaged me? TikTok's interesting because of the fact that if you gain a new follower, it says the +1 and then you have to click on it so it can actually update instead of X plus 1. Bum 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 bum. I need to make more TikToks, y'all. Actually, I have plenty of time. Yeah. Probably on Tuesday or Wednesday. I will gather some Genshin clips for my monthly app. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Nah. Oh my. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh my god. Bruh. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the heck? How did that happen? Um, um, Monka. Ah. Meow, meow, meow. Oh my. Oh, ouch. Ow. I need a cat. Yeah, me too. I want a cat so bad. Peter. I know that episode. My God, I fucking love watching Family Guy. It's just so funny. Oh God, that's kind of scary. What? What? Oh my! Oh, it's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. Ah, Shiba Inu. Yes, it's so cute. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-boop-boop-boop. Oh yeah, Eggy, I don't know if you're listening, but just let me know like whenever you attempt to log in so I can give you the code. Ew. What the fuck? So are you guys gonna play Apex after this? By the way, you, Lily, and Axel. Welcome back, Spooky. Yeah, I'm just gonna end stream whenever I get my food, guys. I'm gonna probably send you guys over to Kevin because I cannot be bothered to just go anywhere. And so you guys can tell him I'm gonna go eat. Oh, okay. Lily's always down to play. I'm sure Axel's down to play too. But the question is, will Axel actually join on time or is he gonna show up like an hour later? Like last time. Eh? Not the Axel Overwatch. I want Axel to stream. I want to see his point of view. I always find it funny. Excuse me? You used Drano just now and the warning label made it look like I'm about to die? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn. Oh god. Me driving in Forza, me driving anywhere. Oh, I remember this. This is not. Oh god. I remember seeing that somewhere. I think I saw it on Twitter. I was like, what the fuck? Lily can confirm. Yeah, I read the chat when you guys were streaming in Discord. What the Oh my god. School. Yeah, I want you to stream in Discord. I want to see your point of view. Bish. Welcome back, Ace. Oh god. Eh? My point of view is death after dropping. Exactly. God, what is that quality? The horse. Not again. What the fuck? Oh my god. Rawr. Kitty. Oh yeah, I forgot. Liz did buy a mug. What the fuck is this? What the hell? Nani, what is this? Oh, that's so cute. Oh my. I can't. The accent. My ass. Ah. What? Me. Me alarm. What? Okay. Okay. What? Oh my god. Hey, Snoopy. Uh. My ass hurts, man. Fuck this chair. Well, I guess that's already happening. What the fuck? Ah, it hurts. Yes, I definitely do need a massage. Oh my god, that was so loud. What the heck? Sit on Ganyu? No, I will never. I don't want to crush Ganyu. That's weird. Honestly, that be me. That do be me right there. You don't laugh, you don't lose. Oh, wait, did we watch this already? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Okay. Holy shit, that one's so long. Memes that you click, you laugh, no. What? What? Oh, Christ. Uh oh. Oh my god. Oh, that's a beautiful cat. What the fuck? Oh my. Oh my god. Did not expect that. Oh god. My butt. Oh my. True. What the fuck? Oh my god. No. Not like this. At least she accepted it. Oh, fucking Christ. No. Way too dank. Fuck you. Ayo. Ah! Oh god. Oh my god. I can't breathe. Oh god. So she's like, oh, oh no. Oh my god. Indeed. Biscuit. Bish. Oh my god. That gave me shivers. Goodness. Yeah. Literal shivers. Huh? Was that a burp? What was that? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. What? My god. What? Oh my. Oh no. Huh? What? Oh. Oh, ew. Ew. Oh god, these are not good shivers. Oh, this cat is beautiful. Me likey. My god. Oh god. Oh god. What the what the what the No, I'm gay. I did this to my brother. Bro, nani? I'm married, thank you. Hey yo. What? Thank you for the follow, Kip Kippy. Oh my oh. What is this? I need the link. Well, here you go. It's memes sheep or Rocky videos. Some meme shit. Wait, what? What was pause? What? I'm so confused. Oh. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Honestly, same. Me every day. I don't have school right now, but it's the same thing. I would marry just to pay less taxes. Weird, bruh. A lot of people do that. Nani? What do you mean? What the? You leave that man on the spot. Aw. What the fuck? Ay, oh, this is someone else watching videos. But these are funny though. React to the reaction. Oh no, I know. Not like this. Oh my. All right, this will be my last video. I'm gonna send you guys to Kevin because yeah, I can't be bothered to think about who to raid. Hello, Chibigante. How are you? Oh. Oh, oh, my butt. Ow, this chair sucks. Holy fucking Christ. That was so loud. Do my Genshin runs aside popping before I focus on it. I'm okay. All good. I was gonna go back to the mod basement anyway. Oh, are you now? Yeah, my food is here, so. Kevin should be streaming Genshin as always. Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, he's doing his Abusi and Sumeru stuff. Fun. All right, are y'all gonna hop in voice chat and stream Apex? Excuse me. I'm gonna take food and be back in half an hour or something. Yeah. You know how Apex goes? Will do. By that, do you mean like we should mention you in Discord and tell you exactly how it goes? I'm not playing. I'm watching. Just join. What do you mean join? It's you and Eggy and Axel already. This guy's handsome though. And he has a very good camera. Like holy shit, that quality. I meant the voice chat. Oh, because they're gonna go mod soon, so I don't think they can pay attention to a voice chat. I'm gonna focus. Gonna see you. Thank you for stream. Hope you have a good day later, chat. All right, take care. Ah! See, we're the opposite. I'm an extreme reacting type of person. He's just like so chill and laid back. We are the complete opposite spectrums of the reaction. Aww. He's literally so chill. Oh my god. He's all comfy, I know. He's literally got like the chillest reactions. Oh my god, the feet. The feet. Holy shit. Oh, it's so tiny. Look at that. It's a power the plug strip thing. I don't remember. Power strip. This is so freaking small. Light. No. Light, I'm ending soon after this video, but it's good to see you. I thought that was an actual kid for a second. Right? Me too, Ace. No. Did you just get home from work, Light? Yeah, I've been here like all day. We're gonna be in voice chat on Discord though. Eggy, Axel, and Lily are gonna play Apex and stream it in Discord. If you guys wanna come hang out and join in there. I rest 2 days. Actually, I'm back from yesterday's party. Ayo. Sheesh, Light all out there touching grass and partying. Out in Have you heard my voice? I don't think so. But I also have food downstairs that I need to go grab. So I will go grab that before I join the voice chat. But the people who are playing can go hop in voice chat already. Since you guys are playing together. The cat is so cute, big eyes. Yeah. I need to stop looking. This guy's handsome. I removed my voice not too long ago. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, I see sometimes in Akame's server that people are in, like, the voice chat unmuted. But yeah, unfortunately, I've already been here all day, so we are ending after this video. Let's see, who is this dude? Tan React, I guess? Yeah, he's quite handsome. Why won't you join? What do you mean? I'm gonna be in the voice chat, but I'm not playing. It's a 3-player game, so I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be in the voice chat just watching them play. I'm gonna send you guys to I'm gonna send you guys to Kevin though, because I don't want to think about raiding somebody. And Kevin's already streaming, and he is playing Genshin, and all you pretty much Genshin players. He's doing his Abussi and exploring Sumeru. So, and Kevin's a huge ass supporter of us. So why not send him some love and support on Akame's Hangouts? Oh. I don't have time to join other people's hangouts. I am usually hanging out in my Discord already. You know, when you have your own stuff to run, you don't have time to join other people. All right. Yeah, this guy is handsome. Okay, I'm gonna stop saying that, or else I'm gonna start sounding weird. I'm gay. Let's not forget that. All right, let's take you guys over to Kevin. Bum bum bum. All right, thank you everybody for hanging out today. Once again, we are about to go hang out in why though fan? We're gonna go hang out in Discord. Go ahead and just go in there. All right, let's get those raid messages ready. They're already in the voice chat. So feel free to join. You don't have to talk, obviously. You could stay muted. Yeah, they're gonna play Apex. I'm going to go downstairs and get my sushi and then come back and join and watch as well. But yeah, let's send some love over to Kevin. Let me know how it goes. Of course, of course. Good luck with your modding tonight. Tell Mina I said hi if I'm assuming she's actually streaming. All right. Sorry if you just joined in. I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, and same for Monday. We are returning with Cult of the Lamb and more Genshin tomorrow. People find oh dig, not you coming in that late too. Well, no, you've probably been lurking. You're always lurking. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you, everybody, just coming in, lurking, or actively talking in chat, or what have you, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, once again, also, if you have yet to, yes, join Discord, follow me on Twitter, YouTube, all that good shiz. And let's. You definitely don't have 80,000 points. Oh, yeah, we have a community goal going on right now. Make sure to dump your points in so that I will forced to play a horror game soon. Okay, the raid is going. Bye, everybody. I love you and I appreciate you. I'll see you in Discord if you're planning to hang out. Bye bye. Mwah. Take